Simon & Schuster Audio presents Garden of Beasts, a novel of Berlin, 1936, by Jeffrey Deaver. Read by Jefferson Mays.
Berlin was full of whispers. They told of illegal midnight arrests, of prisoners tortured in the SA barracks. They were drowned by the loud, angry voices of the government, contradicting through its thousand mouths. Christopher Isherwood, Berlin Stories. The Button Man. Monday, 13th of July, 1936. As soon as he stepped into the dim apartment, he knew he was dead. He wiped sweat off his palm, looking around the place, which was quiet as a morgue except for the faint sounds of Hell's Kitchen traffic late at night and the ripple of the greasy shade when the swiveling monkey ward fan turned its hot breath toward the window. The whole scene was off, out of kilter. Malone was supposed to be here, smoked on booze, sleeping off a binge, but he wasn't. No bottles of corn anywhere, not even the smell of bourbon, the punk's only drink. And it looked like he hadn't been around for a while. The New York Sun on the table was 2 days old. It sat next to a cold ashtray and a glass with a blue halo of dried milk halfway up the side. He clicked the light on. Well, there was a side door, like he'd noted yesterday from the hallway, looking over the place, but it was nailed shut. And the window that led onto the fire escape? Brother, sealed nice and tight with chicken wire he hadn't been able to see from the alley. The other window was open, but was also 40 feet above cobblestones. No way out. And where was Malone? Paul Schumann wondered. Malone was on the lam. Malone was drinking beer in Jersey. Malone was a statue on a concrete base underneath a Red Hook pier. Didn't matter. Whatever had happened to the booze hound, Paul realized, the punk had been nothing more than bait, and the wire that he'd be here tonight was pure bunk. In the hallway outside, a scuffle of feet. A clink of metal. Paul set his pistol on the room's one table, took out his handkerchief and mopped his face. The searing air from the deadly Midwest heat wave had made its way to New York, but a man can't walk around without a jacket when he's carrying a 1911 Colt .45 in his back waistband, and so Paul was condemned to wear a suit. Another shuffle from outside in the hallway, where they'd be getting ready for him. Paul thought about looking out the window, but was afraid he'd get shot in the face. He wanted an open casket at his wake. Who was gunning for him? It wasn't Luciano, of course, the man who'd hired him to touch off Malone. It wasn't Meyer Lansky either. They were dangerous, yeah, but not snakes. Paul had always done top-notch work for them, never leaving a bit of evidence that could link them to the touch-off. So who'd snagged him? If it was O'Banion or Rothstein from Williamsburg or Valenti from Bay Ridge, well, he'd be dead in a few minutes. If it was dapper Tom Dewey, the death would take a bit longer, whatever time was involved to convict him and get him into the electric chair up in Sing Sing. Voices in the hall, more clicks, metal seating against metal. But looking at it one way, he reflected wryly, everything was silk so far. He was still alive. And thirsty as hell. He walked to the Kelvinator and opened it. 3 bottles of milk, 2 of them curdled, and several Royal Crown Colas. He found an opener and removed the cap from a bottle of the soft drink. From somewhere he heard a radio. It was playing Stormy Weather. Sitting down at the table, he noticed himself in the dusty mirror on the wall above a chipped enamel wash basin. His pale blue eyes weren't as alarmed as they ought to be, he supposed. His face, though, was weary. He was a large man, over 6 feet and weighing more than 200 pounds. His hair was from his mother's side, reddish-brown. His fair complexion from his father's German ancestors. The skin was a bit marred, not from pox but from knuckles in his younger days and everlast gloves more recently. Sipping the soda pop, Paul considered his situation. If it was O'Banion or Rothstein or Valenti, well, none of them gave a good goddamn about Malone, a crazy riveter from the shipyards turned punk mobster who'd killed a beat cop's wife and done so in a pretty unpleasant way. He'd threatened more of the same to any law that gave him trouble. Every boss in the area, from the Bronx to Jersey, was shocked at what he'd done. So even if one of them wanted to touch off Paul, why not wait till after he'd knocked off Malone? Which meant it was probably Dewey. The idea of being stuck in the caboose till he was executed depressed him. Yet, truth be told, in his heart, Paul wasn't too torn up about getting nabbed. Like when he was a kid and would jump impulsively into fights against 2 or 3 kids bigger than he was. Sooner or later, he'd eventually pick the wrong punks and end up with a broken bone. He'd known the same thing about his present career, that ultimately a Dewey or an O'Banion would bring him down. He jumped when the phone rang. Paul looked at the black bakelite for a long moment. On the 7th ring, or the 8th, he answered. "Yeah?" "Paul?" a crisp young voice said. "You know who it is." "I'm up the hall in another apartment. There's 6 of us here. Another half dozen on the street." 12. Paul felt an odd calm. Nothing he could do about 12. They'd get him one way or the other. "Listen to me, Paul. Here's what you're going to do. You only have 2 guns on you, right? The Colt and that little .22. The others are back in your apartment?" Paul laughed. "That's right. You're going to unload them and lock the slide of the Colt open. Then walk to the window that's not sealed and pitch them out. Then you're going to take your jacket off, drop it on the floor, open the door, and stand in the middle of the room with your hands up in the air. Stretch them way up high." "You'll shoot me," he said. "You're living on borrowed time anyway, Paul. But if you do what I say, you might stay alive a little longer." The caller hung up. He dropped the handpiece into the cradle. He sat motionless for a moment, recalling a very pleasant night a few weeks ago. Marion and he had gone to Coney Island for miniature golf and hot dogs and beer to beat the heat. Marion. He'd never told her what he did for a living. Only that he owned a gym and he did business occasionally with some guys who had questionable pasts. But he'd never told her more. He realized suddenly that he'd been looking forward to some kind of future with her. She was a dime a dance girl at a club on the West Side, studying fashion design during the day. She'd be working now. She usually went till 1 or 2 a.m. How would she find out what happened to him? If it was Dewey, he'd probably be able to call her. If it was the boys from Williamsburg, no call, nothing. The phone began ringing again. Paul ignored it. He slipped the clip from his big gun and unchambered the round that was in the receiver. Then he emptied the cartridges out of the revolver. He walked to the window and tossed the pistols out one at a time. Finishing the soda pop, he took his jacket off, dropped it on the floor. Then he wiped his face again, opened the front door, stepped back, and lifted his arms. The phone stopped ringing. "This is called the room," said the gray-haired man in a pressed white uniform, taking a seat on a small couch. "You were never here," he added with a cheerful confidence that meant there was no debate. "And you never heard about it." It was 11 p.m. They'd brought Paul here directly from Malone's. It was a private townhouse on the Upper East Side, though most of the rooms on the ground floor contained desks and telephones and teletype machines, like in an office. Only in the parlor were there divans and armchairs. On the walls here were pictures of new and old Navy ships. A globe sat in the corner. FDR looked down at him from a spot above a marble mantel. The room was wonderfully cold. A private house that had air conditioning. Imagine. Still handcuffed, Paul had been deposited in a comfortable leather armchair. The 2 younger men who'd escorted him out of Malone's apartment, also in white uniforms, sat beside him and slightly behind. The one who'd spoken to him on the phone was named Andrew Avery, a man with rosy cheeks and deliberate, sharp eyes. The other was Vincent Mignelli, dark, with a voice that told Paul they'd probably grown up in the same section of Brooklyn. Mignelli and Avery didn't look much older than the stickball kids in front of Paul's building, but they were, of all things, lieutenants in the Navy. Their pistols were in holsters, but the leather flaps were undone, and they kept their hands near their weapons. The older officer, sitting across from him on the couch, said, "I'm James Gordon, Office of Naval Intelligence. They call me Bull." The door opened and an attractive woman in a white Navy uniform entered. The name on her blouse was Ruth Willits. She handed him a file. "Everything's in there." "Thank you, yeoman." As she left, without glancing at Paul, the officer opened the file, extracted 2 pieces of thin paper, read them carefully. "This is your headquarters?" Paul asked. "The room?" The commander ignored him and glanced at the other two. "Take his cuffs off." Avery did so while Magnelli stood with his hand near his gun. The door swung open again, and another man walked inside. He was in his 60s, lean and tall. Paul frowned. He knew the face from articles in the Times and the Herald Tribune. "Senator?" The man responded, but to Gordon. "You said he was smart. I didn't know he was well informed." As if he wasn't happy about being recognized, the senator looked Paul up and down, sat and lit a stubby cigar. A moment later, yet another man entered, about the same age as the senator, wearing a white linen suit that was savagely wrinkled. The body it encased was large and soft. He carried a walking stick. He glanced once at Paul, then, without a word to anyone, he retreated to the corner. He too looked familiar, but Paul couldn't place him. "Now," Gordon continued, "here's the situation, Paul. We know you've worked for Luciano. We know you've worked for Lansky, a couple of the others, and we know what you do for them." "Yeah, what's that?" "You're a button man, Paul," Magnelli said brightly, as if he'd been looking forward to saying it. Gordon said, "Last March, Jimmy Coughlin saw you kill Archdimitri in a warehouse on the Hudson." Paul had staked out the place for 4 hours before Dimitri showed up. He'd been positive the man was alone. "Now, from what they tell me, Jimmy isn't the most reliable witness, but we've got some hard evidence. A few revenue boys picked him up for selling hooch, and he made a deal to rat on you. Seems he'd picked up a shell casing at the scene and was keeping it for insurance. No prints are on it. You're too smart for that. But Hoover's people ran a test on your Colt. The scratches from the extractor are the same." Hoover? The FBI was involved? And they'd already tested the gun? He'd pitched it out of Malone's window less than an hour ago. Paul rocked his upper and lower teeth against each other. He was furious with himself. He'd searched for a half hour to find that damn casing at the Dimitri job, and had finally concluded it had fallen through the cracks in the floor into the Hudson. "So we made inquiries and heard you were being paid $500 to eliminate Malone tonight." "Like hell I was," Paul said, laughing. "You got yourself some bum wire. I just went to visit him. Where is he, by the way?" Gordon paused. "Mr. Malone will no longer be a threat to the constabulary or the citizens of New York City." "Well, sounds like somebody owes you 5 C-notes. Bull Gordon didn't laugh. "You're in Dutch, Paul, and you can't beat the rap. So here's what we're offering. Take it or leave it. We don't negotiate." The senator finally spoke. "Tom Dewey wants you as bad as he wants the rest of the scum on his list." The special prosecutor was on a divine mission to clean up organized crime in New York. Dewey was dogged and smart, and he was winning conviction after conviction. "But he's agreed to give us first dibs on you." "Forget it, I'm not a stool pigeon," Gordon said. "We're not asking you to be one. That's not what this is about." "Then what do you want me to do?" The senator nodded toward Gordon, who said, "You're a button man, Paul. What do you think? We want you to kill somebody." "You're being square with me?" "Oh, you bet." With Magnelli squinting out a warning to move slowly, Paul reached into his pocket and took out a pack of Chesterfields. He lit one. "Go on." Gordon said, "You've got that gym over on 9th Avenue. Not much of a place, is it?" He asked this of Avery. Avery said, "Not so swank." Magnelli laughed. "Real dive, I'd say." The commander continued, "But you used to be a printer before you got into this line of work. You like the printing business, Paul?" Cautiously, Paul said, "Yeah." "Were you good at it?" "Yeah, I was good. What's that got to do with the price of tea in China?" "How'd you like to make your whole past go away? Start over. Be a printer again. We can fix it so nobody can prosecute you for anything you've done in the past. And," the senator added, "we'll cough up some bucks, too. 5,000. You can get a new life." 5,000. Paul blinked. It took most Joes 2 years to earn that kind of money. He asked, "How can you clean up my record?" The senator laughed. "You know that new game, Monopoly? Sometimes when you roll the dice, you end up in prison. But there's this card that says get out of jail free. Well, we'll give you one for real. That's all you need to know." "You want me to kill somebody? That's queer. Dewey'd never agree to it." The senator said, "The special prosecutor hasn't been informed about why we want you. Besides, Paul, it'd be illegal for you to kill a U.S. citizen. We'd never ask you to do anything like that. This is more like a wartime situation. You were a soldier." I glanced at Avery, who recited, "1st Infantry Division, 1st American Army, AEF, Saint-Mihiel, Meuse-Argonne. You did some serious fighting. Got yourself some medals for marksmanship in the field. Did some hand-to-hand too, right?" Paul shrugged. The fat man in the wrinkled white suit sat silently in his corner, hands clasped on the gold handle of his walking stick. Paul held his eye for a minute, then turned back to the commander. "What are the odds I'll survive long enough to use my get-out-of-jail card?" "Reasonable," the commander said. "Not great, but reasonable." Paul was a friend of the sports journalist and writer Damon Runyon. They drink together some in the dives near Broadway, go to fights and ball games. A couple of years ago, he'd asked Runyon to autograph a book. The writer had inscribed it, "To my pal Paul. Remember, all of life is 6 to 5 against." Avery said, "How about we just say your chances are a lot better than if you go to Sing Sing?" After a moment, Paul asked, "Why me? You've got dozens of button men in New York who'd be willing to do it for that kind of scratch." "Ah, but you're different, Paul. You're not a two-bit punk. You're good. Hoover and Dewey say you've killed 17 men. Paul scoffed. In fact, the number was 13. "What we've heard about you is that you check everything 2-3 times before the job. You make sure your guns are in perfect shape, you read up about your victims, you look over their places ahead of time, you find their schedule, you know when they'll be alone, when they make phone calls, where they eat." The senator added, "And you're smart. Like I was saying, we need smart for this." Paul looked over at the man in the wrinkled white suit. "Who are you?" "You don't need to worry," Gordon began. "I'm asking him." "Listen," the senator grumbled. "We're calling the shots, my friend." But the fat man waved his hand and then replied to Paul. "You know the comics? Little Orphan Annie? The girl without the pupils in her eyes?" "Yeah, sure." "Well, think of me as Daddy Warbucks." "What's that mean?" But he just laughed and turned to the senator. "Keep pitching your case. I like him." The rail-thin politician said to Paul, "Most important, you don't kill anybody innocent." Gordon added, "Jimmy Coughlin told us you said one time that you only kill other killers. What'd you say? That you only correct God's mistakes? That's what we need." "Well, who is it?" Gordon looked at the senator, who deflected the question. "You have relatives in Germany still?" "Nobody close. My family came over here a long time ago." The senator asked, "What do you know about the Nazis?" "Adolf Hitler's running the country. Sounds like nobody's really crazy about it. There's this big rally against him at Madison Square Garden in March 2-3 years ago. That's about it." "Did you know, Paul," the senator said slowly, "that Hitler's planning another war?" That brought him up short. "Our sources have been giving us information from Germany since Hitler came to power in 1933. The commander picked up a file on the couch next to him and extracted a typed sheet. He handed it to Paul. "Last year, our man in Berlin got his hands on a draft of this letter. It was written by one of their senior men, General Beck." The letter was in German. Paul read it. The author called for a slow but steady rearmament of the German armed forces to protect and expand what Paul translated as living area. The nation had to be ready for war in a few years. Frowning, he put the sheet down. "And they're going ahead with this?" "Last year," Gordon said, "Hitler started a draft, and since then he's building up the troops to even higher levels than that letter recommends. Then 4 months ago, German troops took over the Rhineland, the demilitarized zone bordering France." I read about that. "They're building submarines at Helgoland, and they're taking back control of the Wilhelm Canal to move warships from the North Sea to the Baltic. The man running the finances over there has a new title. He's head of the war economy. And Spain, their civil war, Hitler's sending troops and equipment supposedly to help Franco. Actually, he's using the war to train his soldiers." You want a buttman to kill Hitler?" "Lord, no," the senator said. "Hitler's just a crank, funny in the head. He wants the country to rearm, but he doesn't have a clue how to do it. And this man you're talking about does." "Oh, you bet he does," the senator offered. "His name's Reinhard Ernst. He was a colonel during the war, but he's civilian now. Title's a mouthful. Plenipotentiary for domestic stability. But that's Huey. He's the brains behind rearmament. He's got his finger in everything. Financing with Schacht, Army with Blomberg, Navy with Raeder, Air Force with Goering, munitions with Krupp. What about the treaty? Versailles? They can't have an army, I thought. Not a big one. Same with the Navy. And no Air Force at all. But our man tells us that soldiers and sailors are popping up all over Germany like wine at Cana's wedding. So can't the Allies just stop them? I mean, we won the war. Nobody in Europe's doing a thing. The French could have stopped Hitler cold last March at the Rhineland, but they didn't. The Brits either. All they did was scold a dog that had pissed on the carpet. After a moment, Paul asked, "And what have we done to stop them?" Gordon's subtle glance was one of deference. The senator shrugged. "In America, all we want is peace. The isolationists are running the show. They don't want to be involved in European politics. Men want jobs, and mothers don't want to lose their sons in Flanders fields again." Paul stubbed out his cigarette. "Okay, sure. It's making sense now. If I get caught, there's nothing to lead them back to you. Or to him." A nod toward Roosevelt's picture. "Hell, I'm just a crazy civilian, not a soldier like these kids here." A glance at the two junior officers. The senator said, "That's right, Paul. That's exactly right. And I speak German. We heard you're fluent." Paul's grandfather was proud of his country of ancestry, as was Paul's father, who insisted the children study German and speak their native language in the house. "Well, how would it work? I'm not saying yes. I'm just curious. How would it work?" "There's a ship taking the Olympic team, families and press over to Germany. It leaves day after tomorrow. You'd be on it. We've decided it's the best way. There'll be thousands of foreigners in town. Berlin will be packed. Their army and police will have their hands full." Avery said, "You won't have anything to do with the Olympics officially. The games don't start till August 1st. The Olympic Committee only knows you're a writer." "A sports journalist," Gordon added. "That's your cover. But basically you just play dumb and make yourself invisible. Go to the Olympic Village with everybody else and spend a day or two there, then slip into the city. A hotel's no good. The Nazis monitor all the guests and record passports. Our man's getting a room in a private boarding house for you." Like any craftsman, certain questions about the job slipped into his mind. "Would I use my name?" "Yes, you'll be yourself, but we'll also get you an escape passport, with your picture, but a different name, issued by some other country." The senator said, "You look Russian. You're big and solid." He nodded. "Sure, you'll be the man from Russia." "Well, I don't speak Russian." "Well, nobody there does either. Besides, you'll probably never need the passport. It's just to get you out of the country in an emergency." "And," Paul added quickly, "to make sure nobody traces me to you if I don't make it out, right?" The senator's hesitation, followed by a glance at Gordon, said he was on the money. Paul continued, "Who am I supposed to be working for? All the papers will have stringers there. They'd know I wasn't a reporter." "We thought of that. You'll be writing freelance stories and trying to sell them to some of the sports rags when you get back." Paul asked, "Who's your man over there?" Gordon said, "No names just now." "Well, I don't need a name. Do you trust him, and why?" The senator said, "He's been living there for a couple of years and getting us quality information. He served under me in the war. I know him personally." "What's his cover there?" "Businessman, facilitator, that sort of thing. Works for himself." Gordon continued, "He'll get you a weapon and whatever you need to know about your target." "I don't have a real passport, in my name, I mean." "We know, Paul. We'll get you one." "So that's our general plan, my friend. And I should tell you, if you're thinking of hopping a freight and laying low in some Hooverville out west—" Paul sure as hell had been, but he frowned and shook his head. "Well, these fine young men will be sticking to you like limpets until the ship docks in Hamburg. And if you should get the same hankering to slip out of Berlin, our contact's going to be keeping an eye on you. If you disappear, he calls us, and we call the Nazis to tell them an escaped American killer's at large in Berlin. And we'll give them your name and picture." Gordon held his eye. "If you think we were good at tracking you down, Paul, you ain't seen nothing like the Nazis. And from what we hear, they don't bother with trials and writs of execution. Now we clear on that?" "As a bell." "Good." The commander glanced at Avery. "Now tell him what happens after he finishes the job." The lieutenant said, "We'll have a plane and a crew waiting in Holland. There's an old aerodrome outside of Berlin. After you've finished, we'll fly you out from there." Paul shook his head. I don't know. This whole thing was absolutely nuts. Silence filled the room. It was broken by the man in the wrinkled white suit. I was a colonel in the war, too, just like Reinhard Ernst. And I was at Argonne Woods, just like you. Paul nodded. You know the total? Of what? How many we lost? Paul remembered a sea of bodies, American, French, and German. The wounded were in some ways more horrible. They cried and wailed and moaned and called for their mothers and fathers, and you never forgot that sound. Ever. The older man said in a reverent voice, The AEF lost more than 25,000. Almost 100 wounded. Half the boys under my command died. And Meuse-Argonne was our most spectacular victory in the war. I do not want that to happen again. Paul regarded him. Who are you? He asked again. The senator stirred and began to speak, but the other man replied, I'm Cyrus Claiborne. Yeah, that was it. Brother. The old guy was the head of Continental Telephone and Telegraph. A real honest-to-God millionaire, even now, in the shadow of the Depression. The man continued, Daddy Warbucks, like I was saying. I'm the banker. For, let's say, projects like this, it's usually better for the money not to come out of public troughs. I'm too old to fight for my country, but I do what I can. That satisfy your itch, boy? Yeah, it does. Good. Claiborne looked him over. Well, I've got one more thing to say. The money they mentioned before? The amount? Paul nodded. Double it. Paul felt his skin crackle. $10,000. He couldn't imagine it. Gordon's head slowly turned toward the senator. This, Paul understood, wasn't part of the script. Would you give me cash, not a check? For some reason, the senator and Claiborne laughed hard at this. Whatever you want, sure, the industrialist said. The senator pulled a phone closer to him and tapped the handpiece. So, what's it going to be, son? We get on the horn to Dewey or not? The rasp of a match broke the silence as Gordon lit a cigarette. Think about it, Paul. We're giving you the chance to erase the past, start all over again. What kind of buttman gets that kind of deal? The City of Whispers. Friday, 24th of July, 1936. Finally, the man could do what he'd come here for. It was 6 a.m, and the ship in whose pungent third-class corridor he now stood, the SS Manhattan, was nosing toward Hamburg Harbor, 10 days after leaving New York. The vessel was, literally, the flagship of the United States lines, the first in the company's fleet constructed exclusively for passengers. It was huge, over 2 football fields in length. But this voyage had been especially crowded. Typical transatlantic crossings found the ship carrying 600 or so passengers and a crew of 500. On this trip, though, nearly 400 Olympic athletes, managers and coaches, and another 850 passengers, mostly family, friends, the press, and members of the AOC, filled the 3 classes of accommodations. The number of passengers and the unusual requirements of the athletes and reporters on board the Manhattan had made life hectic for the diligent, polite crew, but particularly so for this round, bald man whose name was Albert Heinzler. Certainly his job as a porter meant long and strenuous hours, but the most arduous aspect of his day was due to his true role on board the ship, one that not a single soul here knew anything about. Heinzler called himself an A-man, which is how the Nazi intelligence service referred to their trusted operatives in Germany, their Agenten. In fact, this reclusive 34-year-old bachelor was merely a member of the German-American Bund, a group of ragtag pro-Hitler Americans loosely allied with the Christian Front in their stand against Jews, communists, and Negroes. Heinzler loved Nazi Germany with all his heart and was enraptured with the Messiah Adolf Hitler. He'd make any sacrifice for the man, prison, or even death, if necessary. Heinzler had hardly believed his good fortune when the commanding stormtrooper at the New Jersey headquarters of the Bund had arranged to get him a job on the Manhattan. The brown-uniformed commandant had explained that while the Nazis were magnanimously welcoming people from around the world, they were worried about security breaches that the influx of athletes and visitors might allow. Heinzler's duty was to be the Nazis' clandestine representative on this ship. It was important that he be free to roam the ship without suspicion. he'd be a porter. Why, this was the thrill of his life. He immediately quit his job working for a certified public accountant. He spent the next few days, until the ship sailed, preparing for his mission, working through the night to study diagrams of the ship, practice his role as a porter, brush up on his German, and learn a variation of Morse code called Continental Code, which was used when telegraphing messages to and within Europe. Once the ship left port, he kept to himself, observed and listened, and was the perfect day man. But when the Manhattan was at sea, he'd been unable to communicate with Germany. The signal of his portable wireless was too weak. Heinzler now glanced out the porthole at the gray strip of Germany. Yes, he believed he was close enough to shore to transmit. He stepped into his minuscule cabin and retrieved the wireless telegraph set from under his cot. Then he started toward the stairs that would take him to the highest deck, where he hoped the puny signal would make it to shore. As he walked down the narrow corridor, he mentally reviewed his message once again. For the Obersturmführer SS Hamburg, I am a devoted National Socialist. Have overheard that a man with a Russian connection intends to cause some damage at high levels in Berlin in the next few days. Have not learned his identity yet, but will continue to look into this matter, and hope to send that information soon. He was alive when he sparred. There was no feeling like this. Dancing in the snug leather shoes, muscles warm, skin both cool from sweat and hot from blood, the dynamo hum of your body in constant motion. The pain, too. Paul Schumann believed you could learn a lot from pain. That really was the whole point of it, after all. But mostly he liked sparring because, like boxing itself, success or failure rested solely on his own broad and slightly scarred shoulders, and was due to his deft feet and powerful hands and his mind. In boxing, it's only you against the other guy, no teammates. If you get beat, it's because he's better than you, plain and simple. He was now dancing over the ring that had been set up on the main deck of the Manhattan. The whole ship had been turned into a floating gymnasium for training. One of the Olympic boxers had seen him working out at the punching bag last night and asked if he wanted to do some sparring this morning before the ship docked. Paul had immediately agreed. He now dodged a few left jabs and connected with his signature right, drawing a surprised blink from his opponent. Paul sparred 2 or 3 times a week. He was in some demand as a sparring partner, even though he was 41, because he was a walking lesson book of boxing techniques. He'd spar anywhere, in Brooklyn gyms, in outdoor rings at Coney Island, even in serious venues. Once or twice he'd actually gone glove to glove with some of the greats. As they moved over the canvas, Paul noted that the boy was strong and fast, but he couldn't detach himself from his opponent. He'd get overwhelmed with a lust to win. Well, you need a desire, of course, but more important was calmly observing how the other guy moved, looking for clues as to what he was going to do next. This detachment was absolutely vital in being a great boxer. And it was vital for a button man, too. Albert Heinzler perched beside a smokestack on one of the high decks of the Manhattan and hooked the battery to the wireless set. He took out the tiny black and brown telegraph key and mounted it to the top of the unit. As the tubes warmed up, he tried the key. His compulsive nature had driven him to practice for hours on end. He'd timed himself just before the ship sailed. He could send a message of this length in under 2 minutes. Finally, a light glowed on the faceplate of the radio unit. He slipped his finger onto the tiny bakelite key and began transmitting the message, which he translated into German as he keyed. Für Ober. He got no further than this. Heinzler gasped as a hand grabbed his collar from behind and pulled him backward. Off balance, he cried out and fell to the smooth oak deck. No, don't hurt me. He started to rise to his feet, but the large, grim-faced man wearing a boxing outfit drew back a huge fist and shook his head. Don't move. Heinzler sank back to the deck, shivering. The boxer reached forward and ripped the battery wires off the unit. Downstairs, he said, gathering up the transmitter. Now! And he yanked the A-man to his feet. What are you up to? Go to hell, the balding man said, though with a quavering voice that belied his words. They were in Paul's cabin. The transmitter, battery, and the contents of the man's pockets were strewn on the narrow cot. Paul repeated his question, adding an ominous growl this time. Tell me. A pounding on the cabin door. Paul stepped forward and opened it. Vince Magnelli pushed inside. "I got your message. What the hell is—" He fell silent, staring at their prisoner. Paul handed him the wallet. "Albert Heinzler, German-American Bund." "Oh, Christ, not the Bund." He had that, a nod at the wireless telegraph. "He was spying on us?" "I don't know, but he was just about to transmit something." "How'd you tip to him?" "Call it a hunch." Paul didn't tell Magnelli that while he trusted Gordon and his boys up to a point, he didn't know how careless they might be at this sort of game. They could have been leaving behind a trail of clues a mile wide. He hadn't thought there was much of a risk from the Nazis. He was more concerned that word might get to some of his old enemies in Brooklyn or Jersey that he was on the ship, and he wanted to be prepared. So he dipped into his own pocket just after they'd left port and slipped his senior mate a C-note, asking him to find out about any crew members who were strangers to the regular crew, kept to themselves, were asking unusual questions. Any passengers, too, who seemed suspicious. $100 buys a hell of a lot of detective work, but throughout the voyage the mate had heard of nothing, until this morning, when he'd interrupted Paul's sparring match with the Olympian to tell him that some of the crew had been talking about this porter Heinzler. He was always skulking around, never spent time with fellow crew members, and, weirdest of all, would start spouting hooey about the Nazis and Hitler at the drop of a hat. Alarmed, Paul tracked down Heinzler and found him on the top deck, hunched over his radio. "Did he send anything?" Magnelli now asked. "Not this morning. He didn't have time to send more than a few letters, but he might have been transmitting all week." Magnelli glanced down at the radio. "Probably not with that. Range is only a few miles. What does he know?" "Ask him," Paul said. "So, fella, what's your game?" Heinzler gave an eerie smile. He turned to Magnelli. "I heard you talking. I know what you're up to, but they'll stop you." "Who put you up to this? The Bund?" Heinzler scoffed. "Nobody put me up to anything. I'm loyal to the New Germany. I love the Fuhrer and I'd do anything for him in the party. And people like you—" "Oh, can it," Magnelli muttered. "What do you mean you heard us?" Heinzler didn't answer. He smiled smugly and looked out the porthole. Paul said, "He heard you and Avery? What were you saying?" The lieutenant looked down at the floor. "I don't know. We went over the plan a couple of times, just talking it through. I don't remember exactly." "Brother, not in your cabin," Paul snapped. "You should have been up on deck where you could see if anybody was around." "I didn't think anybody'd be listening," the lieutenant said defensively. "What are you going to do with him?" "Well, I'll talk to Avery. There's a brig on board. I guess we'll stow him there until we figure something out." "Could we get him to the consulate in Hamburg?" "Well, maybe, I don't know, but—" He fell silent, frowning. "What's that smell?" Paul, too, frowned. A sudden, bittersweet scent filled the cabin. "No!" Heinzler was falling back on the pillow, eyes rolling up in his sockets, bits of white foam filling the corners of his mouth. His body was convulsing horribly. "Cyanide," Magnelli whispered. He ran to the porthole and opened it wide. Paul took a pillowcase and carefully wiped the man's mouth, fished inside for the capsule. But he pulled out only a few shards of glass. It had shattered completely. He was dead by the time Paul turned back from the basin with a glass of water to wash the poison out of his mouth. "He killed himself," Magnelli whispered manically, staring with wide eyes. "Just right there, he killed himself." Paul thought angrily, and there goes a chance to find out anything more. The lieutenant stared at the body, shaken. "Go tell Avery." "What?" "Oh, sure, Andy, I'll tell him, yeah." The lieutenant stepped outside. A few dumbbells from the gymnasium tied to the waist would be heavy enough to sink the body in the ocean, but the porthole here was only 8 inches across, and the Manhattan's corridors were now filling with passengers getting ready to disembark. There was no way to get him out through the interior of the ship. They'd have to wait. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Paul let Magnelli back inside. "Andy's contacting Gordon." He couldn't stop staring at the body. Finally, the lieutenant asked Paul, "You're packed? Ready to go?" "Will be after I change." He glanced down at his athletic shirt and shorts. "Do that, then go up top. Andy said we don't want things to look bum. You disappearing, and this guy too, and then his supervisor can't find him. We'll meet you on the port side, main deck, in half an hour." With a last glance toward Heinzler's body, Paul picked up his suitcase and shaving kit and headed down to the shower room. After washing and shaving, he dressed in a white shirt and gray flannel slacks, forgoing his short-brimmed brown Stetson. 3 or 4 landlubbers had already lost their straw boaters or trilbies overboard. 10 minutes later, he was strolling along the solid oak decks in the pale early morning light. Paul stopped, leaned on the rail, and smoked a Chesterfield. He thought about the man who just killed himself. He'd never understood that, suicide. The look in the man's eyes gave a clue, Paul supposed. That fanatic shine. I love the Führer, and I'd do anything for him and the party. Sure, it was nuts that a man would just take his own life like that. But what was more unsettling was what it told Paul about the gray strip of land he was now gazing at. How many people there had this same deadly passion? In a few minutes, Manielli and Avery joined him. Avery was carrying a folder of papers in an old battered leather briefcase. He looked around. There was no one within earshot. Pull up a chair. Paul found a heavy wooden white deck chair and carried it over to the sailors. Here's the wire, Avery whispered. The commander's not so worried about this Heinzler guy. Even if he got a message off, Berlin probably wouldn't pay it much attention. The Bund's an embarrassment to them. What'll happen to the body? After everybody disembarks, some Marines from the Hamburg consulate will come on board and take care of it. Then Avery leaned forward and said in a low voice, Okay, here's what's going to happen about your mission, Paul. After we dock, you get off, and Vince and I will take care of the situation with Heinzler. Then we're going on to Amsterdam. You stay with the team. There'll be a brief ceremony in Hamburg, and then everybody takes the train to Berlin. The athletes will have another ceremony tonight, but you go straight to the Olympic Village and stay out of sight. Tomorrow morning, take a bus to the Tiergarten. That's the Central Park of Berlin. He handed the briefcase to Paul. Take this with you. What is it? It's part of your cover. Press pass, paper, pencils, a lot of background about the games in the city. A guide to the Olympic Village, articles, clippings, sports, statistics. The sort of stuff a writer would have. You don't need to look at it now. But Paul opened the case and spent some minutes looking carefully, going through the contents. He could spot nothing suspicious about the other materials. You don't trust anybody, do you? Manielli asked. Paul clicked the briefcase closed and looked up. What about my other passport, the Russian one? Our man will give that to you there. He's got a forger who's an expert with European documents. Now, tomorrow, make sure you have the satchel with you. It's how he'll recognize you. He unfurled a colorful map of Berlin and traced a route. Get off here and go this way. Make your way to a cafe called the Beer House. Avery looked at Paul, who was staring at the map. You can take it with you. You don't have to memorize it. But Paul shook his head. Maps tell people where you've been or where you're going, and looking at one on the street draws everybody's attention to you. If you're lost, better just ask directions. That way only one person knows you're a stranger, not a whole crowd. Near the cafe there's an alley, Dresden Alley. At noon, walk into it and stop like you're lost. Our man will come up to you. He's the guy the senator was telling you about, Reginald Morgan, Reggie. Describe him. Short, mustache, darkish hair. He'll be speaking German. He'll strike up a conversation. At some point you ask, what's the best tram to take to get to Alexanderplatz? And he'll say, the number 138 tram. Then he'll pause and correct himself and say, no, the 254 is better. You'll know it's him, because those aren't real tram numbers. All right, Alexanderplatz, trams 138, 254. What if he flubs the tram story? It's not him? I'm getting to that. If something seems fishy, what you do is you don't hit him, you don't make a scene, just smile and walk away as casually as you can and go to this address. Avery gave him a slip of paper with a street name and number on it. Paul memorized it and handed the paper back. The lieutenant gave him a key, which he pocketed. There's a wireless in the storeroom next to the kitchen. You can radio us in Amsterdam and we'll place a call to Commander Gordon. He and the senator will decide what to do next. But if everything's silk, Morgan will take care of you. Get you into the boarding house, find you a weapon, and get all the information you need on the man you're going to visit. The men fell silent. There was nothing more to say. Finally, the sailors went below. Paul rose, lit another cigarette, and leaned against the railing once more as the huge ship eased into the harbor in Hamburg. His thoughts wholly focused on Colonel Reinhard Ernst, a man whose ultimate importance, to Paul Schumann, had little to do with his potential threat to peace in Europe and to so many innocent lives, but could be found in the fact that he was the last person that the button man would ever kill. Several hours after the Manhattan docked and the athletes and their entourage had disembarked, a young crewman from the ship exited German passport control and began wandering through the streets of Hamburg. He wouldn't have much time ashore. Being so junior, he had a leave of only 6 hours. But he'd spent all his life on American soil and was bound and determined to enjoy his first visit to a foreign country. But before he could sample some local culture, he had an errand to complete. The mate walked up to a middle-aged man in a green uniform and a black and green hat. He tried out his German. "Bitte, du bist ein Polizist, or a Soldat?" The officer smiled and said in English, Yes, I'm a policeman, and I was a soldier. What can I help you for?" Nodding down the street, the mate said, "I found this on the ground." He handed the man a white envelope. "Isn't that the word for important?" He pointed to the letters on the front. "Bedeutend. I wanted to make sure it got turned in." Staring at the front of the envelope, the policeman didn't respond for a moment. Then he said, Yes, important." The other words written on the front were, "Für Obersturmführer SS Hamburg." The mate had no idea what this meant, but it seemed to trouble the policeman. "You were seeing perhaps who dropped it?" "No, just saw it there and thought I'd be a good Samaritan." "Ach, yes, Samaritan." "Well, I'd better scram," the American said. "So long." "Danke," the policeman said absently. As he headed back toward the waterfront, the young man was wondering what exactly the envelope contained, and why the man he'd met on the Manhattan, the porter Al Heinzler, had asked him last night to deliver it to a local policeman or soldier after the ship docked. The fellow was a little nuts, everybody agreed. The way he kept to himself, the way he got all wet-eyed talking about Germany. But he'd offered him a 20 to make this special delivery, and the mate wasn't about to turn that down. He hadn't seen Heinzler since last night, but thoughts about the porter vanished quickly as the young man set out to enjoy his shore leave. As Reinhard Ernst walked through the corridors of the State Chancellery building in central Berlin, the one thought in his mind was this: what will the consequences of my mistake be? How bad was my miscalculation? The 56-year-old colonel had a round head covered with cropped gray hair. Creases circled his mouth. His small nose was Roman, and his eyes set close together, making him seem both predatory and savvy. He lifted his arm and gave a perfunctory Hail Hitler to a guard who had enthusiastically saluted the plenipotentiary for domestic stability, a title as heavy and embarrassing to wear as a wet, threadbare coat. Ernst continued down the corridor, his face emotionless, revealing nothing of the turbulent thoughts about the crime he had committed. And what was that crime? The infraction of not sharing all with the leader. This would be a minor matter in other countries, perhaps, but here it could be a capital offense. Yet sometimes you couldn't share all. If you did give Hitler all the details of an idea, his mind might snag on its most insignificant aspect, and that would be the end of it. Shot dead with one word. Never mind that you had no personal gain at stake and were thinking only of the good of the fatherland. But if you didn't tell him, that could be far worse. In his paranoia, he might decide that you were withholding information for a reason, and then the great piercing eye of the party's security mechanism would turn toward you and your loved ones, sometimes with deadly consequences. As, Reinhard Ernst was convinced, had now occurred, given the mysterious and peremptory summons to an early, unscheduled meeting. The Third Empire was order and structure and regularity personified. Anything out of the ordinary was cause for alarm. He should have told the man something about the Voltam study when Ernst had first conceived it this past March. Yet the leader, Defense Minister von Blomberg, and Ernst himself had been so occupied with retaking the Rhineland that the study had paled beside the monumental risk of reclaiming a portion of their country stolen away by the Allies at Versailles. And truth be told, much of the study was based on academic work that Hitler would find suspect, if not inflammatory. Ernst simply hadn't wanted to bring the matter up, and now he was going to pay for that oversight. He announced himself to Hitler's secretary and was admitted. Ernst walked inside the large ante-office and found himself standing before Adolf Hitler, leader, chancellor, and president of the Third Empire and ultimate commander of the armed forces. Wearing a brown uniform and glossy black knee boots, Hitler was bending over a desk, leafing through papers. "My leader," Ernst said, nodding respectfully and offering a gentle heel tap. "Colonel!" Hitler glanced up at Ernst with his pale blue eyes beneath drooping lids, eyes that for some reason left the impression that the man was considering a dozen things at once. His mood was forever unreadable. Hitler found the document he sought and turned and walked into his large but modestly decorated office. "Please join us." Ernst followed. His still soldier's face gave no reaction, but his heart sank when he saw who else was present. Sweating and massive, Hermann Göring lounged on a couch that creaked under his weight. The air minister nodded a greeting to Ernst, who reciprocated. Another man sat in an ornate chair sipping coffee, his legs crossed like a woman's. The club-footed scarecrow, Paul Joseph Goebbels, the state propaganda minister. Ernst said good morning to him, and then sat. The leader sat and poured himself chocolate. He took a sip, wiped his mustache, then glanced sharply at Ernst. "Colonel." "Yes, sir?" "An important matter." "Of course, my leader. However I may help." Ernst held the man's eyes and answered in a steady voice. "It involves our Air Force." Ernst glanced at Göring, ruddy cheeks framing a faux smile. A daring ace in the war, he was presently both Air Minister and Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force, the latter currently being his favorite among the dozen titles he held. It was on the subject of the German Air Force that Göring and Ernst met most frequently and clashed the most passionately. Hitler handed a document to Ernst. "You read English?" "Some." "This is a letter from Mr. Charles Lindbergh himself," Hitler said proudly. "He will be attending the Olympics as our special guest." Really? This was exciting information. Lindbergh. Ernst had avidly followed the story of the man's transatlantic flight, but he'd been far more moved by the terrible account of the death of the aviator's son. Ernst knew the horror of losing a child. The accidental explosion in a ship's magazine that had taken Mark was tragic, wrenching, yes, but at least Ernst's son had been at the helm of a combat ship and had lived to see his own boy Rudy born. To lose an infant to the hands of a criminal, that was appalling. Ernst scanned the document and was able to make out the cordial words which expressed an interest in seeing Germany's recent developments in aviation. The leader continued. "This is why I have asked for you, Colonel. Some people think that it would be of strategic value to show the world our increasing strength in the air. I am inclined to feel this way myself. What do you think about a small air show in honor of Mr. Lindbergh in which we demonstrate our new monoplane?" Ernst was greatly relieved that the summons had not been about the Voltam study, but the relief lasted only a moment. His concerns rose once again as he considered what he was being asked, and the answer he had to give. The some people Hitler was referring to was, of course, Hermann Göring. He cocked his head, as if considering the question, though he'd made his decision the instant he'd heard it. "I would be against that idea, my leader." "Why?" Hitler's eyes flared, a sign that a tantrum might follow, possibly accompanied by what was nearly as bad, an endless ranting monologue about military history or politics. "Are we not allowed to protect ourselves? Are we ashamed to let the world know that we reject the third-class role the Allies keep trying to push us into?" Careful now, Ernst thought. Careful as a surgeon removing a tumor. "I'm not thinking of the Backstabbers Treaty of 1918, Ernst answered, filling his voice with contempt for the Versailles Accord. "I am thinking of how wise it might be to let others know about this aircraft." Avoiding eye contact with Ernst, Göring predictably said, "We must begin to let our enemies know our strength." "Perhaps," Ernst said slowly, "a possibility would be to display one of the prototypes at the Olympics. They have no armament mounted, which would suggest that any offensive use is far from our thoughts." Hitler said, "There is something to your point, Reinhardt. Yes, we will not put on an air show, and we will display the prototype. Good, that is decided. Thank you for coming, Colonel." "My leader." Bathed in relief, Ernst rose. He was nearly to the door when Göring said casually, "Oh, Reinhardt, a matter occurs to me. I believe a file of yours was misdirected to my office." Ernst turned back to examine the smiling, moonish face. Göring squinted. "I believe it had to do with, what was it? The Voltam study? Yes." God in heaven. Hitler was paying no attention. He unfurled an architectural drawing and studied it closely. "Misdirected?" Ernst asked. Filched by one of Goering's spies was the true meaning of this word. "Thank you, Mr. Minister," he said lightly. "I'll have someone pick it up immediately. Good day to—" But the deflection, of course, was ineffectual. Goering continued. "You were fortunate that the file was delivered to me. Imagine what some people might have thought to see Jew writing with your name on it." Hitler looked up. "What is this?" Sweating prodigiously as always, Goering wiped his face and replied, "The Voltam study that Colonel Ernst has commissioned." Hitler shook his head, and the minister persisted. "Oh, I assumed our leader knew about it." "Tell me," Hitler demanded. Goering said, "I know nothing about it. I only received, mistakenly, as I say, several reports written by those Jew mind doctors, one by that Austrian Freud, someone named Weiss, others I can't recall." He added with a twist of his lips, "Those psychologists." In the hierarchy of Hitler's hatred, Jews came first, communists second, and intellectuals third. Psychologists were particularly disparaged since they rejected racial science, the belief that race determined behavior, a cornerstone of National Socialist thought. "Is this true, Reinhardt?" Ernst said casually, "As part of my job, I read many documents on aggression and conflict. That's what these writings deal with." "You've never mentioned this to me." And with his characteristic instinct for sniffing out the merest hint of conspiracy, Hitler asked quickly, "Defense Minister von Blomberg, is he familiar with this study of yours?" "No, there's nothing to report at this time. As the name suggests, it's merely a study being conducted through Volta Military College, to gather information, that's all. Nothing may come of it." Ashamed to be playing this game, he added, putting some of Goebbels' sycophantic shine in his eyes, "But it is possible that the results will show us ways in which to create a much stronger, more efficient army to achieve the glorious goals you've established for our fatherland." Ernst could not tell if this bootlicking had any effect. Hitler rose and paced. He walked to an elaborate model of the Olympic Stadium grounds and stared at it for a long moment. Ernst could feel his heartbeat thudding all the way to his teeth. The leader turned and shouted, "I wish to see my architect! Immediately!" "Yes, sir," his aide said, and hurried to the ante-office. A moment later, a man entered the room. Though it was not Albert Speer, but black-uniformed Heinrich Himmler, whose weak chin, diminutive physique, and round black-rimmed glasses nearly made you forget that he was the absolute ruler of the SS, Gestapo, and every other police force in the country. Himmler gave his typical stiff salute and turned his adoring blue-gray eyes toward Hitler, who responded with his own standard greeting, a limp over-the-shoulder flap. The SS leader glanced around the room and concluded that he could share whatever news had brought him here. "I have a security matter to report. An SS commander in Hamburg received a letter this morning dated today. It was addressed to him by title, but not name. It claimed that some Russian was going to cause some damage in Berlin in the next few days. At high levels, it said. Written by whom? He described himself as a loyal National Socialist, but gave no name. It was found in the street. We don't know any more about its origin. Whoever sent it said that he was continuing to investigate and would send the man's identity when he learned it, but we never heard anything further. Finding the note in the street suggests the sender was intercepted and perhaps killed. We might never learn more." Hitler asked, "The language? German?" "Yes, my leader." "Ach, the Bolsheviks would love to disrupt our games." Hitler's face was a mask of fury. Goering asked, "You think it's legitimate?" Himmler replied, "I've told all our security forces to look into the matter." His voice raw with anger, Hitler raged, "Do what you must. Everything. There will be no taint on our games." And unnervingly, a fraction of a second later, his voice was calm and his blue eyes bright. "Please, now, you may all leave. Thank you. I need to consider some building matters." He called to the aide in the doorway. "Where is Speer?" "He will be here momentarily, my leader." The men walked to the door. What had just happened was typical of the way the inner circle of the National Socialist government worked. "Colonel," Hitler's voice called. Ernst stopped immediately and looked back. The leader was staring at the mock-up of the stadium, examining the newly constructed train station. He said, "You will prepare a report on this Voltam study of yours, in detail. I will receive it on Monday." "Yes, of course, my leader." Friday evening, misty and warm. fragrant with the scent of cut grass, overturned earth, and sweet, fresh paint. Paul Schumann strolled by himself through the Olympic Village, a half-hour west of Berlin. Set in a birch forest, the place was beautifully laid out in sweeping arcs of low, immaculate buildings, with a lake and curved paths and trails for running and walking, training fields, and even its own sports arena. He'd arrived not long before, after the complicated journey from Hamburg. It had been an exhausting day, yes, but invigorating too, and he was stoked by the excitement of being in a foreign land, his ancestral home, and the anticipation of his mission. He had shown his press pass and been admitted to the American portion of the village. He'd left his suitcase and satchel in one of the small guest rooms in the back, where he'd stay for a few nights. The athletes were presently at the welcoming ceremony, which he'd been urged to attend by the American team members he had met on the Manhattan. But now that he was in the locale of the touch-off, he needed to lay low. He begged off, saying he had to get some work done for interviews the next morning. He'd eaten in the dining hall, and after a coffee and a Chesterfield was now finishing his walk through the village. Nearing his room at the dorm, Paul noticed 3 boys in shorts, brown shirts, and black ties wearing brown military-style hats. He'd seen dozens of such youngsters here assisting the teams. The trio marched toward a tall pole, at the top of which flew the Nazi flag. Even now, at dusk, the flag's crimson was striking, brilliant as fresh blood. One boy noticed him watching and asked in German, "You are an athlete, sir, yet you're not at the ceremony we are hosting." Paul thought it better not to give away his linguistic skills, even to Boy Scouts, so he said in English, "Sorry, I don't speak German so well." The boy switched to Paul's language. "You are an athlete?" "No, I'm a journalist." "You are English or American?" "American." "Ach," the cheerful youngster said in a thick accent. "Welcome to Berlin, mein Herr." "Thank you." The second boy noted Paul's gaze and said, "You are liking our party's flag? It is, would you say, impressing, yes?" "Yeah, it is." The first boy said, "Please, each part is having a meaning, an important meaning. Do you know what are those?" "No, tell me." Paul looked up at the banner. Happy to explain, he said enthusiastically, "Red, that is socialism. The white is, no doubt, for nationalism. And the black, the hooked cross, you would say, swastika." He looked at Paul with a raised eyebrow and said nothing more. "Yes," Paul said. "Go on, what does that mean?" The boy glanced at his companions, then back to Paul with a curious smile. He said, "Ach, surely you know." To his friends, he said in German, "I will lower the flag now." Smiling, he repeated to Paul, "Surely you know." And frowning in concentration, he brought the flag down as the other 2 extended their hands in one of those stiff-arm salutes you saw everywhere. As Paul walked toward the dorm, the boys broke into a song, which they sang with uneven, energetic voices. He heard snatches of it rising and falling on the hot air as he strolled away. "Hold high the banner, close the ranks. The SA marches on with firm steps. Give way to the brown battalions as the stormtroopers clear the land. The trumpet calls its final blast. For battle we stand ready. Soon all streets will see Hitler's flag, and our slavery will be over." Paul slipped through the back entrance of his dorm and returned to his room, where he washed, cleaned his teeth, then stripped and dropped onto his bed. He stared at the ceiling for a long time, waiting for sleep as he thought about Heinzler making such a passionate, foolish sacrifice. Thinking, too, of Reinhard Ernst. And finally, as he began to doze, thinking of the boy in the brown uniform, seeing his mysterious smile, hearing his voice over and over, "Surely you know, surely you know." Goering's hat. Saturday, 25th of July, 1936. The streets of Berlin were immaculate, and the people pleasant, many nodding as he walked past. Carting the beat-up old briefcase, Paul Schumann was walking north through the Tiergarten. The park was beautiful, filled with dense trees, walkways, and lakes, gardens. It was late morning on Saturday, and he was on his way to meet Reggie Morgan. An uneasiness crept over him. Instinctively, he paused from time to time and would glance casually behind him. No one seemed to be following, but he couldn't tell for sure. The forest was very dim in places. He crossed the murky Spree River then continued north on Spener Street, away from the park. He found the restaurant easily, the Bierhaus. He looked over the place. A half-dozen lunchers sat on the patio, men and women, solitary for the most part, lost in their food or newspapers. Paul crossed the street to the passageway Avery had told him about, Dresden Alley. He walked into the dark, cool canyon. The time was a few minutes before noon. A moment later he heard footsteps. Then a heavy-set man in a brown suit and waistcoat strode up behind him, working a toothpick in his teeth. "Good day," the man said cheerfully in German. He glanced at the brown leather briefcase. Paul nodded. He was the way Avery described Morgan, though he was heavier than Paul had expected. "This is a good shortcut, don't you think? I use it often." "It certainly is." Paul glanced at him. "Maybe you can help me. What's the best tram to take to get to Alexander Plaza?" But the man frowned. "The tram? Why would you take the tram? The underground is much faster." Okay, Paul thought, he's the wrong one. Get away. Now, just walk slowly. "Thank you. That's most helpful. Good day to you." But Paul's eyes must have revealed something. The man's hand strayed to his side, a gesture Paul knew well, and he thought, pistol. God damn them for sending him out here without his Colt. Paul's fists clenched, and he started forward, but for a fat man, his adversary was surprisingly quick and leapt back, out of Paul's reach, deftly pulling a black pistol from his belt. Paul could only turn and flee. He sprinted around a corner into a short offshoot of the alley. He stopped fast. It was a dead end. A scrape of shoe behind him, and he felt the man's weapon against his back, level with his heart. "Don't move," the man announced in guttural German. "Drop the bag." Paul dropped the briefcase on the cobblestones, feeling the gun leave his back and touch his head, just below the sweatband of his hat. He closed his eyes. The sun finally sets. The shot was abrupt. It echoed briefly off the walls of the alley and then was smothered by the brick. Cringing, Paul felt the muzzle of the gun press harder into his skull, and then the weapon fell away. He heard it clatter on the cobblestones. He stepped away fast, crouching, and turned to see the man who'd been about to kill him crumpling to the ground. His eyes were open but glazed. A bullet had struck him in the side of the head. Blood spattered the ground and brick wall. He looked up and saw another man in a charcoal-gray flannel suit approaching him. Instinct took over, and Paul swept up the dead man's pistol. Aiming at the man's chest, he squinted, recognizing the fellow as one of the patrons from the beer-house patio. The man held a pistol, a large automatic, but it wasn't pointed at Paul. He was still aiming at the man on the ground. "Don't move," Paul said in German. "Drop the gun." The man didn't drop it, but convinced the man he'd shot wasn't a threat, slipped his own weapon into his pocket. He slowly approached. "Schumann?" he asked. Paul said nothing. He kept the Luger aimed at the stranger, who nodded at the briefcase on the ground. "I'm Reggie Morgan." He too fit the description Avery had given him. Dark hair and mustache, though he was much thinner than the dead man. Paul looked up and down the alley. No one. The exchange would seem absurd, with a dead body in front of them, but Paul asked, "What's the best tram to take to get to Alexander Plaza?" Morgan replied quickly, "The number 138 tram. No, actually, the 254 is better." Paul glanced at the body. "So then who's he?" "Let's find out." He bent over the corpse and began to rifle through the dead man's pockets. "I'll keep watch," Paul said. "Good." Paul stepped away. Then he turned back and touched the Luger to the back of Morgan's head. "Don't move." The man froze. "What's this?" In English, Paul said, "Give me your passport." Paul took the booklet, which confirmed that the man was Reginald Morgan. He put the gun away. "Sorry." Morgan resumed his examination of the corpse, then sighed. "Brother, here's a problem." "What?" The man held up an official-looking card. On the top was a stamp of an eagle, and below it, in a circle, a swastika. The letters SA appeared on the top. "What does that mean?" "It means, my friend, that you've been in town for less than a day, and already we've managed to kill a stormtrooper." "A what?" Paul Schumann asked. Morgan sighed. Sturmabteilung, stormtrooper, or brown shirt, sort of the party's own army. Think of them as Hitler's thugs. He shook his head. And it's worse for us. He's not in uniform. That means he's a brown elite, one of their senior people. How did he find out about me? I'm not sure he did, not you specifically. He was in a phone booth checking up on everybody on the street. I didn't see him, Paul said, angry with himself for missing the surveillance. Morgan continued. As soon as you started into the alley, he came after you. I'd say he just took it on himself to see what you were up to, a stranger in the neighborhood. The brown shirts have their fiefdoms. This must have been his. In any event, this is a problem. If the brown shirts find out one of their own has been killed, they won't stop searching until they find the murderer. Oh, and they will search. There are tens of thousands of them in the city, like roaches. The initial shock of the shooting had worn off. Paul's instincts were returning. The shell casing, he said. From your pistol. They looked over the ground, and Paul spotted the small yellow tube. He picked it up with his handkerchief, rubbed it clean, just in case Morgan's prints were on it, and dropped it down a drain pipe. He heard it rattle for a moment until there was a splash. Morgan nodded. They said you were good. He opened a well-worn pocket knife. We'll cut the labels out of his clothes, take all his effects, then get away from here as fast as possible, before they find him. Would a stormtrooper wear a tattoo? Maybe that swastika, or the letters SA? Yes, it's possible. Look for any, on his arms and chest. And if I find one? Morgan asked, frowning. What can we do about it? Paul nodded at the knife. You're joking. But Paul's face revealed that no, he wasn't. I can't do that, Morgan whispered. I will then. If it's important he's not identified, we have to. Paul knelt on the cobblestones and opened the man's jacket and shirt. But no flaying was required, as it turned out. The man's body was free of markings. A sudden shout. Both men froze. Morgan looked up the alley. His hand went to his pistol again. Paul, too, gripped the weapon he'd taken from the stormtrooper. The voice called again. Then silence, except for the traffic. A moment later, though, Paul could detect an eerie siren, rising and falling, growing closer. You should leave, Morgan said urgently. I'll finish with him. Meet me in 45 minutes. There's a restaurant called the Summer Garden on Rosenthaler Street, northwest of Alexander Plaza. I have a contact who's got information about Ernst. I'll have him meet us there. Go back to the street in front of the beer hall. You should be able to get a taxi there. Look straight ahead and don't make eye contact with anyone. The Summer Garden, Paul repeated, picking up the briefcase and brushing dust and grime off the leather. He dropped the stormtrooper's pistol inside. From now on, let's stick to German, less suspicious. Good idea, Morgan said in the local tongue. You speak well, better than I expected. Now hurry. Morgan turned back to his task with the quick precision of a tailor. The dusty, pitted black car pulled onto the sidewalk near the alleyway where 3 Schupo officers stood. A middle-aged, mustachioed man in a 3-piece off-white linen suit climbed out of the passenger side of the vehicle, which rose several inches, relieved of his considerable weight. He placed his Panama hat on his thinning salt and pepper hair and tapped the smoldering tobacco from his meerschaum pipe. The engine stuttered, coughed, and finally went silent. Pocketing the yellowing pipe, Inspector Willy Cole glanced at the vehicle, a 2-year-old DKW, with some exasperation. The top SS and Gestapo investigators had Mercedes and BMWs, but Kripo inspectors, even senior ones like Cole, were relegated to auto union cars. Konrad Janssen, smooth-shaven and hatless like so many of today's young inspector candidates, emerged from the driver's seat and buttoned his double-breasted green silk suit jacket. He took a briefcase and camera case from the trunk. Patting his pocket to make sure he had his notebook and evidence envelopes, Cole wandered toward the Schupos. The Schupo, city patrolmen, might assist inspectors occasionally, but they were not technically under the command of the Kripo. Cole had little regular contact with any of them. Cole lifted his arm in a semblance of a party salute. Where's the body? Through there, sir, the man said. Dresden Alley. Tell me what you know. Yes, sir, that's not much, I'm afraid. A call came into the Tiergarten precinct, and I came immediately here. I was the first to arrive. Who called? Cole walked into the alley, then looked back at the other officers and impatiently gestured for them to follow. She gave no name. A woman. She heard a shot from around here. Lying on his back on the cobblestones was a man in his 40s, overweight. The wound in the side of his head was clearly the cause of death, and he'd bled profusely. His clothes were disheveled, and his pockets turned out. The inspector said to the two younger Shupos, "Please, see if you can find witnesses, particularly anyone at the mouths of this alley." "Yes, sir." The men walked off sharply. "Did you touch him?" "No," the senior Shupo said. Cole searched the pockets and found no identification. Nothing at all, in fact. Curious. Breathing heavily as he knelt, he examined the body carefully and found the man's hands to be soft, free of calluses. He spoke half to himself, half to Conrad Janssen. "With these hands, he doesn't work labor. Businessman, professional, civil servant, government most likely." Cole next probed the man's legs. "But his legs are very muscular. And look at those excessively worn shoes. My guess is that he is a walker and a hiker." The inspector grunted as he rose with some effort. "Out for a stroll after an early lunch," Janssen said. "Yes, very likely." The young officer continued. "So, a robbery victim?" "Certainly a possibility," Cole said slowly. "But I think not. A robber taking everything that the man had on him? And there aren't any gunpowder burn patterns on the neck or ear. That means the bullet was fired from some distance. A robber would have been closer and confronted him face to face. This man was shot from behind and the side." A lick of the stubby pencil tip, and Cole recorded these observations in his crinkled notebook. Cole examined the head wound, then walked to the wall of the alley, on which a considerable amount of blood was spattered. Ah! The inspector was delighted to find the bullet sitting where the cobblestones met the brick wall. He picked it up carefully with a tissue. It was only slightly dented. He recognized immediately that it was a 9mm slug. This meant it most likely came from an automatic pistol, which would have ejected the spent brass cartridge. He said to the third Shupo, "Please, officer, look over the ground there, every centimeter. Look for a brass shell casing." "Yes, sir." Pulling his magnifying monocle from his waistcoat pocket and squinting through it, Cole examined the projectile. "The bullet is in very good shape. That's encouraging. We'll see what the lands and grooves tell us back at the Alex. They're quite sharp." "So the killer has a new gun," Janssen offered, then qualified his comment. "Or an old gun that has rarely been fired. Very good, Janssen. Those were to be my very next words." Cole put the slug in a brown envelope and sealed it. Janssen again looked over the corpse. "If he wasn't robbed, sir, then why are his pockets turned out?" "Oh, I didn't mean he wasn't robbed. I'm simply not sure that robbery was the primary motive." "Ah, there. Open the jacket again." Janssen pulled open the garment. "See the threads? The label has been cut out. Is that true of all his garments?" "Identification," the young man said, nodding as he looked at the trousers and shirt. "The killer doesn't want us to know whom he has killed." "Take his fingerprints, Janssen. It will be forever if we wait for the coroner to do so." "Yes, sir." The young officer opened his briefcase and removed the equipment. He started to work. "Sir, Inspector," the Shupo officer called, "I can find no casings here. I have scoured the entire area." This fact troubled Cole, and Janssen caught his boss's expression. "He not only cut the labels from his victim, he took the time to find the shell casing," Cole said. "So, he's a professional." "Janssen, when making deductions, never state your conclusions as if they are certainties. When you do that, your mind instinctively closes out other possibilities. Say rather that our suspect may have a high degree of diligence and attention to detail. Perhaps a professional criminal, perhaps not." "Of course, Inspector." Janssen finished taking the fingerprints, which he'd done expertly. "Now dust the cobblestones around him and take photographs of any prints you find. The killer might have been clever enough to take the labels, but not so smart to avoid touching the ground when he did so." After 5 minutes of spreading the fine powder around the body, Janssen said, "I believe there are some here, sir. Look." "Yes, they're good. Record them." After he photographed the prints, the young man stood back and took additional pictures of the corpse and the scene. The inspector walked slowly around the body. He pulled his magnifying monocle from his vest's watch pocket again and examined a spot on the cobblestones near the body. "Flakes of leather, it seems. Old and dry. Brown. Too stiff to be from gloves. Maybe an old satchel or suitcase that either the killer or victim was carrying. He scooped these flakes up and placed them in another brown envelope, then sealed it. "We have a witness, sir," one of the younger Shupo officers called. "Witness. Excellent." Cole followed the man back to the mouth of the alley. There, another Shupo officer was prodding forward a man in his 40s, dressed in workers' clothes. "Now, tell me what you saw." "Yes, Inspector. I was scrubbing the basement stairs at number 48. I heard what I took to be a backfire. I thought nothing of it and continued scrubbing. Then 10 minutes later I heard a whistle." "A police whistle?" "No, sir, I mean as someone would make through his teeth. It was quite loud. I glanced up and saw a man walk out of the alley. The whistle was to hail a taxi. It stopped in front of my building and I heard the man ask the driver to take him to the Summer Garden restaurant." Whistling, Cole reflected. This was unusual. One whistled for dogs and horses, but to summon a taxi this way would demean the driver. In Germany, all professions and trades were worthy of equal respect. Did this suggest that the suspect was a foreigner? Summer Garden. This was a common name. Which one? "I believe I heard Rosenthaler Street." Cole nodded, excited to find such a good lead this early in an investigation. "Quickly, what did the man look like?" "I saw only his back, sir, as he hailed the car. He was a large man, more than 2 meters tall, broad but not fat. He had an accent, though." "What kind?" "I don't know, sir. I've spent all my life in Berlin." "Did he have a leather satchel?" "Yes, I believe so." The likely source of the leather flakes. "And you didn't see his face?" "No, sir, as I say." "Age?" The man shook his head. "All I know is that he was a big man and he was wearing a light suit. Oh, and on his head was a hat like Air Minister Goering wears, with a narrow brim, brown." "Very well, you may go now." "Hail Hitler." The inspector offered a distracted "Hail," and returned to the body. They quickly collected their equipment. "Let's hurry, to the Summer Garden." On the way back to their DKW, Cole said breathlessly, "Give the film to one of the Shupo officers and have him rush it to headquarters. I want the pictures immediately." "Yes, sir." The young man diverted his course and handed the film to an officer, gave him the instructions, then caught up with Cole, who called to a Shupo, "When the coroner's men get here, tell them I want the autopsy report as soon as possible. I want to know about diseases our friend here might have had, and the contents of his stomach, tattoos, broken bones, surgical scars as well." "Yes, sir." "Remember to tell them it's urgent." He hurried to the DKW. "There," he shouted, pointing to a newsstand. "Go buy every newspaper they have." "Yes, sir, but why?" Willie Cole dropped into the driver's seat and pushed the ignition button. "Because we need a picture of Goering in a hat. Why else?" Standing on the street corner, holding a limp Berlin journal, Paul studied the Summer Garden Cafe. Women who drank their coffees with gloved hands, men who would down their beers in large gulps and tap their mustaches with pressed linen napkins to lift away the foam. People enjoying the afternoon sun, smoking. Paul Schumann remained perfectly still, looking. He'd missed the stormtrooper watching him from the phone booth outside Dresden Alley, an inexcusable mistake for a button man. He wasn't going to let that happen again. After a few minutes, he sensed no immediate danger. He tossed the paper into a bin, then crossed the street and entered the restaurant, taking a table inside. A casual glance around him. No one paid any attention to him. Or appeared to. A waiter sailed past. "You wish to order?" "A beer for now." "Which beer?" He started to name brands Paul had never heard of. He said, "The first, a large." The waiter walked toward the bar and returned a moment later with a tall Pilsner glass. Paul drank thirstily but found he disliked the taste. It was almost sweet, fruity. He pushed it aside and glanced up to see Reginald Morgan strolling casually into the restaurant. Looking around, he noticed Paul and walked up to him, saying in German, "My friend, so good to see you again." They shook hands, and he sat down across the table. Morgan's face was damp, and he wiped it with his handkerchief. It was close. The Shupo pulled up just as I got away. "Anyone see you?" "I don't think so." Looking around casually, Morgan said, "Here." He pushed a thick book toward Paul. "See, I remembered to return it." The German words on the cover were Mein Kampf, which Paul translated as My Struggle. Hitler's name was on it. Thank you, but there was no hurry. Morgan leaned forward, whispering. Inside the book's 100 marks, and the address of the place you'll be staying, a boarding house. It's near Lützow Plaza, south of the Tiergarten. I wrote down directions, too. The landlady seems agreeable. Her name is Käthe Richter. Is she a Nazi? Morgan said softly, Don't use that word here. It will give you away. Nazi is Bavarian slang for simpleton. The proper abbreviation is Nazzo, but you don't hear that much either. Say National Socialist. Some people use the initials NSDAP, or you can refer to the party and say it reverently. Regarding Miss Richter, she doesn't seem to have any sympathies one way or the other. Nodding at the beer, Morgan asked, You don't care for that? Piss water. Morgan laughed. It's wheat beer. Children drink it. Why did you order it? There were 1,000 kinds. Never heard of any of them. I'll order for us. When the waiter arrived, he said, Please, bring us 2 shore ales, and sausage and bread with cabbage and pickled cucumbers. Yes, sir. He took away Paul's glass. Morgan continued. In the book, there's also a Russian passport with your picture in it, and some rubles, about $100 worth. In an emergency, make your way to the Swiss border. Go to Zurich, get a message to the U.S. Embassy, Gordon will get you out. Now, after Dresden Alley, we must be extremely careful. Something is clearly going on in town. There are far more patrols on the street than usual, not just stormtroopers, but SS and Gestapo, too. And they are? The Gestapo is the secret police force, plain clothes. They're small in number, but very dangerous. Their jurisdiction is political crimes, mostly. But in Germany now, anything can be a political crime. You spit on the sidewalk is an offense to the honor of the leader, so off you go to a Moabite prison or a concentration camp. The shore beers and food arrived, and Paul drank down half of the brew at once. Now that's good. Paul ate hungrily, but beer and food were not the first things on his mind. We have to move fast, he whispered. In his profession, every hour you are near the site of the touch-off increased the risk of getting caught. I need information, and I need a weapon. Morgan nodded. My contact should be here any minute. He has details about the man you're here to visit. Then this afternoon we'll go to a pawn shop. The owner has a good rifle for you. Rifle? Paul frowned. You can't shoot a rifle? Yes, I can shoot one. I was infantry, but I always work up close. Well, Paul, it'll be very difficult to get close enough to your target to kill him with a pistol. There are too many brown shirts and SS and Gestapo hovering about. And there's another reason to use a rifle. He has to be killed in public. Why? Paul asked. The senator said that everybody in the German government and the party knows how crucial Ernst is to rearming. It's important to make certain that whoever replaces him knows they'll be in danger too if they take up where he left off. If Ernst dies in private, Hitler would cover it up, claim he'd been killed in an accident or died of some illness. Then I'll do it in public, Paul said, with a rifle. But I'll need to sight in the gun, get a feel for it, find a good killing field, examine it ahead of time, see what the breezes are like, the light, the routes to and from the place. Of course, you're the expert, whatever you want. Paul finished his meal. After what happened in the alley, I need to go to ground. I want to get my things from the Olympic Village and move to the boarding house as soon as possible. Is the room ready now? Morgan told him that it was. This man we're about to meet, why can we trust him? His brother was a union organizer murdered by stormtroopers, so he sympathizes with us. But I'm not willing to risk my life on that alone, so I've paid him a great deal of money. There's an expression here, whose bread I eat is whose song I sing. Well, Max eats a great deal of my bread, and he's in the precarious position of having already sold me some very helpful and for him compromising material. The door opened and Morgan squinted in recognition. Ah, that's he whispered. A thin man in workers' coveralls entered the restaurant, a small rucksack slung over his shoulder. Morgan waved his hand and the man joined them. He was clearly nervous, eyes darting from Paul to the other patrons, to the waiters, then back to Paul. He sat at the table, first with his back to the door, then switched seats so that he could see the rest of the restaurant. My friend here has asked that he be called Max. He has done work for the man you've come to see, around his house. He delivers goods there and knows the housekeeper and gardener. He lives in the same town, Charlottenburg, west of here. Max declined food or beer and had only coffee. I need to know everything you can tell me about him, Paul whispered. Max opened the rucksack and offered a dark green folder to Paul. Sitting back so no one could see the contents, he opened it and found himself looking at a half-dozen wrinkled photographs of Reinhard Ernst. They depicted a man in a business suit, which was tailored, the clothing of a meticulous, conscientious man. He was in his 50s and had a round head and short gray or white hair. He wore wire-rimmed glasses. Paul asked, "These are definitely of him? What about doubles?" "He doesn't use doubles." The man took a sip of coffee with shaking hands and looked around the restaurant again. Paul slipped the folder into his satchel, next to Hitler's book. "Now," Paul said, "tell me about him. Everything you know." Max relayed what he knew about Reinhard Ernst. He would rise early and work long, long hours, 6 or 7 days a week. He exercised regularly and was an expert shot. He often carried a small automatic pistol. His office was on Wilhelm Street in the Chancellery building, and he drove himself to and from the office, rarely accompanied by a guard. His car was an open-air Mercedes. "Can you find out where he'll be in the next few days, when he might go to the office?" "Yes, I know some things about his personal life, too, about his wife, daughter-in-law, his grandson. Do you want to know that side of his life, or would you rather not?" "No," Paul said in a whisper. "Tell me everything." Cole killed the ignition. They climbed out, then trotted quickly up the broad sidewalk toward the summer garden. Janssen was carrying a copy of the National Socialist newspaper, The People's Observer, which featured Goering prominently on the front page, wearing a jaunty hat of a cut that wasn't common in Berlin. There were not many diners remaining at this hour. 2 SS officers were paying and leaving. The only men remaining were a middle-aged fellow in lederhosen and a pensioner. Cole and Janssen stepped onto the deck. Cole asked the pensioner if he'd seen a large man in a brown hat enter the restaurant. "Indeed, Detective. I believe he walked inside about 20 minutes ago." "He's still there?" "He hasn't come out, not that I saw." "Janssen, go around the back of the restaurant and wait at the door. If anyone comes out, whether in a hat or not, detain him. Remember, our suspect is armed." "Yes, sir." Paul, Morgan, and the skinny, nervous man known as Max stood 50 feet up Rosenthaler Street in a small cluster of linden trees. They were watching the man in the white suit and his younger associate in the garden, beside the restaurant, looking up and down the street. Then they returned to the front door. "They couldn't be after us," Morgan said. "Impossible." "They were looking for someone," Paul said. There was no doubt. He'd suspected it from the moment he'd seen the 2 men approach the summer garden. He'd taken the window table specifically to keep an eye on the street, and sure enough, he'd noticed the men. A heavy-set one in a Panama hat and a slimmer, younger one in a green suit, asking diners on the patio questions. Then the younger one had stepped away, probably to cover the back door. Paul had stood suddenly, tossed down money, and snapped, "Leave, now." With Morgan and a panicked Max behind him, he'd pushed through the side door and waited at the front of a small garden until the cop had gone inside the restaurant, then walked fast down Rosenthaler Street. "Police," Max now muttered, sounding near tears. "No, no." Paul looked again down the street, back toward the summer garden. No one was in pursuit. Still, he felt an electric current of urgency to learn information of Ernst's whereabouts from Max and get on with the touch-off. He turned, saying, "I need to know." His voice faded. Max was gone. "Where is he?" Morgan, too, turned. "God damn," he muttered in English. "Did he betray us?" "I can't believe that he would. It would mean his arrest, too, but—" Morgan's voice faded as he looked past Paul. "No." Spinning around, Paul saw Max about 2 blocks away. He was among several people stopped by 2 men in black uniforms whom he apparently hadn't seen. An SS security stop. Max looked around nervously, waiting his turn to be questioned by the SS troopers. He wiped his face, looking guilty as a teenager. Morgan whispered, "There's nothing for him to worry about. His papers are fine. As long as he doesn't panic, he'll be all right." "Calm down," Paul told the man silently. "Don't look around." Then Max smiled and stepped closer to the SS. "He's going to be fine," Morgan said. No, he's not, Paul thought. He's going to shank it. And just at that moment, the man turned and fled. The SS troops pushed aside a couple they'd been speaking with and began running after him. "Stop! You will stop!" "No," Morgan whispered. A shot echoed, and Max tumbled to the concrete, blood blossoming on his back. A third SS officer across the street had drawn his pistol and fired. Max started to crawl toward the curb when the first two guards caught up to him. One drew his pistol and fired a shot into the poor man's head. "Let's go," Paul whispered. "Now!" They turned back onto Rosenthaler Street and walked north, moving steadily away from the site of the shooting. "God in heaven," Morgan muttered. "I've spent a month cultivating him and holding his hand while he got details on Ernst." He sighed and thought for a moment. "I don't know anyone else close to Ernst, but I do have a man in the information ministry. He's just a clerk, but he may be able to find out something." They paused on a busy corner. Paul said, "I'm going to get my things at the Olympic Village and move to the boarding house. The pawn shop where we're getting the rifle is near Oranienburger Station. I'll meet you in November 1923 Square, under the big statue of Hitler. Say 4:30? The men shook hands and started their separate ways. No, Paul reflected. The unfortunate Max hadn't betrayed him, but he realized that there was another implication that was far more troubling. These two cops or Gestapo agents had tracked Morgan or Paul or both of them from Dresden Alley to the Summer Garden on their own and come within minutes of capturing them. Who the hell are they? He wondered. What exactly was this man with the brown hat wearing? Willi Cole asked the waiter. A light gray suit, a white shirt and a green tie. And he was large? Very large, sir, but not fat. He was a bodybuilder, perhaps. Was he foreign? I don't know, but he spoke German flawlessly. Perhaps a faint accent. Age? Not young, not old. And you said companions? Yes, sir, he arrived first. Then he was joined by another man, considerably smaller, wearing a black or dark gray suit. And then yet another, a man in brown overalls in his 30s. A worker, it seemed. He joined them later. Did the big man have a leather suitcase or satchel? Yes. His companion spoke German too? Yes. Did you overhear their conversation? No, Inspector. And the man's face, the man in the hat? Janssen asked. I didn't pay any attention. It's dark in here, as you can see. And in this business, so many people. You look, but you rarely see, if you understand. Perhaps in lieu of a description of his face, you could give us some other observations, Cole suggested. What did he eat and drink? Ah, that's something. He had first ordered a wheat beer. He must not have ever drunk it before. He only sipped it and pushed it aside. But he drank all the shore ale that his companion ordered for him. Good. And his food? Our sausage and cabbage plate. They had the same. The big man ate everything. He seemed ravenous. His companion ate half. How did the big man, as we'll call him, how did he hold his fork? After he cut a piece of sausage, did he change his fork from one hand to another and then eat the bite? Or did he lift the food to his mouth without changing hands? I would think he did change hands. I say that because it seemed he was always placing his fork down to drink the beer. Good. Switching forks. Common in other countries, less so in Germany, like whistling for taxis. So the accent may have indeed been foreign. Cole thanked the waiter and walked outside, Janssen behind him. Let's inquire around the neighborhood to see if anyone saw our gentleman. Walking toward the busy square to find a taxi, Paul glanced behind him from time to time. Smoking his Chesterfield, looking at the sights, stores, passers-by, once again searching for anything out of kilter. A loud crash startled him. Something flew through a bookstore window onto the sidewalk a few yards away. A bookcase. Some books followed. He glanced inside the shop and saw a middle-aged man holding his bloody face. A woman, crying, gripped his arm. They were both terrified. 4 large men in light brown uniforms stood around them. Paul supposed they were stormtroopers, brown shirts. One of them was holding a book and shouting at the man. You are not allowed to sell this. They're illegal. They're a ticket to Oranienburg. It's Thomas Mann, the man protested. It means nothing against the leader or our party. The brown shirt slapped the bookseller in his face with the open book. The bullying angered Paul, but it wasn't his problem. He could hardly afford to draw attention to himself here. He started on, but suddenly one of the brown shirts grabbed the woman by the arm and pushed her out the door. She fell hard into Paul and dropped to the sidewalk. Blood ran from her knees and palms where the window glass had cut her skin. The apparent leader of the stormtroopers dragged the man outside. "Destroy the place," he called to his friends, who began to push over the counters and shelves. The leader glanced at Paul, then delivered a powerful blow to the midsection of the bookseller, who gave a grunt, rolled over on his stomach, and vomited. The brown shirt stepped toward the woman. He grabbed her by the hair and was about to strike her in the face when Paul, out of instinct, grabbed his arm. The man spun around, spittle flying from his mouth, set in a large square face. He stared into Paul's blue eyes. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Hugo Feldstedt of the Berlin Castle Stormtrooper Brigade." Paul eased the woman aside. She bent and helped up the other bookseller, who was wiping his mouth, tears falling from the pain, the humiliation. "Alexander, Stefan!" Two stormtroopers emerged from the store. "Who is this?" one asked. "Your card, now!" Feldstedt cried. Paul sized up the man. He was young and muscled, but mostly talk. The American eased his weight to his toes, balanced himself, and struck Feldstedt's midsection with a nearly invisible straight right. The man's jaw dropped and he backed up, struggling for breath, tapping his chest as if searching for his heart. "You swine!" one of the others cried in a high voice, shocked, reaching for his pistol. Paul danced forward, grabbed the man's right hand, pulled it from the holster cover, and popped a left hook into his face. In boxing, there's no pain worse than a solid blow to the nose, and as the cartilage snapped and the blood flowed onto his camel-brown uniform, the man gave a keening howl and staggered back against the wall, tears pouring from his eyes. Hugo Feldstedt had by now dropped to his knees and was gripping his belly as he retched pathetically. The third trooper went for his gun. Paul stepped forward fast, fists closed. "Don't," he warned calmly. The brown shirt suddenly bolted up the street, crying, "I'll get some help!" The fourth stormtrooper stepped outside. Paul moved toward him and he cried, "Please, don't hurt me!" Eyes fixed on the brown shirt, Paul knelt, opened the satchel, and began rummaging through the papers inside to find the pistol. His eyes dipped for a moment, and the stormtrooper bent suddenly, grabbed some shards of window glass and flung them toward Paul. He ducked, but the man launched himself into the American and caught him on the cheek with his brass-knuckled fist. It was a glancing blow, but Paul was stunned and fell backward over his briefcase into a small, weedy garden next to the store. The brown shirt leapt after him. They grappled. It took Paul a moment to struggle to his feet. Angry that he'd been caught off guard, he grabbed the man's wrist, twisted sharply, and heard a snap. "Oh," the man whispered. He sagged to the ground and passed out. Feldstedt was rolling into a sitting position, wiping vomit from his face. Paul turned to the bookseller and the woman. "Leave, now. Go." Speechless, they stared at him. A whistle sounded up the street. Some shouts. "Run!" The bookseller glanced at the remains of their shop one last time. The woman put her arm around his shoulders and they hurried away. Looking in the opposite direction down Rosenthaler Street, Paul noted a half-dozen brown shirts running in his direction. "You Jew swine," the man with the broken nose muttered. "Oh, you're done for now." Paul grabbed the satchel, scooped the scattered contents back inside, and began running toward a nearby alley. A glance behind. The clutch of large men was in pursuit. Where the hell had they all come from? Breaking from the alley, he found himself in a street of residential buildings, pushcarts, decrepit restaurants, and tawdry shops. He stepped past a vendor selling second-hand clothing and, when the man was looking away, slipped a dark green jacket off a rack of men's garments. He rolled it up and started into another alley to put it on, but he heard shouts from nearby. "There, is that him? You, stop!" To his left, he saw 3 more stormtroopers pointing his way. He hurried into the alley, longer and darker than the first. More shouts behind him, then a gunshot. He heard a sharp snap as the bullet hit brick near his head. He glanced back. Another 3 or 4 uniformed men had joined his pursuers. A moment later, he burst out of the alley into another street, more crowded than the first. He inhaled deeply and lost himself in the crowds of Saturday shoppers. Looking up and down the avenue, he saw 3 or 4 alleys branching off. Which one? Shouts behind him as the stormtroopers poured into the street. No time to wait. He picked the nearest alleyway. Wrong choice. The only exits from it were 5 or 6 doors. They were all locked. He started to run back out of the cul-de-sac, but stopped. There were now a dozen brown shirts prowling through the crowds, moving steadily toward this alley. Most of them held pistols. Boys accompanied them, dressed like the flag-lowering youngsters he'd met yesterday at the Olympic Village. Steadying his breathing, he pressed flat against the brick. He stuffed his hat, tie, and suit jacket into the satchel, then pulled on the green jacket. Paul set the bag at his feet and took out the pistol. He checked to make certain the gun was loaded and a round chambered. Bracing his arm against the wall, he rested the weapon on his forearm and leaned out slowly, aiming at the man who was in the lead, Fellstedt. It would be difficult for them to figure out where the shot had come from, and Paul hoped they'd scatter for cover, giving him the chance to lamb through the rows of nearby pushcarts. Closer, closer. Pressure slowly increasing on the trigger as he aimed at the center of the man's chest, the sights floating on the spot where the diagonal leather strap from belt to shoulder covered his heart. "No," the voice whispered urgently in his ear. Paul spun around, leveling the pistol at the man who'd come up silently behind him. He was in his 40s, dressed in a well-worn suit. His thick hair was swept back with oil, and he had a bushy mustache. He was some inches shorter than Paul, his belly protruding over his belt. In his hands was a large cardboard carton. "You may point that elsewhere," he said calmly, nodding down at the pistol. The American didn't move the gun. "Who are you?" "Perhaps we may converse later. We have more urgent matters now." He stepped past Paul and looked around the corner. "A dozen of them. You must have done something quite irksome." "I beat up 3 of them." The German lifted a surprised eyebrow. "Ah, well, I assure you, sir, if you kill 1 or 2, there will be hundreds more here within minutes. They'll hunt you down, and they may kill a dozen innocent people in the process. I can help you escape." Paul hesitated. "If you don't do as I say, they will kill you. Murder and marching are the only things they do well." "Put the box down," Paul ordered. The man did, and Paul lifted his jacket, looked at the waistband, then gestured for him to turn in a circle. The German turned. Paul patted his pockets and ankles. He was unarmed. The man said, "I was watching you. You removed your jacket and hat, that's good. But it is likely you'll be searched. You must discard the clothes." A nod toward the satchel. Paul stepped back, considering the words. The advice made sense. He dug the items out of the satchel and stepped to a trash bin. "No," the man said, "not there. The only safe place is the sewer. No one goes through the sewers. Not yet, in any case." Paul glanced down at a nearby grating and reluctantly shoved in the items. "Now I'll add something to your role as an escaper from dung shirts." He reached into his jacket pocket and extracted several hats. He selected a light-colored canvas crush hat. He unfurled and handed it to Paul, then replaced the others. "Put it on." The American did so. "Now, the pistol too. You must get rid of it. I know you are hesitant, but in truth it will do you little good. No gun carries enough bullets to stop all the stormtroopers in the city, let alone a puny Luger." Instinct again told him the man was right. He crouched down and tossed the gun down the grating as well. He heard a splash far below street level. "Now, follow me." The man picked up the carton. He walked to a door, fiddled with a key, and unlocked it. He glanced back. Paul followed. They stepped into a storeroom, and the German swung the door shut and locked it. Watching through the greasy window, Paul saw the band of stormtroopers step into the alley, look around, then continue on. The room was densely packed with boxes and crates, dusty bottles of wine. The man paused, nodding to a carton. "Take that. It will be a prop for our storytelling, and perhaps a profitable one, too." Paul looked at the man angrily. "I could have left my clothes and the gun in your warehouse here. I didn't have to throw them out." "Ah, yes, except that this isn't exactly my warehouse. Now that carton. Please, sir, we must hurry." Paul set the satchel on top, hefted the box, and followed. They emerged into a dusty front room. The man glanced out the filthy window. He began to open the door. "Wait," Paul said. He touched his cheek. The cut from the brass knuckles was bleeding slightly. He ran his hands over some dirty shelves and patted his face, covering the wound in his jacket and slacks. The smudges would draw less attention than the blood. "Good. the German said, and pushed the door wide. "You are now a sweaty laborer, and I will be your boss. This way." He turned directly toward a cluster of 3 or 4 stormtroopers, speaking to a woman who lounged against a street lamp, holding a tiny poodle on a red leash. They were almost past the brown shirts when one of them called to the 2 men. "You there, stop. We will see your papers." One of his friends joined him, and they stepped in front of Paul and the German. The man from the alley frowned. "Ah, our cards, yes. I am very sorry, gentlemen. You must understand we're forced to work today, as you can see. It was unplanned, an urgent delivery." "You must carry your card with you at all times," Paul said. "We are only going a short way." "We are looking for a large man in a gray suit and brown hat. He is armed. Have you seen anyone like that?" "No," Paul said. The second brown shirt patted both the German and Paul for weapons, then grabbed the satchel and opened it, glanced inside. He lifted out the copy of Mein Kampf. Paul could see the bulge where the Russian passport and rubles were hidden. The German from the alley said quickly, "Nothing of interest in there. But now I recall we do have our identification. Look in my man's carton." The brown shirts glanced at each other. The one holding Hitler's book tossed it back inside, set the satchel down, and ripped open the top of the carton that Paul held. "As you can see, we are the Bordeaux brothers." A brown shirt laughed, and the German continued, "But you can never be too sure. Perhaps you should take 2 of those with you for verification." Several bottles of red wine were lifted out. The stormtroopers waved the men on. Paul picked up the satchel, and they continued up the street. 2 blocks farther on, the German nodded across the street. "In there." The place he indicated appeared to be a nightclub decorated with Nazi flags. A wooden sign read, "The Aryan Café." "Are you mad?" Paul asked. "Have I been right so far, my friend? Please, inside. It's the safest place to be. Dung shirts aren't welcome here." Paul reluctantly followed the man inside the door. They pushed through a curtain into a small, dark bar, cluttered with antiques and artifacts, movie posters, dusty bottles. "Otto!" the bartender called, shaking the man's hand. Otto set his carton on the bar and gestured for Paul to do the same with his. "I thought you were delivering 1 case only." "My comrade here helped me carry a second one. 10 bottles only in his. So that makes the total 70 marks now, does it not?" "I asked for 1 case. I need only 1 case. I will pay for only 1 case." As the men dickered, Paul focused on the loud words coming from a large radio behind the bar. "Modern science has found a myriad of ways to protect the body from disease, and yet if you don't apply those simple rules of hygiene, you can fall greatly ill. With our foreign visitors in town, it is likely that there may be new strains of infection, so it is vital to keep in mind rules of sanitation." Otto finished his business with the bartender and turned to Paul. "Let us have a beer. I will let you buy me one. Follow me. The real club is in the back." The second room was painted black and decorated with Chinese lanterns and paper streamers, as dusty as the Nazi flags hanging from the ceiling. They sat down at a rickety wicker table. Paul handed back the canvas cap. It disappeared into the man's pocket with the others. "Thanks." Otto nodded. "Ah, what are friends for?" "I'll be back in a moment." Paul rose and went to the lavatory. He washed the smudges and blood off his face and combed his hair back with lotion, which shortened and darkened it, making him appear somewhat different from the man the brown shirts were seeking. His cheek was not badly cut, but a bruise had formed around it. He returned to the table where he found Otto gesturing toward the waitress, a pretty dark-haired young woman. But she was busy and the man sighed in irritation. He turned back, regarding Paul closely. "Now you are obviously not from here because of the dung shirts, whom you would not have antagonized by fighting had you been a German. But your language is perfect, the faintest of accents, and not French or Slav or Spanish. What breed of dog are you?" "I appreciate the help, Otto, but some matters I'll keep to myself." "No matter. I've decided you're American or English. Probably American. I know from your movies, the way you make your sentences. Yes, you are American. Who else would have a troop of dung shirts after him but a brash American with big balls? You are from the land of heroic cowboys. Take on a tribe of Indians alone. Where is that waitress?" He looked about, smoothing his mustache. "Now, introductions. I am presenting myself to you. Otto Wilhelm Friedrich Georg Weber. And you?" but perhaps you wish to keep your name to yourself. I think that's wiser. Weber chuckled. So you beat up 3 of them and earned the endless affection of the brown shirts and the bitch brood. The what? Hitler Youth, the boys scurrying among the legs of the stormtroopers. Weber eyed Paul's red knuckles. You perhaps enjoy the boxing matches, Mr. Nameless. You look like an athlete. I can get you Olympic tickets. There are none left, as you know, but I can get them. Day seats, good ones. No thanks. Ach, Weber muttered, as if Paul had made the mistake of his life. The waitress stopped at their table, and she stood close to Paul, smiling down at him. I am Liesel. Your name is? Hermann, Paul said. You would like what? Beers for us both, ashore for me. Ach, Weber said, sneering at the choice. Berlin lager for me, bottom fermented, a large. Liesel gazed into Paul's eyes a moment longer, then offered a flirtatious smile and walked to another table. You have an admirer, Mr. Not Hermann. Pretty, yes? Very. Weber winked. If you like, I can... No, Paul said firmly. Weber raised an eyebrow and turned his attention to the stage, where a topless woman gyrated. She had loose discs of breasts and flabby arms, and even from a distance Paul could see creases around her mouth, which kept up a fierce smile as she moved to the scratchy sound of a gramophone. Paul looked over the Nazis in the audience, some SS or soldiers in their immaculate black or gray uniforms, some businessmen. Most were tipsy. Some were well into their afternoon drunks. All smiled gamely but seemed bored as they watched a very unsexy sex show. The waitress approached again and set the beers down. With another adoring glance at Paul, she left the table. Weber clinked his stein against Paul's, and both men drank deeply. Weber eyed Paul closely and said, So, what kind of cons do you run? Cons? When I first saw you in the alley with that gun, I thought, he's no soci or cosi. What? Soci, a social democrat. Used to be a big political party until it was outlawed. Cosis are the communists. They're not only outlawed, they're dead. No, I knew you were not an agitator. You were one of us, a con runner, an artist of dark dealings. So what kind of cons? I don't do cons. I came over for the Olympics. You did? He winked. It must be a new event this year that I've not heard of. I'm a sports writer. A writer. Yet one who fights brown shirts, keeps his name to himself, walks around with a pea shooter of a Luger, changes clothes and slicks back his hair to avoid pursuers. I happened to run into some stormtroopers attacking this couple. I stopped them. As for the Luger, it was one of theirs. I stole it. Yes, so you say. Do you know Al Capone? Course not, Paul said, exasperated. Weber sighed loudly, genuinely disappointed. I follow American crime. Many of us do, here in Germany. I read with great interest the fate of John Dillinger. He was betrayed by a woman in a red dress and shot down in an alley after they'd been to the cinema. I think it was good he saw the film before they killed him. He died with that small pleasure within him. Though it would have been better yet had he seen the film, gotten drunk, bedded the woman, and then been shot. That would have been a perfect death. Yes, I think that despite what you say, you are a real mobster, Mr. John Dillinger. What line are you in? Paul asked, aside from being a wine importer. Weber laughed and squinted a coy gaze at Paul. Many different things. Much of what I do is to acquire and sell hard-to-find items. Military goods are in demand lately. Not weapons, of course, but insignias, canteens, belts, boots, uniforms. Everyone here loves uniforms. When husbands are at work, their women go out and buy them uniforms, even if they have no rank or any affiliation. Children wear them, infants. And I sell them to the government for our real soldiers, too. We have conscription again. Our army is swelling. They need uniforms, and cloth is hard to come by. I have people from whom I acquire uniforms, and then I alter them somewhat and sell them to the army. You steal them from one government source and sell them back to another. Mr. John Dillinger, you are very funny. Why did you help me, Otto? Because, of course, you were in need. You do good deeds, do you? Weber stroked his mustache. All right, let's be honest. In these days, one must look much harder for opportunities than in the past. And I'm an opportunity? Who can say, Mr. John Dillinger? Perhaps no, perhaps yes. If no, then I've wasted nothing but an hour drinking beer with a new friend, and that's no waste at all. If yes, then perhaps we can both profit. He rose, walked to the window, and looked out past a thick curtain. "I think it is safe for you to leave. Whatever you are doing in our vibrant city, I may be just the man for you. I know many people here, people in important places. No, not the men at the top. I mean the people it is best to know for those in our line of work. The little people, well-placed." He finished his stein of beer. "So leave a message or come see me. I'm usually here, in this room or at the bar." He wrote the address down on a napkin and pushed it forward. Glancing at the square of paper, Paul memorized the address and pushed the paper back. Weber watched him. "Ah, you're quite the savvy sports writer, aren't you?" Reinhard Ernst, sitting in his spacious office in the Chancellery, looked over the carelessly formed characters in the note once again. "Colonel Ernst, I await the report you have agreed to prepare on your Voltum study. I have devoted some time to review it on Monday. Adolf Hitler." Ernst spun around in his chair and stared out the window. He felt just like an army commander who knew that the enemy was approaching, about to attack, but not knowing when he would strike or what his tactics would be. Aware, too, that the battle would be decisive, and the fate of his army, indeed of the whole nation, was at stake. He wasn't exaggerating the gravity of his dilemma, because Ernst knew something about Germany that few others sensed or would admit out loud, that Hitler would not be in power long. The leader's enemies, both within the country and without, were too many. As his madness played itself out, he would be ousted, murdered, or even die by his own hand, so astonishingly manic were his rages, and others would step into the immense vacuum after his demise. And not Goering either. Greed of soul and greed of body were in a foot race to bring him down. Ernst's own feeling was that with the two leaders gone, the National Socialists would wither, and a centrist Prussian statesman would emerge. Another Bismarck, imperial perhaps, but reasonable, and a brilliant statesman. And Ernst might even have a hand in that transformation. For short of a bullet or bomb, the only sure threat to Adolf Hitler and the party was the German army. In June of '34, Hitler and Goering murdered or arrested much of the stormtrooper leadership during the so-called Night of the Long Knives. The purge was felt necessary largely to appease the regular army, which had become jealous of the huge brown-shirt militia. Hitler had regarded the horde of thugs on one side and the German military on the other, and without a moment's hesitation chose the latter. 2 months later, upon President Hindenburg's death, Hitler took 2 steps to solidify his position. First, he declared himself the unrestricted leader of the nation. Second, and far more important, he required the German armed forces to pledge a personal oath of loyalty to him. De Tocqueville had said that there would never be a revolution in Germany, for the police would not allow it. No, Hitler wasn't concerned about a popular uprising. His only fear was the army. And it was a new, enlightened military that Ernst had devoted his life to since the end of the war. An army that would protect Germany and its citizens from all threats, perhaps ultimately even from Hitler himself. Yet, he reflected, Hitler was not gone yet, and Ernst couldn't afford to ignore the author of this note, which was as troubling to him as the distant rumble of armor approaching through the night. He had hoped that the intrigue Goering set in motion would fade away, but this piece of onion-skin paper meant that it would not. He understood that he had to act quickly, to prepare for and repel the attack. The poll of the vendors and bench-sitters along Rosenthaler Street had been futile. Upon their return to headquarters, however, Kohl and Janssen found that a miracle had occurred. The photographs of the victim and of the fingerprints from Dresden Alley were ready. Kohl sat down at his battered desk in his office in the Alex, the Kripo's massive ancient building nicknamed for the bustling square and surrounding neighborhood where it was located, Alexander Plaza. He rocked forward in his creaking wooden chair and looked over the photographs. "You're talented, Janssen. These are quite good." "Thank you, sir." The telephone buzzed and Kohl picked it up. "Inspector, it is Schreiber, the clerk you spoke to today. Hail Hitler." Yes, hail." On the way back to the Alex from the summer garden, Kohl and Janssen had stopped at the haberdashery department at Tietz, the massive department store near Kripo headquarters. Kohl had shown the clerk the picture of Goering's hat and asked what kind it was. The man didn't know, but would look into the matter. "Any luck?" Kohl asked him. "Ah, yes, I have found the answer. It's a Stetson, made in the United States." Are they common here? No, sir, quite rare. Expensive, as you can imagine. Cole thanked him, hung up, and told Janssen what he'd learned. So perhaps he's an American, Janssen said. Cole took the brown evidence envelopes from his pocket and selected the one containing the bullet. He shook it out onto a clean piece of paper. Placing the monocle in his eye, he found a pair of tweezers and examined the slug carefully. "Your eyes are better," he said. "You look." The inspector candidate carefully took the bullet and the monocle, while Cole pulled a binder from his shelf. It contained photographs and sketches of many types of bullets. Only 5 minutes later, they had a match. "Ah, this is good news," Cole said. "How so?" "It is an unusual weapon our killer used. Look, it's a 9mm Largo round, most likely from the Spanish Star Modelo A. Good for us, it's rare. And as you pointed out, it is either a new weapon or one that has been fired little. Let us hope the former. Janssen, you have a way with words. Please send a telegram to all police precincts in the area. Have them query gun shops and see if any have sold a new or little-used Star Modelo A in the past several months, or ammunition for such a gun. No, make that the past year. I want names and addresses of all purchasers." "Yes, sir." Cole gathered up the clearest photographs of the victim and the fingerprints. Sighing, he said, "And now I must try to be diplomatic. Ugh, how I hate doing that." "I am sorry, Inspector Cole, the department is engaged." "Entirely?" "Yes, sir," said the prim, bald man. "Several hours ago, we were ordered to stop all other investigations and compile a list of everyone in the files with a Russian background or pronounced appearance." They were in the ante-office of the Kripo's large identification division, where fingerprint analysis and anthropometry were performed. "Everyone in Berlin?" "Yes, there is some alert going on. They're using fingerprint examiners to check personal files, and our fingerprint examiners, no less." "Drop everything," the buttoned-up little man replied. "Those were my orders from SIPO headquarters." "Please, Gerhard, these are vital." "They are good pictures." Gerhard examined them. "Very clear." "Put 3 or 4 examiners on it, please. That's all I'm asking." "I cannot, Inspector." Looking out over the huge room of long tables, filled with men and women hunched over documents, Cole now decided that the diplomacy he'd summoned up on the way here would have no effect. A different tactic was required: deceit. "Very well. Tell me a date you can begin your analysis. I must tell Kraus something. He's been nagging me for hours." A pause. "The Gestapo's Kraus?" "Yes, what shall I tell him, Gerhard? It will take you a week, 10 days. The Gestapo is involved?" "Perhaps this incident relates to the security situation," the man said, uneasy now. "I'm sure it does," Cole said. "Perhaps those very prints are from the Russian in question." The man said nothing, but looked over the pictures. "I will submit the prints to an examiner. I will call you with any results." "Whatever you can do will be appreciated," Cole said. He thanked the technician and walked back up the stairs to his floor. He entered the office of his superior, Friedrich Hocher, who was chief of inspectors for Berlin-Potsdam. "How is this case coming, Willi? The Dresden Alley case?" "Slowly, sir," he added grimly. "Resources are occupied, it seems. Our resources." "Yes, something is going on. An alert of some sort." "Indeed." "Sir, I'm still waiting for that report from Gotthau. It's been a week. I was wondering if you perhaps had received it." "What was in Gotthau? Oh, that shooting." "2, Cole corrected. 2 shootings. In the first, 2 families, picnicking by the Havel River southwest of Berlin, had been shot to death. 7 individuals, including 3 children. The next day, there'd been a second slaughter. 8 laborers, living in caravans between Gotthau and Charlottenburg, the exclusive suburb west of Berlin. The police commandant in Gotthau had never handled such a case, and had one of his gendarmes call the Kripo for help. Rahl, an eager young officer, had spoken to Cole and had sent photos of the crime scene to the Alex. Willi Cole, hardened to homicide investigations, had nonetheless been shocked at the sight of the mothers and children gunned down. The Kripo had jurisdiction over all non-political crimes anywhere in Germany, and Cole wished to make the murders a priority. But legal jurisdiction and allocation of resources were 2 very different matters, particularly in these crimes, where the victims were, Rahl informed him, Jews and Poles, respectively. We'll let the Gâteau Gendarmerie handle it, Hawker had told him last week. Homicides of this magnitude? Cole had asked, both troubled and skeptical. The suburban and rural gendarmes investigated automobile accidents and stolen cows. So Cole had persisted with Hawker until he got permission to at least review the crime scene report. He'd called Rao and coached him in basic investigation techniques and had asked him to interview witnesses. The gendarme promised to send the report to Cole as soon as his superior approved it. Cole had received the photographs, but no other materials. Hawker now said, "I've heard nothing, Willy, but please, Jews, Poles, we have other priorities." Cole said thoughtfully, "Of course, sir, I understand. I only care that the Cozis don't get away with anything." "The communists? What does this have to do with them?" "I didn't form the idea until I saw the photographs, but I observed there was something organized about the killings, and there was no attempt to cover them up. The murders were too obvious to me. They seemed almost staged." Hawker considered this. "You're thinking the Cozis wanted to make it appear that the SS or Gestapo were behind the killings?" "Yes, that's clever, Willy. The red bastards would certainly stoop to that." Cole added, "Especially with the Olympics, the foreign press in town, how the Cozis would love to mar our image in the eyes of the world." "I will look into the report, Willy. I'll make some calls. A good thought on your part." "Thank you, sir. Now, go clear the Dresden Alley case." Cole returned to his office and stared at the photographs of the two murdered families. It was nonsense what he had told Hawker. Whatever had happened in Gâteau, it was not a communist plot. But the National Socialists went for conspiracies like pigs for slop. These were games that had to be played. He put the pictures back into the file folder labeled Gâteau Charlottenburg and set it aside. Then he placed the brown envelopes of the evidence he'd collected that afternoon into a box, on which he wrote Dresden Alley incident. He added the extra photographs of the fingerprints, the crime scene, and the victim. He placed the box prominently on his desk. The phone buzzed and Cole lifted the handset. "Yes, Cole here." "It's Georg Jäger. How are you?" "Georg, I'm fine." Jäger had been a protege of Cole's some years before. He was a very talented detective, in charge of the Orpo precinct in north-central Berlin. "I am calling with what I hope is some help, Professor." Cole laughed. He recalled that this was how Jäger had referred to Cole when they were working together. "What might that be?" "We just received a telegram about a suspect in a case you are working on." Yes, Georg. "Have you found a gun shop that sold a Spanish Star Modelo A? Already?" "No, but I heard of some SA complaining that a man attacked them at a bookshop on Rosenthaler Street not long ago. He fit the description in your message." "Ach, Georg, this is most helpful. Can you have them meet me where the assault occurred?" "I'll make sure they're there." "When?" "Now, immediately." "Certainly, Professor." "Ach," Hugo Feldstedt muttered sarcastically. "A Kripo detective has come to help us? What got you out of your office, Inspector? Not us, surely. Communists could have shut us down and it wouldn't have pried you away from your cake and coffee at Alexander Plaza." A police or government official at Cole's level could insult most low-level stormtroopers to their faces with no consequences, but he now needed their cooperation. "Ah, my good gentleman, there's no reason for words like that. The Kripo is as concerned about your well-being as everyone else is. Please tell me about the ambush." "Ah, you're right, Inspector. It was an ambush. He came up from behind while we were enforcing the law against improper books." "Who were they?" Cole asked, nodding at the bookstore. "A couple," the second brown shirt said. "A husband and wife, it seemed." "They escaped too?" "That's right." Through missing teeth, the third brown shirt said, "It was a plan, of course. The two distracted us, and then the third came up behind. He laid into us with a truncheon." "I see. And he wore a Stetson hat, like Minister Goering wears?" "That's right, and a loud green Jew tie." "Did you see his face?" "He had a huge nose and fleshy jowls, bushy eyebrows and bulbous lips." "And he spoke German?" "Yes." "Did he have an accent?" "A Jew accent." Yes, but perhaps another accent. Bavarian, Westphalian, Saxon." "Maybe." "Might his accent have been from another country?" The three regarded one another. "Maybe Palestine," one offered. "That could have been it." "All right, so he attacked you from behind with his truncheon. And these two." The third held up a pair of brass knuckles. Are those his? No, they're mine. He took his with him. Yes, I see. Where was this attack exactly? Over there. He pointed to a small garden jutting into the sidewalk. Did he carry a satchel? Yes. And he took it with him? That's right. It's where he had his truncheons hidden. Cole and Janssen walked over to the garden. That was useless, his assistant whispered to Cole. Attacked by a huge Jew with brass knuckles and truncheons, and probably 50 of the chosen people right behind him. They walked around the garden, looking down carefully. Here, sir, Janssen called excitedly. He'd found a small guidebook to the men's Olympic village written in English. Cole was encouraged. He lifted it with a handkerchief. Opening it carefully, he found no writing on the pages and no clue to the identity of the person who'd possessed it. He wrapped up the booklet and placed it in his pocket. Cole and Janssen walked back to Felstedt. Show us in which direction he fled. The stormtrooper led them down 2 alleys into crowded Gorman Street. We were sure he went down one of these other alleys. We had men covering the far ends of them all, but he disappeared. Several alleys branched off from the street, one a cul-de-sac, the others connecting to different streets. All right, sir, Cole said. We will take over from here. The stormtrooper swaggered away. Cretin, Janssen muttered. The inspector was looking up and down the alleys, musing. Despite his own strain of blindness, though, I believe what Commandant Feldstedt told us. Our suspect was cornered, but managed to escape, and from dozens of SA. We will look in the trash containers in the alleys, Janssen. Yes, sir. You think he discarded some clothing or the satchel to escape? It is logical. They inspected each of the alleys, looking into the trash bins. Nothing but old cartons, papers, cans, bottles, rotting food. Cole stood for a moment with his hands on his hips, glancing around, and then said, My apologies, Janssen, but you're going to have to lie down on your belly and fish into that sewer grating. But, yes, I know, but I've done so many times, and with age, Janssen, comes some privilege. Now off with your jacket. It's lovely silk. No need to damage that as well as your shirt. The young man handed Cole his dark green suit jacket, knelt on the cobblestones, and, supporting himself with one hand, reached into the dark opening. The young man called out only a moment later, Something here, sir. He stood up and displayed a crumpled brown object, Goering's hat. And a bonus. Inside it was the tie, indeed gaudy green. Janssen explained that they'd been resting on a ledge only a half-meter below the sewer opening. We have some answers, Janssen, Cole said, examining the inside of the hat. The manufacturer's label read, Stetson Mighty Light. Another had been stitched inside by the store, Manny's Menswear, New York City. Cole took the monocle from his vest pocket and examined some hairs caught in the sweatband. He has medium-length dark brown hair with a bit of red in it, not black or crinkly at all, straight. And there are no stains from cream or hair oil. Cole handed the hat and tie to Janssen, licked the tip of his pencil, and jotted these latest observations into his notebook. Where to now, sir? Back to the Alex? No, I think we'll go for a drive. The taxi he'd taken from the Olympic Village dropped him at Lützow Plaza, a busy square south of the Tiergarten. Paul saw no lingering eyes peering at him over newspapers, no furtive men in brown suits or uniforms. He began walking east. This was a quiet residential neighborhood with some lovely houses. Nearly all of them flew flags, most of them National Socialist red, white, and black, and several with banners bearing the intertwined rings of the Olympics. The house he sought, number 26, Magdeburger Allee, flew one of the latter. He pressed the doorbell. A moment later, footsteps sounded. The curtain in a side window wafted as if in a sudden breeze, then a pause. Metal snapped and the door opened. Paul nodded at the woman, who looked out cautiously. Good afternoon, he said in German. I am Käthe Richter. Welcome to Berlin. She thrust a red, bony hand forward and shook his firmly. I didn't know when you'd be arriving. Mr. Morgan said sometime this weekend. In any case, your quarters are ready. Please come in." He stepped into the foyer. After she closed and locked the door, she looked through the curtained side window once again and examined the street for a moment. Then she took the suitcase and the leather satchel from him. "No, I will carry them," she said briskly. "Come this way." She led him down a hallway to his apartment. It was large, clean, and sparsely furnished. The front door opened onto the living room. A bedroom was in the back, and there was a small kitchen. "Now tell me if you like the rooms. I have others if you do not." Paul had noted that the place was on the ground floor. The windows were not barred, and he could make a quick exit. "It'll suit me fine," he said. He took the suitcase from her, walked into the bedroom, and set it on the bed. When he returned to the living room, Ketha said, "I serve a light breakfast across the hall from 7 to 8 a.m. Please let me know the night before when you'd like to be served. And there is coffee in the afternoon, of course. You'll find a basin in the bedroom. The bathroom is up the hall, to be shared, but for now, you are our only guest." She walked to the door. "I will get afternoon coffee now." "You don't have to. Yes, I will. It's part of the price." When she stepped into the hall, Paul went into the bedroom, opened his briefcase, and placed the copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf, containing the fake passport and rubles, on the bookcase. Removing his sweater, he rolled up the sleeves of his tennis shirt, washed his hands, then dried them on a threadbare towel. Ketha returned a moment later with a tray containing a dented silver coffee pot, a cup, and a small plate covered with a lace doily. She set this on the table in front of a well-worn couch. "Please, you will sit." He did. "Do you know Reggie Morgan well?" he asked. "No, he just answered an advertisement for the room and paid in advance." He felt her glance at his cheek. "You are hurt? Please, wait." A few minutes later, she'd returned with a sticking plaster, which she offered him. "Thanks." He went into the bedroom where he stood in front of the mirror behind the washstand and pressed the plaster to his face. "Is this your building?" he asked, returning. "No, it is owned by a man who is presently in Holland," Ketha replied. "I manage the house in exchange for room and board." "Is he connected to the Olympics?" "Olympics? No, why?" "Most of the flags on the street are the National Socialist, I mean. But you have an Olympic flag here." Yes, she smiled. "We are in the spirit of the games, aren't we?" Her German grammar was flawless, and she was articulate. She had had a different and much better career in the past, he could tell, but the ragged hands and cracked nails and tired brown eyes told a story of recent difficulties. But he could also sense an energy within her, a determination to see life through to better times. This, he decided, was part of the attraction he felt. They sat down on the couch and she poured him coffee. "There is no sugar at the moment. The stores have run out. But I have strudel. I made it before the supplies ran short." She took the doily off the plate, on which sat 4 small pieces of pastry. "Do you know what strudel is?" "My mother made it, every Saturday. My brother and sister would help her. They'd pull the dough so thin you could read through it." Yes, she said enthusiastically. "That is how I make it too." He took a bite and said, "This is very good." He nodded toward the pot. "Would you like coffee?" "Me?" She blinked. "Oh, no." He sipped the brew, which was weak. It had been made from used grounds. "We will speak your language," Ketha announced, and launched into, "I've never been over to your country, but I want very much to go." "Your English is good," Paul said. "You mean well," she blurted, smiling to have caught him in a mistake. Paul said, "No, your English is good. You speak English well. Good is an adjective. Well is an adverb, most of the time." She frowned. "Let me think. Yes, you are right. I am blushing now. Mr. Morgan said you are a writer, and you've been to university, of course." 2 years at a small college in Brooklyn before he dropped out to enlist and go fight in France. He'd never gotten around to finishing his studies. When he'd returned, that was when life got complicated, and college fell by the wayside. "I am a teacher. That is to say, I was a teacher. I taught literature to youngsters, as well as the difference between will and shall and may and can, and good and well, which I am now embarrassed about." "English literature?" "No, German, though I love many English books." There was silence for a moment. Paul reached into his pocket, took out his passport, handed it to her. She frowned, turning it over in his hand. I'm really who I say I am. I don't understand. The language. You asked me about speaking English to see if I'm really an American, not a National Socialist informer. Am I right? Her brown eyes quickly examined the floor. She was embarrassed. It's all right, he nodded. Look at it. The picture. She started to return it, but then she paused, opened it up, and compared the picture to his face. He took the booklet back. Yes, you are right. I hope you will forgive me, Mr. Schumann. Paul. Then a smile. You must be quite a successful journalist to be so perceptive, is the word? Yes, that's the word. The party is not so diligent, nor so wealthy as to hire Americans to spy on little people like me, I am thinking. So I can tell you that I am not in favor. A sigh. It was my fault. I was not thinking. I was teaching Goethe the poet to my students, and I mentioned simply that I respected his courage when he forbade his son to fight in the German War of Independence. Pacifism is a crime in Germany now. I was fired for saying that, and all my books were confiscated. She tossed her hand. Forgive me, I am complaining. Ketha glanced hungrily at the plate of strudel. She hadn't eaten any. Paul held the plate out to her. She said, No, thank you. If you don't eat one, then I'll think that you're the National Socialist agent trying to poison me. She eyed the pastry and took one. She ate it quickly. When Paul looked down to reach for his coffee cup, he noted from the corner of his eye that she touched up pastry flakes from the tabletop on her fingertips and lifted them to her mouth, staring at him to make sure he wasn't looking. When he turned back, she said, But now we have been careless, you and I, as often happens on first meetings. We must be more cautious. This reminds me. She pointed toward the telephone. Always keep it unplugged. You must be aware of listening devices. And if you do make a call, assume that you are sharing your conversation with a National Socialist lackey. Though phone kiosks on the street are, I'm told, relatively private. Thanks, Paul said. But if anybody listened to my conversations, all they'd hear is pretty boring talk. What's the population of Berlin? How many steaks will the athletes eat? How long did it take to build the stadium? Things like that. Ketha said softly, rising to leave. What we have said this afternoon, you and I, would be considered boring by many, but would easily merit a visit from the Gestapo, if not worse. The drive to the Olympic Village had taken Kohl and Janssen through Charlottenburg, and, had they continued southwest, would have led them toward Gottow, the towns near which the Polish workers and the Jewish families had died. The terrible pictures of the murders continued to toss about in Kohl's memory like bad fish in his gut. They arrived at the main entrance of the village, which was bustling. Private cars, taxis, and buses were dropping off athletes and other personnel. Trucks were delivering crates, luggage, and equipment. They walked to the gate, showed their ID cards to the guards, who were regular army, and were let inside the spacious, trimmed grounds. The policeman located the American dormitories. In the main building was a reception area. They approached the German Army liaison officer. Kohl described the suspect and asked if the officer had seen such a man. No, sir, but there are many hundreds of people in the American dormitories alone. Kohl nodded. I need to speak to someone who is with the American team, some official. Yes, sir, I will arrange it. 5 minutes later, he returned with a lanky man in his 40s, who identified himself in English as one of the head coaches. Kohl realized that while the reception area had been nearly empty a short time before, now a dozen athletes and others had eased into the room, pretending to have some business there. Kohl said in halting English, Sir, I am being a police inspector with the German criminal police. He displayed his ID. Is there some problem? We are not certain yet, but we try to find a man we would like to speak to. Perhaps you are knowing him. He had seemingly this book he lost. He held up the guidebook, unfurled the handkerchief around it. We have located too his hat, and it was purchased in New York, New York. So most likely he is Amerikaner. He is being a large man, we are believing. Frustrated at his own lack of foreign vocabulary, Kohl glanced at Janssen, who said, His hair is dark brown, straight, a reddish tint. He wears a light gray suit and this hat and tie. Kohl nodded toward Janssen, who produced the evidence from his case. The coach looked at them noncommittally and shrugged. Maybe it would help if you told us what this was about. Cole thought again how different life was in America. No German would dare ask why a policeman wished to know something. It is a matter of state security. State security, Well, I'd like to help, I sure would, but unless you've got something more specific. Cole looked around. Perhaps some person here might be knowing this man. The coach called. Any of you boys know who these belong to? They shook their heads or muttered no or nope. Perhaps then I am in hopes you are having a list of peoples who came with you here, and addresses, to see who would be living in New York. What I'm also been hoping, perhaps a manifest of the ship, the Manhattan passenger list. Often it is giving addresses. I sure hate to be difficult, officer, but I think this dorm, I think we might have diplomatic status, sovereign territory, so I think you'd need a search warrant. Oh, I'm merely looking at a few matters here. I'm having no warrant. I'd really feel better if you got one. So how about if your boss called the embassy or the Olympic Committee? They give me the okay, then whatever you want, I'll hand it to you on a silver platter. Very good, sir, Cole said politely. They said goodbye, and Cole and the inspector candidate stepped outside. We will call Jorge from the radio in the car, Janssen. He can contact the American embassy, I am sure. When they reached the street in front of the village, Janssen turned toward where they had parked the DKW. But Cole asked, Where are you going? Aren't we returning to Berlin? Not yet. We've been denied our passenger manifest, but there are still inquiries to be made here. To the right, Janssen. To the right. Ernst had arranged to meet Dr. Professor Ludwig Keitel at 4 o'clock in the Tiergarten, just past the Brandenburg Gate. The bald, middle-aged man was right on time. Looking around for tales or surveillance, he asked, What is this about, Reinhardt? Yesterday, the leader asked me for a report on the Voltum study. He showed Keitel Hitler's note, and then related the story of how the leader had learned of the study. Well, my friend, Keitel said, what are we going to do? I've decided that we go on the offensive. We hit back hard. We'll give him a report, by Monday, a detailed report. 2 days? Keitel scoffed. We have only raw data, and even that's very limited. Can't you tell him that in a few months we'll have better analysis? We could— No, Doctor, Ernst said, laughing. One does not tell the leader to wait a few months, or a few days or minutes. No, it's best for us to do this now. A lightning strike. That still doesn't address my concern. Not enough data. I know. I've decided we must conduct another test, made up of our biggest group yet, 12, to impress the leader and make him ignore Goering. The doctor professor scoffed. We won't have time. By Monday morning? No, we can't. Yes, we can. We have to. Our work is too important to lose in this skirmish. We'll have another session at the college tomorrow afternoon. I'll write up our magnificent vision of the new German army for the leader, in my best diplomatic prose. I know the right turn of phrase. He looked around. Another whisper. We'll cut the air minister's fat legs out from underneath him. The greened bronze of Hitler standing tall above fallen but noble troops in November 1923 Square was impressive, but it was located in a neighborhood very different from the others Paul Schumann had seen in Berlin. Papers blew in the dusty wind, and there was a sour smell of garbage in the air. Hawkers sold cheap merchandise and fruit. Aging, unlicensed prostitutes and young pimps lounged in doorways. Men missing limbs limped or wheeled up and down the sidewalks begging. It was as if he'd stepped through the curtain behind which Hitler had swept all the trash and undesirables of Berlin. Paul walked through a rusty iron gate and sat facing the statue of Hitler on one of the benches, a half-dozen of which were occupied. He'd been there for only a minute or two when Reggie Morgan joined him. You look different, he said. Your hair, clothes. Then he focused on the sticking plaster. What happened to you? Paul explained about the fight with the stormtroopers. You're not hurt otherwise? Your shooting hand's all right? Yes, it's fine. Paul lowered his voice. What did your contact at the information ministry find about Ernst? Morgan frowned. Something odd is going on. He said there are hushed meetings all over Wilhelm Street. The SS and SD are everywhere. He's going to need more time. We're to call him in an hour or so. He looked at his watch. But for now, our man with the rifle is up the street. He closed his shop today because we are coming in, but he lives nearby. He's waiting for us. I'll call him now." He rose and looked around. Of the divey bars and restaurants here, only one, the Edelweiss Cafe, advertised a public telephone. "I'll be back in a moment." As Morgan crossed the street, Paul's eyes followed him, and he saw one of the disabled veterans ease close to the patio of the restaurant, begging for a handout. A burly waiter stepped to the railing and shooed him away. A middle-aged man who'd been sitting several benches away rose and sat next to Paul. He offered a grimace and grumbled, "Did you see that? A crime how some people treat heroes." "Yes, it is." What should he do? Paul wondered. Might be more suspicious to stand up and leave. He hoped the man would fall silent. But the German eyed him closely and continued, "You're of an age. You fought." "Yes, of course." "At which battle?" The man looked at him expectantly. Paul had to say something, so he mentioned a battle he was intimately familiar with. Saint-Mihiel. Yes, I was there." The beaming man shook Paul's hand warmly. "What a coincidence this is, my comrade." Good choice, Paul thought bitterly. But he tried to look pleasantly surprised at this happenstance. The German continued to his brother-in-arms. "So you were part of Detachment C. Where were you?" "At the west face of the salient," Paul said, searching fast through 2-decade-old memories. "I faced the 2nd French Colonial Corps." "Yes, that was quite a battle." The German sipped from a flask. "Many people lost friends at Saint-Mihiel. I did not. Mine had all died before then." He fell silent and offered the flask to Paul, who shook his head. Morgan stepped out of the cafe and gestured. "I must go," Paul said to the man. "A pleasure meeting a fellow veteran and sharing these words." "Yes." "Good day, sir. Hail Hitler." "Ah, yes. Hail Hitler." Paul joined Morgan, who said, "He can meet us now." "You didn't tell him anything about why I need the gun?" "No, not the truth, at least. He thinks you're German, and he wanted to kill a crime boss in Frankfurt who cheated you." The dusty DKW turned onto November 1923 Square, and, unable to find a place to park on the hectic street, narrowly avoided a vendor selling questionable fruit as it drove halfway over the curb. "Ah, here we are, Janssen," Willy Cole said. "Your pistol is convenient?" "Yes, sir." "Then let's go hunting." They climbed out. The purpose of the inspector's diversion after they left the U.S. dormitory was to interview the taxi drivers stationed outside the Olympic Village. With typical National Socialist foresight, only cab drivers who were multilingual were allowed to serve the village, which meant both that there was a limited number of them and that they would return to the village after dropping off fares. This, in turn, Cole reasoned, meant that one of them might have driven their suspect somewhere. After dividing the taxis up between them and speaking to 24 drivers, Janssen found one who'd had a story that did indeed interest Cole. The fare had left the Olympics not long before with a suitcase and an old brown satchel. He was a burly man with a faint accent. He had got out at Lützow Plaza and vanished into the crowds. This was one of the busiest, most congested intersections in the city. There were few hopes of picking up the suspect's trail there. However, the cab driver added that the man had asked directions to November 1923 Square and wondered if he could walk to it from Lützow Plaza. Cole now looked over the people here. Beggars, vendors, hookers, shoppers, unemployed men and women in small cafes. Now let us think, Janssen. He got out of the taxi with his suitcase and the incriminating satchel at Lützow Plaza. He did not have the car drive him directly here from the Olympics, possibly because he dropped his bags off where he is now staying and came here for some other purpose. Why? To meet someone? To deliver something, perhaps, the satchel, or to collect something or someone. Shall we survey all the stores and shops? I think we must. We will first query the cafes, and at the same time get some sustenance for ourselves. He nodded to the closest restaurant, the one he'd parked in front of, the Edelweiss Cafe, and they stepped inside. As they were walking back from the gun dealer toward the Edelweiss Cafe, where Morgan would call his contact at the Information Ministry, Paul asked, "What will he get us? About Ernst's whereabouts?" "He told me that Goebbels insists on knowing where all the senior officials will be appearing in public. He then decides if it is important to have a filming crew or a photographer present to record the event. And Ernst will be on that list? That's what I'm hoping. Paul was suddenly very thirsty. He decided he'd get a table while Morgan made his call. Sitting at a rickety table at the Edelweiss Cafe, Willi Cole finished his strudel and coffee. Neither the manager nor anyone else had seen a man fitting the suspect's description, but Cole hoped someone in this unfortunate area had seen the victim from the Dresden Alley shooting. "Janssen, do you have the pictures of our poor dead man?" "In the DKW, sir." "Well, fetch them." "Yes, sir." The young man finished his Coca-Cola and walked to the car. Cole followed him out the door. He wiped his brow and looked up the street to his right toward the sound of a siren. He heard the DKW door slam, and he turned back, glancing toward Janssen. As he did, the inspector noticed a fast movement just beyond his assistant, to his left. It appeared that a man in a dark suit carrying a fiberboard musical instrument case or suitcase had turned and stepped quickly into the courtyard of a large, decrepit apartment building next door to the Edelweiss Cafe. There was something unnatural about the abruptness with which the man had veered off the sidewalk. It struck him as somewhat odd as well that a man in a suit would be going into such a shabby place. "Janssen," Cole called. "Did you see that man going into the courtyard?" "Not clearly. I just saw some men on the sidewalk, out of the corner of my eye." Cole's instincts took over. "We must look into this." The apartment building was attached to the structure on the right, and looking down the alley, the inspector could see that there were no side doors. "There'll be a service entrance in the back, like at the summer garden. Cover it again. I'll go through the front, assume that both men are armed and desperate. Keep your pistol in your hand. Now run. You can beat them if you hurry." Paul and Reggie Morgan stood, panting from the brief sprint, in a gloomy courtyard filled with trash. "Not the same police," gasped Morgan. "From the summer garden? Impossible. How did they find us?" Paul ignored the question, looking around him. He ran to the wooden entrance door in the center leg of the U of the building. It was closed and locked. The first-floor windows were 8 feet off the ground. Most were closed, but Paul noticed one was open, and the apartment it led onto appeared deserted. Morgan noticed Paul's glance and said, "We could hide there, yes, pull the blinds. But how do we climb up?" It was then that Paul spotted a pile of wooden milk crates across the courtyard. "Come on!" Willi Cole paused outside the courtyard entrance. He waited a moment until he was sure Janssen would be in position in the back, and then turned the corner. No sign of the suspect from Dresden Alley or the man with the suitcase. Gripping his pistol, he looked around the courtyard. All of the apartments on the ground floor had curtained windows or anemic plants resting on the sills, suggesting they were occupied. One, though, was curtainless and dark. Cole approached it slowly and noticed that on the dusty ground below the window was a stack of milk crates. The inspector, gripping his pistol tightly, pressed the button for the building's janitor. A moment later, a harried man arrived. The wiry gray janitor opened the door and glanced with a nervous blink at the pistol in Cole's hand. Cole stepped inside, looking past the man into the dark corridor. There was motion at the far end of the hall. Cole prayed that Janssen would remain vigilant. The inspector had at least been tested on the battlefield. He'd been shot at and had, he believed, shot 1 or 2 enemy soldiers. But Janssen? Though he was a talented marksman, the boy had fired only at paper targets. How would he do if the matter came to a gunfight? He whispered to the janitor, "The apartment on this floor, 2 to the right," he pointed. "It is unoccupied?" "Yes, sir." Cole stepped back so he could keep an eye on the courtyard in case the suspects tried to leap out the window and run. He told the janitor, "There's another officer at your back entrance. Go fetch him at once." "Yes, sir." But just as he was leaving, a stocky old woman in a purple dress and blue headscarf waddled toward them. "Mr. Greitel! Mr. Greitel! Quickly, you must call the police!" Cole turned to her. The janitor said, "The police are here, Mrs. Hager." "Ah, how can that be?" She blinked. The inspector asked her, "What do you require the police for?" "Theft." Instinct told Cole that this had something to do with the pursuit. "Tell me, ma'am, quickly now." "My apartment is in the front of the building, and from my window I noticed 2 men hiding behind the stack of milk crates, which, I must point out, you have been promising for weeks you will cart away, Mr. Greitel." "Please continue. This matter could be most urgent." These two were skulking. It was obvious. Then, just a moment ago, I saw them stand and take 2 bicycles from the rack next to the front entrance. I don't know about one of the bicycles, but the other was clearly Miss Bowers, and she has had no male companion for 2 years, so I know she would not have been lending him the bicycle. No. After using the milk crates to climb through the window, Paul and Morgan ran out of the empty apartment and into the hallway. At the front entrance of the building, they stole 2 bicycles and fled the area. When they had gone about a half mile, they ditched the bicycles and calmly walked down a busy street, looking for another cafe or tap room with a phone. Some blocks farther on, they found a beer hall with a public phone. Morgan went inside to make the call to his contact while Paul ordered ales and, edgy and vigilant, kept watch outside. He wouldn't have been surprised to see the 2 cops hurrying up the street, still on their trail. Who the hell were they? When Morgan returned to the table, he was troubled. "We have a problem." He took a sip of the beer and wiped his mustache. "They're not releasing any information. Word came from Himmler that no information about public appearances of party or government officials is to be released until further notice. No press conferences, nothing. The announcement went out just a few hours ago." Paul drank down half the beer. "What do we do? Do you know anything about Ernst's schedule?" "I don't even know where he lives, except somewhere in Charlottenburg." Paul reflected for a moment. He said, "I have a thought. I might be able to get some information about Ernst, but I'll need a couple of 100 marks." Janssen and Cole left the courtyard building. Discouraged, they returned to November 1923 Square and resumed their search, making their way up and down the street, talking to shop vendors and waiters, and inquiring about their suspect. They had no success until they came to a man sitting in the shadow of the bronze leader. "Ah, yes, I know who you mean. Who are you, sir?" "I am Helmut Gerstner, former corporal in Kaiser Wilhelm's army." "And what can you tell us, Corporal?" "I was speaking to this man not 45 minutes ago. He fit your description." Cole felt his heart pound quickly. "Well, tell us about him." "Yes, Inspector, we were speaking of the war. At first I thought we were comrades, but then I sensed something was odd." "What was that, sir?" "He spoke of the Battle of Saint-Michel, and yet he was not troubled. We lost 15,000 captured at that battle and many, many dead. He knew much of the fighting, it seemed. I suspect he was there. But the battle was not a horror to him, and he would not share my flask in honor of the dead. I don't know why you were looking for him, but this reaction alone made me suspicious." "Was he alone?" "He seemed to join another man, somewhat smaller than he." "What was his age, the larger man?" "About 40, the same as myself." "And you got a good look at him?" "Oh, yes, sir. I was as close to him as I am to you right now. I can describe him perfectly." Cole glanced up the street, looking for someone he'd observed on their search of the area a half hour earlier. He took the veteran by the arm and, holding up one hand to stop traffic, led the limping man across the street. "Sir," he said to a vendor in a paint-stained smock sitting beside a cheap pushcart displaying pictures. The street artist looked up from a floral still life he was painting. Cole snapped, "I have a job for you." He deposited the limping corporal in the shabby canvas chair and shoved a pad of paper toward the artist. "You wish me to do a drawing of this man?" the vendor asked, game but confused. "No, I wish you to do a drawing of the man this man is about to describe." Inside the Aryan Cafe, Otto Weber looked up and beamed a great smile. Come here, Mr. John Dillinger. How are you, my friend?" Weber rose to embrace him. They sat. Before Paul could even unbutton his jacket, Liesel made a beeline for him. "Ah, you're back. You could not resist me, I knew it. What will it be now?" "Sure for me," Paul said. "For him, a Berlin beer." Her fingers brushed the back of his neck as she stepped away. "It seems that you have yourself a special friend. And what does bring you back?" "I thought we might be able to do some business after all." "Ah, your words are like Mozart's music to me. I knew you were a sharp one." Liesel brought the beers immediately. Weber slammed his glass into Paul's. "Thank you for this." He drained half of his beer in one gulp and leaned forward. "Now, Mr. John Dillinger, what can I do for you?" Paul counted out 100 of the marks Morgan had given him and passed them to Weber, whose eyebrow rose. "What do you wish to buy?" "I need some information." Ah, information. Yes, that could cost 100 marks. Or it could cost much more. Information about what, or whom? Paul regarded the dark eyes of the man sitting across from him. Reinhard Ernst. Weber lit up a foul-smelling cigar and slipped the 100 marks into his pocket. What do you need to know? His schedule at Wilhelm Street. When he arrives for work, when he leaves, what kind of car he drives, where he parks. Will he be there tomorrow, Monday, or Tuesday? What routes he takes, any cafes he favors in the area. One can find out anything given enough time. And egg. Egg? He tapped his pocket. Money. I must be honest, Mr. John Dillinger, we are not talking about palming off 3-day-old canal trout from the Landwehr as fresh from the Hoffel. This is a matter that will require me to retire for a time. There will be serious repercussions, and I will have to go underground. There will be... Otto, just give me a number. $1,000. What? That's a lot of money. But it's really not, if I get you your information. And I guarantee I will. You pay me only half up front. Paul pointed to Weber's pocket, where the marks resided. That's your down payment. But you get paid the rest when and if the information pans out, and if I get approval. I'll have expenses. Paul slipped him the remaining 100. There. Hardly enough, but I'll make do. He finished his beer. Meet me tomorrow at the Tiergarten. There's a small lake at the end of Stern Alley, on the south side. Be there at 8. Inspector Willy Cole sat at his desk in the gloomy Alex. Janssen was downstairs, having the drawing done by the street artist printed up, as well as the photo of the victim. It wasn't a bad sketch by any means, Cole reflected. The face was distinctive, a handsome square jaw, thick neck, hair a bit wavy, a sticking plaster on his cheek. Cole knew the man's size and age and hair color, and probable nationality, even his likely city of residence. But to find certain criminals, you needed far more than details like this. To truly understand them, something more was required. Intuitive insights. This was one of Cole's greatest talents. His mind made connections and leaps that occasionally startled even himself. But now, none of these was forthcoming. Something about this case was out of balance. He sat back in his chair, examining his notes. The results from his earlier requests had not been forthcoming. The laboratory technician had not been able to find any fingerprints on the Olympic guidebook that they'd found at the scene of the brawl with the stormtroopers, and the FPE hadn't found any matches for the prints from Dresden Alley, and nothing from the coroner. How the hell long does it take to cut a man open? Of the dozens of missing persons reports that had flooded into the Kripo today, none matched the description of the victim. Some telegrams had arrived from precincts around Berlin, reporting the names of those who'd bought Spanish Star Modelo A pistols or Largo ammunition in the past year. Cole was discouraged to learn that he'd been wrong. The murder weapon was not as rare as he'd thought. The list, as of the moment, totaled 56 people in Berlin and environs, and a number of gun shops remained to be polled. Still hoping for the passenger manifest for the Manhattan, Cole had sent telegrams to port officials in Hamburg and to the United States Lines, the owner and operator of the vessel. There'd so far been no response to these requests. He had even sent a telegram to Manny's Menswear in New York, asking about recent purchasers of Stetson Mighty Lights. This plea, too, was presently unanswered. As Cole waited for Janssen to return, he again looked at the grim photographs of the murders in Gotau and Charlottenburg. He'd heard nothing more about the report from the crime scene or interviews of any witnesses. He supposed that his fiction about the Cosi conspiracy he'd pitched to Chief of Inspectors Hocher had had no effect. Gazing at the pictures, a dead boy, a woman trying to grasp the leg of a man lying just out of reach, a worker clutching his worn shovel. Heartbreaking. He stared for some moments. He knew it was dangerous to pursue the case. Certainly dangerous for his career, if not his life. And yet he had no choice. Why, he wondered. Why this compulsion he invariably felt to close a murder case? Willy Cole supposed it was his purpose on earth, to bring justice to those who caused death, to ignore any killing, of a fat man in an alley or a family of Jews, was to ignore his nature, and was therefore a sin. The inspector now put the photographs away. Taking his hat, He stepped into the hallway of the old building and headed home to his family. "I was wondering," Paul said, "if you're not busy, perhaps some dinner?" Ketha Richter's face went still. "As I told you, I am able to serve only breakfast, not—" He laughed. No, I want to take you out to dinner. Perhaps see some sights in Berlin." No, I couldn't." "Oh, you have a friend? A husband?" He'd glanced at her hand and seen no rings, but he wasn't sure how one declared commitment in Germany. "Please, ask him to come too." Ketha was at a loss for words. Finally she said, No, there is no one, but—" Paul said firmly, "No buts. I'm not in Berlin for very long. Could use somebody to show me around town." She gave him a smile. "I have not been to a restaurant for a long time. Perhaps such an evening will be enjoyable." She agreed to meet him in a half hour. She returned to her room while Paul showered and changed. 30 minutes later, a knock on the door. When he opened it, he blinked. She was an entirely different person. She was wearing a black dress, close-fitting, made from a shimmery material, a daring slit up the side and tiny sleeves that barely covered her shoulders. She seemed slightly ill at ease, as if all she'd worn recently were house dresses. But her eyes shone, and he had the same thought as earlier, how a subdued beauty and passion radiated from within her, wholly negating her pale complexion and furrowed brow. As for Paul, his hair was now combed differently. He was wearing a navy blue linen double-breasted suit and a silver tie over his white arrow shirt. He'd also picked up some makeup to cover the bruise and cut. He'd discarded the sticking plaster. "I want to do the town," she said. "That is what you say, is it not?" "Yep, do the town. Where do you want to go?" "But I've got 2 requirements. First, I'm hungry and I eat a lot. And second, I'd like to see your famous Wilhelm Street." Her face went still again. "Ach, the seat of our government." He supposed that, being someone persecuted by the National Socialists, she would not enjoy that particular site. Yet he needed to find the best location for touching off Ernst, and he knew that a man by himself was always far more suspicious than one with a woman on his arm. This had been Reggie Morgan's second mission today. Not only had he looked into Otto Weber's past, but he'd gotten the wire on Ketha Richter too. She had indeed been fired from a teaching job, and had been marked down as an intellectual and a pacifist. There was no evidence that she or Weber had ever informed for the National Socialists. Now, watching her, he felt pangs of guilt about employing her in this way, but he consoled himself with the thought that she was no fan of the Nazis, and by helping him in this unwitting way, she'd be doing her part to stop the war Hitler was planning. She said, "Yes, of course I will show you. And for your first requirement, I have just the restaurant in mind. You will like it." She added with a mysterious smile, "It's just the place for people like you and me." You and me. He wondered what she meant. Paul looked around carefully, but could see no one paying particular attention to them, though he half expected to see the 2 policemen who'd been tracking him all day, the heavy cop in the off-white suit, the lean one in green. Wilhelm Street was too far to walk to. Ketha suggested a double-decker bus. They climbed aboard and walked up to the top deck, where they sat close together on the spotless leather seat. They disembarked on Under the Lindens at Wilhelm Street, then walked south along the wide avenue that was the center of the Nazi government. Clean and antiseptic, the street exuded an unsettling power, with monolithic gray office buildings on either side. "Where's the Chancellery?" he asked. "There." Ketha pointed toward an old, ornate building. Paul was discouraged. His quick eyes took in the place. Armed guards in front. Dozens of SS and what appeared to be regular soldiers were patrolling the street, stopping people and asking for papers. On the tops of the buildings were other troops, armed with guns. There must have been 100 uniformed men nearby. It would be virtually impossible to find a shooting position without being captured or killed trying to get away. He slowed. "I think I've seen enough." He eyed several large, black uniformed men demanding papers from 2 men on the sidewalk. "Not as picturesque as you'd expected?" She laughed and started to say something, perhaps, "I told you so," but then thought better of it. "If you have more time, don't worry. I can show you many parts of our city that are quite beautiful. Now shall we go to dinner?" she asked. "Yes, let's." She directed him back to a tram stop on Under the Lindens. They got aboard and rode for a brief while, then climbed off at her direction. Ketta asked what he'd thought of Berlin so far in his short time here. Paul again gave some innocuous answers and turned the conversation back to her. He asked, "Are you going with anyone?" "Going?" He translated literally. "I mean romantically involved." Straightforward, she answered. "Most recently I had a lover. We no longer are together. But he still owns much of my heart." "What does he do?" he asked. "A reporter, like you." "Well, I'm not really a reporter. I write stories and hope to sell them. Human interest, we'd say." "And you write about politics?" "Politics? No, sports." "Sports." Her voice was dismissive. "You don't like sports?" "I am sorry to say I dislike sports." "Why?" "Because there are so many important questions facing us, not just here, but everywhere in the world. Sports are, well, they're frivolous." Paul replied, "So is strolling down the streets of Berlin on a nice summer evening, but we're doing it." "Ach," Ketta said testily. "The sole point of education in Germany now is to build strong bodies, not minds. Our boys, they play war games. They march everywhere. Did you hear we've started conscription?" Paul recalled that Bull Gordon had described the new German military draft to him, but he said no. "1 out of 3 boys fails because they have flat feet from all the marching they do at school. It's a disgrace." "Well, you can overdo anything," he pointed out. "I enjoy sports." "Yes, you seem athletic. Do you bodybuild?" "Some. Mostly I box." "Box? You mean the sort where you hit other people?" He laughed. "That's the only kind of boxing there is." "Barbaric." "Well, it can be if you let your guard down." "You joke," she said. "But how can you encourage people to strike each other?" "I couldn't really tell you, but I like it. It's fun." "Fun," she scoffed. "Yeah, fun," he said, growing angry too. "Life's hard. Sometimes you need to hold on to something fun when the rest of the world is turning to shit around you. Why don't you go to a boxing match sometime? Drink some beer, yell to your horse. You might enjoy it." "Kackpfiff," she said bluntly. "What?" "Kackpfiff," Ketta repeated. "It's a shortening for completely out of the question." "Well, suit yourself." She was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I'm a pacifist, as I was telling you today. All my friends in Berlin are pacifists. We don't combine the idea of fun with hurting people." "I don't walk around like a stormtrooper and beat up the innocent. The guys I spar with, they want to do it." "You encourage causing pain." "No, I discourage people from hitting me. That's what sparring is." "Like children," she muttered. "You're like children." "You don't understand." "And why do you say that? Because I'm a woman?" she snapped. "Maybe, yeah, maybe that's it." "I'm not stupid." "I'm not talking about intelligence. I only mean that women aren't inclined to fight." "We aren't inclined to be the aggressor. We will fight to protect our homes." "Well, sometimes the wolf isn't in your home. Don't you go out and kill him first?" "No." "You ignore him and hope he goes away?" "Yes, exactly. And you teach him he doesn't need to be destructive." "Well, that's ridiculous," Paul said. "Can't talk a wolf into being a sheep." "But I think you can if you wish to," she said. "And if you work hard at it. Too many men don't want that, however. They want to fight. They want to destroy because it gives them pleasure." Dense silence between them for a long moment. Then, her voice softening, she said, "Ach, Paul, please forgive me. Here you are being my companion, doing the town with me, which I haven't done for so many months. And I repay you by being like a shrew. Are American women shrews like me?" "Well, some are, some aren't. Not that you are one." "I'm a difficult person to be with. You have to understand, Paul. Many women in Berlin are this way. We have to be. After the war, there were no men left in the country. We had to become men and be as hard as they. I apologize." "Well, don't. I enjoy arguing. It's just another way of sparring." "Ah, sparring. And me a pacifist." She gave a girlish laugh. "What would your friends say?" "What indeed?" she said, and took his arm as they crossed the street. The restaurant that Ketta had in mind was the Luther and Wegner wine bar, which she explained was well over 100 years old and an institution in Berlin. The rooms were dark, smoky, and intimate, and the place was devoid of brown shirts, SS, and suited men wearing red armbands with a hooked "Surely You Know" cross. I brought you here because, as I said, it used to be the haunt of people like you and me. You and me? Yes, bohemians, pacifists, thinkers, and, like you, writers. Ah, writers, yeah. The waiter brought menus, and they ordered pig knuckles and spätzle and cabbage and bread. To drink, she ordered a sweet golden wine. They ate leisurely, talking and laughing the whole time. He paid the bill and they left, returning to the boarding house on foot, along the sidewalk that skirted the south boundary of the Tiergarten. Paul was tipsy from the wine, which he rarely drank. The sensation was nice. The warm breeze felt good. So did the pressure of Ketta's arm through his. As they walked, they spoke of books and politics, arguing some, laughing some, an unlikely couple maneuvering through the streets of this immaculate city. Paul heard voices, men coming their way. About 100 feet ahead, he saw 3 stormtroopers. They were boisterous, joking. In their brown uniforms, with their youthful faces, they resembled happy schoolboys. Unlike the belligerent thugs he'd taken on earlier in the day, this trio seemed bent only on enjoying the fine night. They paid no attention to anyone on the street. Paul felt Ketta slowing. He looked down at her. Her face was a mask, and her arm began to tremble. What's the matter? I don't wish to pass them. You don't have anything to worry about. She looked to the left, panicked. The traffic on the street was busy, and they were some blocks from a pedestrian crossing. To avoid the brown shirts, they had only one choice, the Tiergarten. She looked at the gate that led into the park. This way. They turned into the park. The thick foliage cut out much of the sound of the traffic, and soon the creak-creak of insects and the baritone call of frogs from the ponds filled the night. The stormtroopers passed by without even glancing into the park. Still, Ketta kept her head down and walked with a stiff gait. Are you all right? He asked. Silence. She looked around, shivering. Are you afraid here? He asked. Do you want to leave? Still she said nothing. They came to an intersection of sidewalks, one of which would take them to the left, south, out of the park and back to the boarding house. She stopped. After a moment she said, Come, this way. Turning, Ketta led him farther into the park, north, along winding paths. They finally came to a small boathouse on a pond. Dozens of for-hire boats rested upside down, nestled against one another. Now, in the hot night, the area was deserted. I haven't been inside the Tiergarten for 3 years, she whispered. Paul said nothing. At last she continued. That man who has my heart? Yes, your journalist friend. Michael Klein. He was a reporter for the Munich Post. Hitler got his start in Munich. Michael covered his rise and wrote much about him, about his tactics, the intimidation, the beatings, the murders. Michael kept a running count of the unsolved murders of people who were opposed to the party. The party and the stormtroopers threatened him, and everybody at the post. But before the National Socialists came to power, they never hurt him. Then there was the Reichstag fire. Just weeks after Hitler was named Chancellor, someone lit a fire inside our parliament. Hitler and Goering blamed the communists, and they rounded up thousands of them. Social Democrats, too. Michael was among them. He went to one of the temporary prisons set up around the city. They kept him there for weeks. I was frantic. No one told me what happened. No one told me where he was. It was terrible. He told me later that they beat him, fed him once a day at the most, made him sleep naked on a concrete floor. Finally, a judge let him go since he hadn't committed any crime. After he was released, I met him at his apartment, not far from here. It was a spring day in May, a beautiful day, 2 in the afternoon. We were going to hire a boat, right here at this lake. I brought some stale bread to feed the birds. We were standing there, and 4 stormtroopers came up to us and pushed me to the ground. They'd followed us. They said they'd been watching him since he'd been released. They told him that the judge had acted illegally in releasing him, and they were now going to carry out the sentence. She choked for a moment. They beat him to death right in front of me. Right there. I could hear his bones break. You see that? Oh, Ketta, no. You see that square of concrete? That was where he fell. That one. The 4th square from the grass. That was where Michael's head lay as he died. He put his arm around her. She didn't resist, but neither did she find any comfort in the contact. She was frozen. May is now the worst month, she whispered. Then she looked around at the textured canopy of summer trees. "This park is called the Tiergarten. Tier means animal or beast, and Garten, of course, is garden. So this is the Garden of Beasts, where the royal families of Imperial Germany would hunt game. But in our slang, Tier also means thug, like a criminal. And that's who killed my lover. Criminals." Her voice grew cold. "Here, right here in the Garden of Beasts." His grip tightened around her. She glanced once more at the pond, then at the square of concrete, the fourth from the grass. Ketta said, "Please take me home, Paul." In the hallway outside his door, they paused. "I've forgotten so much," she said. "Walking through the city, seeing lovers in cafes, telling jokes, sitting where famous writers and thinkers have sat. The pleasure in things like those. I've forgotten what that's like. Forgotten so much." His hand went to the tiny scallop of cloth covering her shoulder, and then he touched her neck, felt her skin move against her bones. So thin, he thought. So thin. With his other hand, he brushed her hair out of her face. Then he kissed her. She stiffened. He started to back away, but suddenly she flung her arms around him, kissing him hard. Teeth met his lip and he tasted blood. "Oh," she said, shocked. "I'm sorry." But he laughed gently, and then she did too. "I said I've forgotten much," she whispered. "I'm afraid this is one more thing lost from my memory." He pulled her to him, and they remained in the dim hallway, their lips and hands frantic. Images flashing past, a halo around her golden hair from the lamp behind her, the cream lace of her slip over the lighter lace of her brassiere, her keening moan, hot breath, the feel of silk, of cotton, his hand sliding down and finding her own fingers waiting to guide him through complicated layers of cloth and straps. "My room," he whispered. In a few seconds the door was open, and they were staggering inside, where the air seemed hotter even than in the hot corridor. The bed was miles away, but the rose-colored couch with gull-wing arms was suddenly beneath them. He fell backward onto the cushions and heard a crack of wood. Ketta was on top of him, holding him in a vice grip as if she were unable to let go. A fierce kiss, then her face sought his neck. He heard her whisper to him, to herself, to no one. "How long has this been?" She began to unbutton his shirt frantically. "Ach, years and years." Well, he thought, not such a long time in his case. But as he lifted off her dress and slip in one smooth sweep, his hand sliding to the sweating small of her back, he realized that while, yes, there'd been others recently, it had been years since he'd felt anything like this. Then, gripping her face in his hands, bringing her closer, closer, losing himself entirely, he corrected himself once more. Maybe it had been forever. The evening rituals in the Cole household had been completed, dishes dried, linens put away. A huge pounding filled the hall, the bronze bear knocker on Cole's front door. He unbolted the lock and swung open the heavy oak slab. Konrad Janssen stood in the doorway. "Forgive the intrusion, sir." His young face bristled with enthusiasm. "I showed the picture of the suspect all over the Olympics and half the rest of the city, it seemed. I found a reporter for a British newspaper who'd come over from New York on the SS Manhattan who recognizes our man. He is an American, and his name is Paul Schumann." Words spoken in the dark. Words spoken as if in a dream. They were close, finding in each other a comfortable opposite. Knee to back of knee, swell of belly to back, chin to shoulder. Words spoken in the anonymity of new romance. The passion passed, though only momentarily. Paul kissed the back of Ketta's head. Through the open window they could hear Beethoven, growing louder as someone in a nearby apartment turned up the volume. A moment later, a firm voice echoed through the damp night. "Ach," she said, shaking her head. "The leader speaks. That's Hitler himself." It was talk about germs, about stagnant water, about infections. Paul laughed. Why is he so obsessed with health? Health? Don't you understand what he's saying? It's not germs he's talking about, it's Jews. He's changed all his speeches during the Olympics. He doesn't say Jew, but that's what he means. He doesn't want to offend the foreigners, but he can't let us forget the National Socialist dogma. Paul, don't you know what is happening here? Why, in the basements of half the hotels and boarding houses in Berlin are signs that were taken down for the Olympics and that will be put back up the day the foreigners leave. They say, "No Jews," or "Jews not welcome here." You're serious? Serious, Paul, yes. You saw the flags on the houses of Magdeburger Allee, the street here. You commented on ours when you arrived. The Olympic flag? Yes, not the National Socialist flag, like on most of the other homes on this street. Do you know why? Because this building is owned by a Jew. It's illegal for him to fly Germany's flag. He wants to be proud of his fatherland like everyone else, but he can't be. And how could he fly the National Socialist flag anyway, the swastika, the broken cross? It stands for anti-Semitism. Ah, so that was the answer. Surely you know. Keta moved closer yet to him. After a long silence, she said, "What have they done? We are a people who love music and talk and who rejoice in scrubbing our alley cobblestones clean and basking in the sun on the beach at Wannsee and buying our children clothing and sweets. We're moved to tears by the Moonlight Sonata, by the words of Goethe and Schiller, yet we are possessed now. Why?" A moment later she whispered, "Ach, that is a question for which I am afraid the answer will come too late." "Leave the country," Paul whispered. She rolled about to face him. "I cannot leave." "Why not?" "It's my country," she whispered simply. "I can't abandon it." "But it's not your country any longer. It's theirs." "What did you say? Tier? Beasts? Thugs? It's been taken over by beasts. Leave. Get away before it gets worse." "Even if I wanted to, I cannot. After I was fired, my name went on a list. They took my passport. I'll never get exit papers." "Come back with me. I can get you out." "Come to America. We have wonderful schools. You could teach. Your English is as good as anyone's." A harsh laugh. "Ach, I don't even know you." Paul said, "And I don't know you. I'm not proposing. I'm not saying we live together. I'm just saying you have to get the hell out of here. I can arrange that. I have connections." "You do?" "Oh, Paul, you can really get me out of the country without papers?" "Yes, but I'll be leaving soon. Tomorrow night, I hope, or the night after." "How?" "Leave the details to me. Are you willing to leave immediately?" After a moment of silence, "I can do that, yes." She took his hand, stroked his palm, and interlaced her fingers with his. 6-5 against. Sunday, 26th of July to Monday, 27th of July, 1936. Paul found Reggie Morgan sitting on a bench in front of the very pond where Keta Richter's lover had been beaten to death 3 years ago. Even at this early hour, dozens of people were here, a number of walkers and bicyclists. Paul sat down beside him. Morgan flicked an envelope inside his jacket pocket. "Got the greenbacks okay," he whispered in English. They reverted to German. "You think Weber will show up?" Morgan asked skeptically. "Oh yes, if there's money involved, he'll be here. But I'm not sure how helpful he'll be. I looked over Wilhelm Street last night. Be far too risky to do the job there. We'll have to see what Otto says. Maybe he's found another location." A moment later, Paul spotted him coming down the path. There he is now. Him? Looks like a Bürgermeister, one who spent the evening in his cups. We're relying on him? Weber approached the bench and sat down. "You are Mr. John Dillinger's associate?" "Dillinger?" Morgan asked. "I am Otto Weber." He shook Morgan's hand vigorously. "You are?" "I'll keep my name to myself if you don't mind." "Ach, me, yes, that's fine. Except I have some news you may not like. All of my contacts report that a veil of silence has descended on Wilhelm Street. Something has made them cautious. Security has become higher than ever. And all this in the last day. There is no information anyone has about this person you are mentioning." Paul's face twisted in disappointment. "But the situation is not hopeless. I can still be of some assistance. I can't tell you where the chicken is, but what would you say if I can get you into the hen house, and you could find out for yourself?" He lowered his voice. I can get you into the Chancellery. We have the little man to thank. He is obsessed with architecture. He has been renovating the place since he came to power. Laborers are there 7 days a week. I will provide a workman's outfit, a forged identification card, and the 2 passes that will get you into the building. One of my contacts is doing the plastering there, and he has access to all the documentation. My friend tells me that Hitler wishes rugs in all the offices on the important floors. That will include Ernst's. The carpet suppliers are measuring the offices. Some have been measured, some have not. We will hope Ernst's has not. In the event it has been, you can make some excuse about having to measure again. I will also provide a meter stick and a notebook. Now, there will be some officials in the building, even on Sunday. But my man tells me they will be senior people and will be mostly in the leaders' portion of the building, to the left, which you will not be allowed near. To the right are the lower-level officials' offices. That's where Ernst's is. They and their secretaries and aides will most likely not be there. You should have some time to browse through his office and, with luck, find his calendar or a memo or notation about his appointments in the next few days. This is not bad, Morgan said. Weber said, It will take me an hour or so to put everything in place. I will pick up the coveralls and your papers and a truck. I'll meet you by that statue there at 10 a.m. The battered van pulled up on Wilhelm Square and parked in an alley. How do I address people? Paul asked. Sir, Weber said. Always sir. There won't be any women? Yes, there may be a few, but they will not be in official positions, of course. They'll be your peers, secretaries, cleaners, file clerks, typists. They will be single, no married women may work, so you will say miss. Do I knock on doors or just enter? Always knock, Morgan offered. Weber nodded. And I say Hail Hitler? Weber scoffed. As often as you like. One has never gone to prison for saying that. And that salute you do, the arm in the air. Not necessary, Morgan said, not from a workman. In the back of the van, Paul stripped off his clothes and pulled on the coveralls Weber had provided. He examined the battered identity card, which contained a picture of a man resembling himself. Who's this? This is a man who was killed at Argonne Meuse. You look good for a dead man. Weber then handed him the 2 work permits that would allow him access to the Chancellery. Paul had left his own passport and the fake Russian one at the boarding house. Weber had assured him he'd be searched carefully at the front of the building. Here. Weber handed him a notebook and pencil and a battered stick meter. He also gave him a short steel rule, which he could use as a jimmy on the lock in Ernst's office door if need be. Paul looked these items over. He asked Weber, They're really going to fall for this? Ach, Mr. John Dillinger, if you want certainty, aren't you in the wrong line of work? The office of the Plenipotentiary for Domestic Stability, the sign painted in stark Gothic German characters, was on the 3rd floor of the Chancellery. The renovations on this level seemed largely completed, though the smell of paint and plaster and varnish was heavy in the air. Paul had entered the building without difficulty, though he'd been carefully searched by 2 black uniformed guards armed with bayonet-mounted rifles. Weber's paperwork passed muster, though he was stopped and searched again on the 3rd floor. He waited until a patrol had walked down the hallway and knocked respectfully on the rippled glass window on the door to Ernst's office. No answer. He tried the knob and found it unlocked. He walked through the dark anteroom and toward the door that led to Ernst's private office. He stopped suddenly, alarmed that the man might be here, since the light under the door was so bright. But he knocked again and heard nothing. He opened the door and found that the brilliance was sunlight. The office faced east, and the morning light streamed viciously into the room. Debating about the door, he decided to leave it open. Closing it was probably against regulations and would be suspicious if guards made rounds. His first impression was how cluttered the office was. Papers, booklets, account sheets, bound reports, maps, letters. They covered Ernst's desk and a large table in the corner. There was a fireplace, empty this morning, of course, and scrubbed clean. On the black and white marble mantel were plaques of war decorations, a bayonet, battle flags, pictures of a younger, uniformed Ernst with a stout man sporting a fierce mustache and wearing a spiked helmet. Walking to the desk, Paul looked over it. He saw several framed pictures. These showed the colonel with his family. Paul looked away from the pictures and quickly read over dozens of papers on the desk. He was about to reach for one of the piles of documents and dig through it, but he paused, aware of a sound, or perhaps an absence of sound. Just a softening of the loose noises floating about him. Instantly, Paul dropped to his knees and set the measuring stick on the floor, then began walking it from one side of the room to the other. He looked up as a man slowly entered, glancing at him with curiosity. The photographs on the mantel and the ones that Morgan's contact Max had shown him had been several years old, but there was no doubt that the man standing in front of him was Reinhard Ernst. On the ground floor, he turned toward the glaring front doorway that opened onto Wilhelm Street, footsteps echoing loudly. Weber had provided used boots, a good addition to the costume, except that a hobnail had worn through the leather and tapped loudly with every step, no matter how Paul twisted his foot. He was 50 feet from the doorway, which was an explosion of sunlight surrounded by a halo. 40 feet. Tap, tap, tap. 20 feet. He could see outside now, cars streaming past on the street. 10 feet. Tap, tap. You will stop! Paul froze. He turned to see a middle-aged man in a gray uniform striding quickly to him. You came down those stairs. Where were you? Let me see your documents. I was measuring for carpets, sir, Paul said, digging Weber's papers out of his pocket. The SS man looked them over quickly, compared the photo and read the work order. He took the meter stick from Paul's hand as if it were a weapon. He returned the work order, then looked up. Where's your special permit? Special permit? I wasn't told I needed one. For access upstairs, you must have one. My superior never told me. That's not our concern. Everyone with access to floors above the ground needs a special permit. Your party membership card? I don't have it with me. You are not a member of the party? Of course, sir. I'm a loyal National Socialist, believe me. You're not a loyal National Socialist if you don't carry your card. The officer searched him, flipped through the notebook, glanced at the sketches of the rooms and the dimensions. He was shaking his head. Paul said, I am to return later in the week, sir. I can bring you a special permit and party card then. He added, and at that time I can measure your office as well. My office is on the ground floor in the back, the area not scheduled for renovation, the SS officer said sourly. All the more reason to have a fine Persian carpet, of which we happen to have several more than have been allotted, and nothing to do but let them rot in a warehouse. The man considered this. Then he glanced at his wristwatch. I don't have time to pursue this matter. I am Security Underleader Schechter. You will find my office down the stairs and to the right. The name is on the door. On with you now. But when you come back, have the special permit, or it will be Prince Albrecht Street for you. As the three men sped away from Wilhelm Square, a siren sounded nearby. Paul and Reggie Morgan looked uneasily out the windows of the van, which stank of burned cabbage and sweat. Weber laughed. It's an ambulance, relax. After a few moments, Paul said quietly, I met him. Met whom? Morgan asked. Ernst. Morgan's eyes widened. He was there? He came into the office just after I got there. Ach, what did we do? Weber said. We can't get back inside the Chancellery. How will we find out where he'll be? Oh, I found that out, Paul said. I had time to look over his desk before he arrived. He'll be at the stadium today. Which stadium? Morgan asked. There are dozens in the city. The Olympic Stadium. I saw a memorandum. Hitler's having photographs of senior party officials taken there this afternoon. He glanced at a nearby clock tower. But we have only a few hours to get me into place. I think we'll need your help once again, Otto. Ach, I can get you anywhere you wish, Mr. John Dillinger. I work the miracles, and you pay for them. That is why we are such good partners, of course. And speaking of which, my American cash, if you please. And he let the transmission of the van scream in second gear as he held out his right hand, palm up, until Morgan dropped the envelope into it. After a moment, Paul was aware that Morgan had been looking him over. The man asked, What was Ernst like? Did he seem like the most dangerous man in Europe? He was polite. He was preoccupied. He was weary. And sad. Sad? Weber asked. Paul nodded. recalling the man's fast yet burdened eyes, the eyes of someone waiting for arduous trials to be over with. The sun finally sets. Morgan glanced at the shops and buildings and flags on the wide avenue of Under the Lindens. He asked, "Is that a problem?" "Problem? Will meeting him make you hesitate to do what you've come here for? Will it make a difference?" Paul Schumann wished to God that he could say it would, that seeing someone up close, that talking to him would melt the ice, would make him hesitate to take that man's life. But he answered truthfully, "No, it will make no difference." Cole had sent telegrams to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the New York City Police Department, and the International Olympic Committee, asking for information on Paul Schumann. The only reply he'd gotten so far was a brief response from the police department, saying only that they would look into the matter when practicable. Cole had sent a second brief telegram in his halting English, thanking the NYPD and reminding them of the urgency of the matter. He'd alerted the border guards to detain Schumann if he tried to leave, but word would get only to the major crossings. Nor had a second trip of Janssens to the Olympic Village proved fruitful. Paul Schumann had not been officially connected to the American team. He had come to Berlin as a rider with no known affiliation. He'd left the Olympic Village the day before, and no one had seen him since, nor did anyone know where he might have gone. Rocking back in his chair, looking through the box of evidence, reading his penciled notes, Cole looked up to see Janssen standing in the doorway. Cole smiled and asked, "Now, what do you have?" "The post-mortem from Dresden Alley." "It's about time." The inspector candidate handed his boss the thin folder which contained only 2 pages. Cole read through the document. It first stated the obvious, of course, as autopsies always did, in the dense language of physiology and morphology, that the cause of death was severe trauma to the brain due to the passage of a bullet. No sexual diseases, a bit of gout, a bit of arthritis, no war wounds. The alcohol in his blood suggested that he'd had some liquor not long before he died. The stomach contents revealed chicken, garlic, herbs, onion, carrots, potatoes, a reddish-colored sauce of some sort, and coffee, all digested to the point that suggested the meal had been enjoyed about a half hour before death. "Ah," Cole brightened, jotting all these facts down in pencil in his battered little notebook. "What, sir?" "Here is something of great interest to us, Janssen. While we can't be positive, it appears that the victim ate a very sublime dish for his last meal. It is probably coq au vin, a French delicacy that marries chicken with the unlikely partner of red wine. Oh yes, this is good." He thought for a moment, then rose and walked to a map of Berlin on the wall. He found a pushpin and stuck it into Dresden Alley. He died here at noon, and he had lunch at a restaurant about 30 minutes before that. You recall he was a good walker, Janssen, his leg muscles, his worn shoes. So while he might have taken a taxi or tram to his fatal encounter, we will assume that he walked. Allowing him time for a cigarette and to pay the check and savor his coffee, we will assume that he walked on his sturdy legs for 20 minutes before he came to Dresden Alley. How far could a brisk walker go in that time? I would guess 1.5 kilometers. Cole frowned. I too would guess that. He examined the legend of the Berlin map and drew a circle around the site of the killing. Janssen shook his head. We need to take the photograph of the victim to every restaurant in that circle? No, only to those serving coq au vin, and of those only the ones that do so at lunchtime on Saturday. A fast look at the hours of service and the menu in front will tell us if we need to inquire further. The anxious atmosphere that hung about the 3 men in the boarding house was like cold smoke. In the dim room, windows closed, shades down, Paul and Morgan looked over a map and 24 publicity photos of the Olympic Stadium which Weber had dug up. Morgan asked, "Where's the photography session?" Ernst's memorandum says the press room. "That's here," Weber said. Paul examined the drawing carefully and wasn't pleased. The stadium was huge, and the press box must have been 200 feet long. It was located near the top of the building's south side. He could take up position in the stands on the north side, but that meant a very long shot across the entire width of the facility. Too far. I couldn't guarantee a fatal shot, and I might hit someone else. Paul continued to peruse the map. An idea occurred to him, and touching the photos, he explained it. The back walkways of the stadium were open. Leaving the press room, One would walk either east or west along this corridor, then down several flights of stairs to the ground level, where there was a parking area, a wide drive, and sidewalks that led to the railway station. About 100 feet from the stadium, overlooking the parking lot and drive, was a cluster of small buildings, labeled on the map storage facilities. If Ernst came out onto that walkway and down the stairs, I could shoot him from that shed, the one there. You could make the shot? Paul nodded. Yes, easily. But we don't know that Ernst will arrive or leave that way. Maybe we can force him outside, flush him out like a bird. And how? Morgan asked. Paul said, We ask him. Ask him? Morgan frowned. We get a message to him in the press room that he's urgently needed. There's someone who needs to see him in private about something important. He walks out the corridor onto the porch into my sights. But would any message be so urgent that he'd interrupt a meeting with the leader, Goering, and Goebbels? From what I've learned about him, he's obsessed with his job. We tell him that there's a problem having to do with the Army or Navy. I know that'll get his attention. What about Krupp, the munitions manufacturer? Could a message from Krupp be urgent? Morgan nodded. Krupp. Yes, I'd think so. But how do we get the message to Ernst when he's in the photography session? Ah, easy, Weber said. I'll telephone him. How? I will find out the number of one of the telephones in the press room and place a call. I will do this myself. I will ask for Ernst and tell him that there is a driver downstairs with a message, only for him to see, from Gustav Krupp von Bohlen himself. I will call from a post office, so when the Gestapo dials 7 afterward to find the source of the call, there'll be no lead to me. How can you get the number? Morgan asked. Contacts. Another 200 marks will be fine. And for that, I will add for no extra charge a way to get into and out of the stadium, Mr. John Dillinger. A full SS uniform. You can sling your rifle over your shoulder and walk straight into the stadium like Himmler himself, and no one will stop you. Morgan frowned. No, it's a good plan, Reggie, Paul said. After the shot, they'll get all the officials back to Berlin as fast as possible. I'll ride with the guards protecting them. Once we're in town, I'll get lost in the crowd. Afterward, he'd slip into the embassy building near the Brandenburg Gate and radio Avery and Manielli in Amsterdam, who'd send the plane out to the aerodrome for him. As their eyes returned to the maps of the stadium, Paul decided it was time. He said, I want to tell you, there's someone coming with me. A woman. Morgan's mouth tightened. The one here? That's right, Ketta. I should call Washington or the senator, Morgan said. Call who you like, she's coming. Morgan shook his head. Jesus, we're running an airways service. Paul fixed his fellow American with a gaze. One other thing. At the stadium, I'll only have the Russian passport for ID. If I don't make it, she'll never hear what happened. Will you tell her something? About me having to leave? I don't want her thinking that I ditched her. And do what you can to get her out. Of course. Ah, you'll make it, Mr. John Dillinger. You're the American cowboy with big balls, right? 20 minutes from downtown Berlin, the white van turned north at Adolf Hitler Plaza, Reggie Morgan behind the wheel. He and Paul Schumann beside him gazed at the stadium to the left. Paul noted the massive size of the complex. In addition to the stadium itself, there were a swimming facility, a hockey rink, a theater, a sports field, and many outbuildings and parking areas. It appeared that one could drive right up to the front plaza of the stadium, but for an SS lieutenant, the commission was courtesy of Otto Weber, no extra cost. To climb out of a private van would be suspicious, of course. So they decided that Morgan would drop Paul off in some trees near a parking lot, which he would patrol, examining trucks and workmen as he slowly made his way to the shed overlooking the press office on the south side of the stadium. The van now pulled off the road onto a grassy patch and rocked to a stop, invisible from the stadium. Paul climbed out and assembled the Mauser. He took the telescopic sight off the rifle. It was not the sort of accessory a guard would have, and slipped it into his pocket. He slung the gun over his shoulder and put his black helmet on his head. How do I look? Paul asked. Authentic enough to scare me. Good luck to you. I'll need it, Paul thought grimly, peering through the trees at the scores of workmen on the grounds, ready and able to point out an intruder, and at the hundreds of guards who'd be happy to gun him down. 6-5 against. Brother. He glanced at Morgan and felt an impulse to lift his hand in an American salute, one veteran to another. but of course Paul Schumann was fully aware of his role. "Hail," and lifted his arm. Morgan repressed a smile and reciprocated. As Paul turned to leave, Morgan said softly, "Oh, wait, Paul. When I spoke to Bill Gordon and the senator this morning, they wished you luck. And the commander said to tell you can print his daughter's wedding invitations as your first job. You know what he means?" Paul gave a nod, and gripping the sling of the Mauser, started toward the stadium. 15 minutes later, as he approached the shed, Paul noticed that it had no windows. There was no back door. The escape after the shooting would be difficult. He'd have to exit by the front, in full view of the entire stadium. But he suspected the acoustics would make it very difficult to tell where the shot had come from, and there were many sounds of construction to obscure the report of the rifle. The time was 1:30. Otto Weber, who was in the Potsdam Plaza post office, would place his call around 2:15. Plenty of time. Pulling on the black leather gloves that were part of the uniform, Paul opened the door and stepped inside the shed. The place was filled with cardboard cartons tied with twine. The shed was being used to store souvenir booklets of the games. He arranged some cartons to make a shooting position in the front of the shed. He then laid open his jacket to the right of where he'd be lying, to catch the ejected shells when he worked the bolt of the gun. These details, retrieving the casings and minding fingerprints, probably didn't matter. He had no record here, and would be out of the country by nightfall. But nonetheless, he went to the trouble simply because this was his craft. You make sure nothing is out of kilter. Standing well inside the small building, he scanned the stadium with the rifle's telescopic sight. He noted the open corridor behind the press room which Ernst would take to reach the stairway and walk down to meet the messenger that Weber would tell him about. He'd have a perfect shot as soon as the colonel stepped out of the doorway. There were large windows, too, which he might shoot through if the man paused in front of one. The time was 1:50. Paul sat back, legs crossed, and cradled the rifle in his lap. Sweat was dripping down his forehead in tickling rivulets. He wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt, then began to mount the telescopic sight onto the rifle. "What do you think, Rudy?" But Reinhard Ernst did not expect his grandson to answer. The boy was staring with smiling awe over the expanse of the Olympic Stadium. They were in the long press facility on the south side of the building, above the leader's reviewing stand. Ernst held him up so that he could look through the window. Rudy was virtually dancing with excitement. "Ah, who is this?" a voice asked. Ernst turned to see Adolf Hitler and 2 of his SS guards enter the room. "My leader." Hitler walked forward and smiled at the boy. Ernst said, "This is Rudy, my son's boy. Say hello to our leader, Rudy. Salute as I taught you." The boy gave a smart National Socialist salute, and Hitler laughed in delight and tousled Rudy's hair. The leader stepped closer to the window and pointed out some of the features of the stadium, talking in an enthusiastic voice. More voices in the hallway. The 2 rivals, Goebbels and Goering, arrived together. Over the next 10 minutes, other officials began arriving, including Himmler and Hess. The photographer meticulously set up his Leica and lighting equipment so that he could get both the subjects in the foreground and the stadium in the back. Hitler first insisted on taking a picture with Rudy and lifted the boy onto his knee, laughing and chatting with him like a good uncle. After this, the planned pictures began. The flashes went off as the celebrities of the Third Empire looked cheerful or thoughtful or ominous for the lens. When Ernst was not being photographed, he composed in his mind the letter to the leader about the Voltam study, considering what to say and what not to. An SS guard appeared in the doorway. He spotted Ernst and called, "Mr. Minister Ernst." "Yes?" "Sir, there is a phone call for you from the secretary of Gustav Krupp von Bohlen. There is a matter he needs to inform you of immediately. Something most important. You may take the call on one of the phones there. I will have it put through." "Excuse me for one moment, my leader." Hitler nodded and returned to discussing the angle of the camera with the photographer. A moment later, one of the many phones against the wall buzzed. A glowing light indicated which it was, and Ernst picked it up. "Yes, this is Colonel Ernst." "Colonel, I am Stroud, an aide to Baron von Bohlen. I apologize for the disturbance. He sent some documents for you to examine. A driver has them at the stadium where you are now." "What are these about?" I was instructed by the Baron not to mention the subject over this telephone. Yes, fine. Where is the driver? In the driveway on the south side of the stadium. He will meet you there. It's better to be discreet. Alone, I am saying, sir. Those are my instructions. Yes, of course. Ernst hung the phone in the cradle. He left the room and stepped into the interior corridor that connected all the press rooms. He oriented himself and noticed a doorway that would lead to one of the south stairways. He started toward it. Making his way through a crowd of workers and foremen energetically finishing the construction here on the press booth floor, Ernst dodged around a carpentry station. He glanced down at the arm of his suit and grimaced. There was a sprinkling of plaster on it. He brushed the dust away as best he could, but some remained. He wondered if he should wet his fingers to clean it, but this might cause the plaster to set permanently in the cloth. His wife Gertrude would not be pleased if that happened. He'd leave it for now. He put his hand on the door handle and stepped onto the outer walkway that led to the stairs. As he walked, he blew again at the plaster dust on his sleeve, then paused in front of one of the large south-facing windows and looked outside. The sun fell on him fiercely. He'd left his hat back in the press booth. Should he get it? No, he thought. His breath was knocked from his lungs as he felt a jarring blow to his body and found himself tumbling to the drop cloth covering the marble, gasping in agony. But the one thought most prominent in his mind as he struck the floor was, "Now I'll get paint on my suit, too. What will Gertrude say about this?" The Munich House was a small restaurant 10 blocks northwest of the Tiergarten and 5 from Dresden Alley. Willi Kohl had eaten here several times and recalled enjoying the Hungarian goulash. Gerhard Klemp, the owner, looked at the picture of the body found in Dresden Alley. "Did this man eat lunch here yesterday?" Kohl asked. "Yes, he did, and almost 3 days a week. He first came in several months ago. He said he liked it because we prepare more than just German food." "What time did he lunch here yesterday?" "He came in early, about 11, just as we were opening. He left 40 minutes later." "Was he alone?" "Yes." "Were there persons he dined with regularly?" "No, he was usually by himself." "What do you know about him?" "Ah, a few things. For one, I have his address, if that helps." "Indeed it does," said Kohl excitedly. "After he began coming here regularly, I suggested he open an account with us." He turned to a file box containing neatly penned cards and wrote down an address on a slip of paper. Janssen looked at it. 2 blocks from here, sir." "Do you know anything else about him?" "Not much, I'm afraid. He was secretive. We spoke rarely. It wasn't the language. No, it was his preoccupation. He was usually reading the newspaper or business documents and didn't wish to converse." "What do you mean by it wasn't the language?" "Oh, he was an American." Kohl lifted an eyebrow at Janssen. "He was?" "Yes, sir," the man replied, glancing once more at the picture of the dead man. "And his name?" "Mr. Reginald Morgan, sir." "And you are who?" Robert Taggart held up a cautionary finger in response to Reinhard Ernst's question, then looked carefully out the window Ernst had been standing at when Taggart had tackled the colonel a moment before to get him out of the line of sight of the shed where Paul Schumann was waiting. Taggart caught a glimpse of the black doorway in the shed and could vaguely make out the muzzle of the Mauser easing back and forth. "No one go outside," Taggart called to the workers. "Keep away from the windows and the doors." He turned back to Ernst, who sat on a box containing cans of paint. Several of the laborers had helped him up from the floor and stood nearby. Taggart had been late arriving at the stadium. Driving the white van, he'd had to circle far to the north and west to make certain Schumann didn't see him. After flashing his identity cards to the guards, he had run up the stairs to the press floor to find Ernst pausing in front of the window. The construction noise was loud, and the colonel hadn't heard his shout over the screams of the power saws. So the American had sprinted down the hall past a dozen or so astonished workers and knocked Ernst away from the window. The colonel was cradling his head, which had struck the tarpaulin-covered floor. There was no blood on his scalp, and he didn't seem badly hurt, though Taggart's tackle had stunned him and knocked the wind from his lungs. Responding to Ernst's question, Taggart said, "I'm with the American diplomatic staff in Washington, D.C. He proffered his papers. a government identification card and an authentic American passport issued in his real name, not the forgery in the name of Reginald Morgan, the Office of Naval Intelligence agent he'd shot to death in front of Paul Schumann in Dresden Alley yesterday, and had been impersonating ever since. Taggart said, "I've come here to warn you about a plot against your life. An assassin is outside now." "But Krupp, is Baron von Bohlen involved?" "Krupp?" Taggart feigned surprise and listened as Ernst explained about the phone call. "No, that must have been one of the conspirators who called to lure you out." He gestured out the door. "The killer is in one of the supply sheds south of the stadium. We've heard he's a Russian, but dressed in an SS uniform." "A Russian?" Yes, there was a security alert about such a man. In fact, there would have been no danger had Ernst stayed at the window or stepped out onto the porch. Last night, Taggart had plugged the barrel of the rifle with lead, so that if Schumann had fired, the bullet never would have left the muzzle. Yet had that happened, the American gangster would have known he'd been set up and might have escaped, even if he'd been injured by the exploding rifle. "Our leader could be in danger." "No," Taggart said. "It's only you he's after. Still, we have to tell everyone to stay away from the windows and to evacuate the area." The two men hurried down the hallway. "Is Hitler in the press room?" "He was a few minutes ago." Oh, this was far better than Taggart could have hoped for. When Schumann had reported back in the boarding house that Hitler and the other leaders would be assembled here, he'd been ecstatic, though he'd obscured his reaction, of course. He now said, "I need to tell him what we've learned. We have to act fast before the assassin escapes." They walked into the press room. The American blinked, stunned to find himself among the most powerful men in Germany, their heads turning to look at him in curiosity. Adolf Hitler noticed Ernst, still holding the back of his head, the paint and plaster on his suit. Alarmed, he asked, "Reinhard, you are hurt?" "Opa!" Ernst's grandson ran forward. Ernst first put his arms around the child and ushered him quickly to the center of the room, away from the doors and windows. "It's all right, Rudy, I just took a spill. Everyone keep back from the windows." He gestured to an SS guard. "Take my grandson into the hallway, stay with him." "Yes, sir." "What's happened?" Hitler called. Ernst replied, "This man is an American diplomat. He tells me there's a Russian out there with a rifle, in one of the supply sheds south of the stadium." Himmler nodded to a guard. "Get some men in here now, and assemble a detachment downstairs." "Yes, my police chief." Ernst explained about Taggart, and the German leader approached the American. A stern frown filled Hitler's wan face, and he examined the American's papers carefully. "Please, my leader, may I see?" Himmler asked. Hitler handed him the documents. The man looked them over and asked, "You speak German?" "Yes, I do." "With all respect, sir, are you armed?" "I am," Taggart said. "With the leader and the others here, I will take possession of your weapon until we learn what this matter is about." "Of course." Taggart lifted his jacket and allowed one of the SS men to take the pistol from him. Himmler told another SS trooper to take a look at the sheds and see if he could observe the purported assassin. "Hurry!" "Yes, my police chief." As he left the press room, a dozen armed SS guards filed into the room and spread out, protecting the assembly. Taggart turned to Hitler and nodded respectfully. "State Chancellor President, several days ago we learned of a potential plot by the Russians." Nodding, Himmler said, "The intelligence we received Friday from Hamburg, about the Russian doing some damage." Hitler waved him silent, and nodded for Taggart to continue. "We thought nothing particular of this information. We hear it all the time from the damn Russians. But then we learned some specifics a few hours ago, that his target was Colonel Ernst, and that he might be here at the stadium this afternoon. I assumed he was examining the stadium with an eye toward shooting the colonel during the games themselves. I came here to see for myself and noticed a man slip into a shed south of the stadium, and I learned to my shock that the colonel and the rest of you were here." "How did he get on the grounds?" Hitler raged. "An SS uniform and false identity papers, we believe," Taggart explained. "I was about to step outside," Ernst said. "This man saved my life. The call I received was undoubtedly from a Confederate to lure me outside." Hitler muttered ominously to Himmler, "Why did we not know about this?" Taggart knew that conspiracy paranoia danced constantly in Hitler's head. He came to Himmler's defense, saying, "They were very clever, the Russians. We only learned about it from our sources in Moscow by happenstance. But please, sir, we must move quickly. If he realizes we're onto him, he'll escape and try again." "Why Ernst?" Goering asked. Taggart directed his response to Hitler. "State Leader, we understand that Colonel Ernst is involved in rearmament. We are not troubled with that. In America, we consider Germany our greatest European ally, and we want you to be militarily strong." "Your countrymen feel this way?" Hitler asked. It was well known in diplomatic circles that he was very troubled by the anti-Nazi sentiment in America. Now able to discard the placid demeanor of Reggie Morgan, Taggart spoke with an edge to his voice. "You don't always get the full story. Jews talk loudly, in your country and in mine, and the leftist element are forever whining, the press, the communists, the socialists, but they're a small fraction of the population. No, our government and the majority of Americans are firmly committed to being your ally and seeing you get out from under the yoke of the Versailles. It's the Russians who are concerned about your rearming. However, please, sir, we have only minutes. The assassin." The SS guard returned just then. "It's as he said, sir. There are some sheds beside the parking plaza. The door to one is open, and yes, there's a rifle barrel protruding, scanning for a target at the stadium here." Hitler's voice shook, and his hands quivered with rage. "Communist Jew animals! They come to my country and do this to me? Backstabbers! And with our Olympics about to start, they—" He was unable to continue his diatribe. He was so furious. To Himmler, Taggart said, "I speak Russian. Surround the shed and let me try to convince him to surrender. I'm sure the Gestapo or the SS can persuade him to tell us who and where the other conspirators are." Himmler nodded, then turned to Hitler. "My leader, it is important that you and the others leave at once, by the underground route. Perhaps there is only one assassin, but perhaps two there are others that this American doesn't know about." "Police Chief Himmler is correct," Taggart said. "I'm not sure how complete our information is. Go to safety. I will help your troops capture the man." Ernst shook Taggart's hand. "My thanks to you." Taggart nodded. He watched Ernst collect his grandson from the corridor and then join the others, who took an internal stairway down to the underground driveway surrounded by a squad of guards. Only when Hitler and the others were gone did Himmler return Taggart's pistol. The police chief then called to the SS officer who had arranged the detachment downstairs. "Where are your men?" The guard explained that 24 were deployed to the east, out of view of the shed. Himmler said, "I will remain here and call a general alert for the area. Bring us that Russian." "Hail Hitler!" The guard turned on his heels and hurried down the staircase, Taggart behind him. They jogged to the east side of the stadium, joined the troops there, and in a wide arc to the south approached the shed. The men ran quickly, surrounded by the emotionless SS troops, amid the sound of gun bolts and toggles snapping bullets into place. But despite the apparent tension and drama, Robert Taggart was at ease for the first time in days. Like the man he'd killed in Dresden Alley, Reggie Morgan, Taggart was one of those people who exist in the shadows of government and diplomacy and business, doing the bidding for their principles in ways sometimes legal and often not. He passionately wanted a diplomatic posting either in Germany or Spain, but such plums were not easy to come by and had to be earned, often in mad and risky situations, such as the plan involving the poor sap Paul Schumann. His instructions from the United States had been simple. Reggie Morgan would have to be sacrificed. Taggart would kill him and take over his identity. He would help Paul Schumann plan Reinhard Ernst's death, and then at the last moment, Taggart would dramatically rescue the German colonel, proof of how firmly the U.S. supported the National Socialists. Word of the rescue and Taggart's comments about that support would trickle up to Hitler. But as it turned out, the results were far, far better. Taggart had actually performed his routine for Hitler and Goering themselves. What happened to Schumann was irrelevant, whether he died now, which would be cleaner and more convenient, or was caught and tortured. In the latter case, Schumann would eventually talk, and tell an unlikely tale of being hired by the American Office of Naval Intelligence to kill Ernst, which the Germans would instantly dismiss since it was Taggart and the Americans who turned him in. And if he turned out to be a German-American gangster and not a Russian, ah well, he must have been recruited by the Russians. A simple plan. But there had been setbacks from the beginning. He'd planned to kill Morgan several days ago and impersonate him at the first meeting with Schumann yesterday. But Morgan had been a very cautious man and talented at leading a covert life. Taggart had had no chance to murder him before Dresden Alley, and how tense that had been. Reggie Morgan had had only the old passphrase, not the lines about the tram to Alexanderplatz. So when he'd met Schumann in the alley, they'd each believed the other was an enemy. Taggart had managed to kill Morgan just in time and convinced Schumann that he was in fact the American agent, thanks to the right passphrase and the forged passport. Taggart had also made sure he was the first to go through the dead man's pockets. He'd pretended to find proof that Morgan was a stormtrooper, though the document he'd showed Schumann was, in fact, simply a card attesting that the bearer had donated a sum to a war veterans relief fund. Half the people in Berlin had such cards. Schumann himself had also proved to be a source of concern. Oh, the man was smart, far smarter than the thug whom Taggart had expected. He had a suspicious nature, and didn't tip off what he was really thinking. Taggart had had to watch what he said and did, constantly remind himself to be Reginald Morgan, the dogged, nondescript civil servant. Now Taggart and the black uniformed troops arrived at the shed. He could just see the barrel of the Mauser protruding as Paul Schumann searched for his target. The men deployed quietly, the senior SS officer directing his soldiers with hand signals. As the SS men circled the shed, cutting off any chance of Schumann's escape, Taggart reminded himself that after he was finished here, he would have to return to Berlin and find Otto Weber and kill him. Käthe Richter, too. When the young soldiers were in position around the shed, Taggart whispered, "I will go speak to him in Russian and get him to surrender." The SS commander nodded. The American took his pistol from his pocket. He was in no danger, of course, because of the Mauser's plugged barrel. Still, he moved slowly, pretending to be cautious and uneasy. Taggart lifted his pistol and stepped toward the doorway. In a swift motion, he flung one of the doors open and lifted his pistol, applying pressure on the trigger. He stepped inside. Robert Taggart gasped. A chill ran through him. The Mauser continued its scan of the stadium, moving back and forth slowly. The deadly rifle, though, was gripped not by a would-be assassin's hands, but by lengths of twine torn from packing cartons and tethered to a roof beam. Paul Schumann was gone. Running for his life. Unlike poor Max, gunned down on the street as he sprinted away from the SS guards, Paul attracted little notice. He was wearing gymnasium clothes and shoes he'd stolen from the locker room of the Olympic Stadium swimming complex, and he looked like any one of the thousands of athletes in training for the Games. He was about 3 miles east of the stadium now, heading back to Berlin, pumping hard, putting distance between himself and the betrayal, which he had yet to figure out. He was surprised that Reggie Morgan, if it was Morgan, had made a careless mistake after going to such elaborate efforts to set him up. There were certainly button men who didn't look over their tools every time they were going on a job, but that was nuts. When you were up against ruthless men, always armed, you made sure that your own weapons were in perfect shape, that nothing was out of kilter. In the baking hot shed, Paul had mounted the telescopic sight and made sure the calibrations were set correctly. Then, as a final check, he'd slipped the bolt out of the Mauser and sighted up the bore. It was blocked. He thought at first this was some dirt or creosote from the fiberboard carrying case. But Paul had found a length of wire and dug inside. He looked closely at what he scraped off. Somebody had poured molten lead down the muzzle. If he'd fired, the barrel might have exploded, or the bolt shot backward through Paul's cheek. The gun had been in Morgan's possession overnight and was the same weapon. Paul had noted a unique configuration in the grain when he was sighting it in yesterday. So Morgan, or whoever he might be, had clearly sabotaged the gun. Moving fast, he'd ripped twine from the cartons in the shed and hung the rifle from the ceiling to make it appear he was still there, then slipped outside, joining a group of other troopers walking north. He'd split off from them at the swimming complex, found a change of clothing and shoes, thrown away the SS uniform, and torn up and flushed the Russian passport down a toilet. Now, a half hour from the stadium, running, wondering who'd sold him out. And why? Had it been money? Politics? But at the moment he could find no hint of the answers to those questions. Escaping occupied all his thoughts. Modest quarters off Bremer Street in the northwest portion of town. Typical of many dwellings in this neighborhood, Reginald Morgan's was in a gloomy stone four-flat that dated from the Second Empire. "Do you know this man?" Janssen displayed the photo taken in Dresden Alley to the stocky landlady. "Ach, that's Mr. Morgan, who lives here. He doesn't look... Is he dead?" "Yes, he is." "God in heaven." The politically questionable phrase died in her mouth. "We'd like to see his rooms." "Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Follow me." They walked into a courtyard and up 2 flights of stairs. "How long had he lived here?" Cole asked. 3 months. He paid for 6 in advance." "The rooms were furnished?" "Yes, sir." "Any visitors you recall?" "None that I knew of." Under questioning, she told him that Morgan was a businessman. He took no phone calls here and picked up his mail at the post office. She didn't know if he had an office elsewhere. He never said anything specific about his job. "Leave us now." "Hail Hitler," she replied and scurried off like a mouse. Cole looked around the room. "Start with the closets, Janssen." The inspector candidate opened a door and began his examination of the contents. Cole himself chose the less demanding search and eased into a creaking chair to look through the documents on Morgan's desk. The American had been, it seemed, a middleman of sorts, providing services for a number of U.S. companies in Germany. For a commission, he would match an American buyer with a German seller and vice versa. There were several pictures of Morgan and documents confirming his identity, but it was curious, Cole thought, that there were no truly personal effects, no family photographs, no mementos. Cole considered the implications of this absence of personal information. Did it mean he was a loner? Or was there another reason for keeping his personal life secret? Robert Taggart was livid that some goddamn button man from Brooklyn had outthought him, had jeopardized his future. But he was not going to let emotion cloud his judgment. He knew how Schumann had figured things out. There was a piece of wire on the floor of the shed, and bits of lead next to it. Of course, he'd checked the bore of the gun and found it plugged. Taggart thought angrily, why the hell didn't I empty the powder out of his shells and recrimp the bullets back into the brass casing? There'd have been no danger to Ernst that way, and Schumann never would have figured out the betrayal until it was too late and the SS troops were around the shed. But, he reflected, the matter wasn't hopeless. After a second brief meeting in the Olympic press room with Himmler, he left the stadium, saying he would contact Washington at once and see if they had more details. Taggart was surprised he'd been allowed out of the stadium without being detained. His arrest would not have been logical, but was certainly a risk in a country top-heavy with suspicion and paranoia. Taggart now considered his quarry. Paul Schumann was not stupid, of course. He'd been set up to be a Russian, and he'd know that was whom the Germans were looking for. He'd have ditched his fake identity by now and be an American again. But Taggart preferred not to tell the Germans that. It would be better to produce the dead Russian, along with his Confederates, a gang ring criminal and a woman dissident. Kether Richter undoubtedly had some cozy sympathizing friends, adding to the credibility of the Russian assassin scenario. There was no doubt that Schumann would return to the boarding house for Kether Richter, which meant that, even now, he wasn't going to leave her behind. Taggart drove over to the boarding house and knocked on Kether Richter's door. He wondered what she looked like. It had been the real Reginald Morgan who'd arranged for these rooms for Schumann, and apparently they'd never met. She and Morgan had spoken on the phone and exchanged a letter of agreement and cash through the pneumatic delivery system that crisscrossed Berlin. Another rap on the door. No response. He tried the door. It was not locked. He slipped inside and noted a suitcase resting open on the bed, clothes and books around it. This reassured him. It meant Schumann hadn't returned yet. Where was she, though? The radio was on, the lights. She'd be back soon. Taggart noticed next to the door a rack containing keys for all the rooms. He found the set to Schumann's and walked quietly up the hall. In a swift motion, he unlocked the door, pushed inside, and lifted his pistol. The living room was empty. He locked the door, then stepped silently into the bedroom. Schumann was not here, though his suitcase was. Taggart decided to lie in wait. He settled on the only realistic option, the closet. He'd leave the door open an inch or two so he could hear Schumann enter. When the button man was in the midst of packing his bag, Taggart would slip out of the closet and kill him. If he was lucky, Ketha Richter would be with him, and he could murder her as well. Taggart stepped inside the large closet, swung the door nearly shut, and undid his top several shirt buttons to alleviate the terrible heat. Wiping his face, he wondered how long he would have to wait for Schumann to return. The answer to that question came just a moment later. Taggart heard the front door of the boarding house open and heavy footsteps in the hall. They continued past this room. There was a knocking. "Ketha?" came the distant voice. It was Paul Schumann speaking. Would he go inside her apartment to wait? No. The footsteps returned in this direction. Taggart heard the jangle of the key, the squeak of old hinges, and then a click as the door closed. Paul Schumann had walked into the room where he would die. "Ketha?" Schumann's voice called. Taggart heard the creak of boards, the sound of water running in the sink, the gulp of a man drinking thirstily. Taggart lifted his pistol. It would be better to shoot him in the chest, front on, as if he'd been attacking. The SS would want him alive, of course, to interrogate him, and wouldn't be happy if Taggart shot the man in the back. Still, he could take no chances. Schumann was too large and too dangerous to confront face to face. He'd tell Himmler that he'd had no choice. The assassin had tried to escape or grab a knife. Taggart had been forced to shoot him. He heard Paul walk to the bedroom, and a moment later, the sounds of rummaging through drawers as he filled his suitcase. Now, he thought. Taggart pushed one of the two closet doors open further. This gave him a view of the bedroom. He raised the pistol. But Schumann wasn't visible. Taggart could see only the suitcase on the bed, and scattered around it were some books and other objects. Then he frowned, looking at a pair of shoes sitting in the bedroom doorway. They hadn't been there before. Oh no. Taggart realized that Schumann had walked to the bedroom, but had then slipped off his shoes and eased back into the living room in stocking feet. He'd been pitching books through the doorway onto the bed to make Taggart think he was still there. The huge fist crashed through the closet door as if it were spun sugar. The knuckles struck Taggart in the neck and jaw, and he saw searing red in his vision as he staggered into the living room. He dropped the pistol and grabbed his throat, pressing the agonized flesh. Schumann gripped Taggart by the lapels and flung him across the room. He crashed into a table and fell to the floor. "You're a ringer, right? You're not Reggie Morgan." Paul didn't bother to explain that he'd done what every smart button man has to do, memorize the appearance of a room when he left it, and then match that memory with what the place looks like when he returned. He'd seen the closet door, which he'd left closed, was open a few inches. Knowing that Taggart would have to track him down and kill him, he knew that's where the man was hiding. "Who are you?" Paul growled. When the man said nothing, Paul took him by the collar with one hand and with the other emptied his jacket pocket. A wallet, a number of American passports, a U.S. diplomatic identity card in the name of Robert Taggart, and the stormtrooper card he'd flashed at Paul in the alley when they'd met. The wallet was Reginald Morgan's. It contained an ID card, some business cards with his name and an address on Bremer Street in Berlin, and one in Washington, D.C. There were several photographs, too, all depicting the man who'd been killed in Dresden Alley. One of the passports, well used and filled with entry and exit stamps, was in Morgan's name. It, too, contained a picture of the man from the alley. Another passport also contained the name Reginald Morgan, but the picture was of the man in front of him. He held it under a lamp and examined the document closely. It seemed phony. A second passport, which seemed genuine, contained dozens of stamps and visas and was in the name of Robert Taggart, like the diplomatic ID card. A third passport, a U.S. one in the name of Robert Gardner, had a picture of the man here. So this guy on the floor in front of him had killed his contact in Berlin and taken over his identity, Paul understood. "Okay, what's the game?" "Just settle down, buddy. Don't do anything stupid." The man had dropped the stiff Reggie Morgan persona. The one who emerged was slick, like one of Lucky Luciano's sharkskin-suited Manhattan underbosses. Paul held up the passport he thought was genuine. "This is you. Taggart, right?" The man pressed his jaw and neck where Paul had hit him and rubbed the reddened area. "You got me, Paulio." "Who the hell are you, mister?" "A businessman. Just do odd jobs for people." "And you got picked because you looked a little like the real Reggie Morgan?" This offended him. I got picked because I'm good. What about Max? He was legit. Morgan paid him 100 marks to get him the wire on Ernst. Then I paid him 200 to pretend I was Morgan. Paul nodded. That's why the sap was so nervous. It wasn't the SS he was afraid of, it was me. But the history of the deception seemed to bore Taggart. He continued impatiently. We've got some horse trading to do, my friend. Now, what was the point of this? Paulio, we don't exactly have time for chats, don't you think? Half the Gestapo's looking for you. No, Taggart, if I'm understanding this right, thanks to you, they're looking for some Russian. They don't even know what I look like. And you wouldn't lead them back here, at least not until after you'd killed me. So we've got all the time in the world. Now spill. This is about bigger things than you and me, buddy. There are a lot of people back home that don't want to get into another fight over here. That's what I'm doing, for God's sake, stopping the rearmament. Actually, we don't give a fig about Hun rearmament. What we care about is keeping Hitler happy, get it? Show him the U.S. is on his side. Paul finally understood. So, I was the Easter lamb. You set me up as a Russian killer and then you rat me out. So it looks to Hitler like the U.S. is his good pal, is that it? Taggart nodded. Pretty much on the money, Paulio. Are you goddamn blind? Paul said. Don't you see what he's doing here? How can anybody be on their side? He's murdering people. Doesn't anybody see that? Just a few Jews. What? Are you hearing what you're saying? Taggart held up his hands. Look, I don't mean it like that. And anyway, Paulio, it's not for you or me to decide stuff like that. Let's concede you caught us. We tried to pull a fast one, and good for you, you tumbled to it. But you need me, buddy boy. You're not getting out of this country without my help. So here's what we're going to do. Let's you and me find some Russian-looking sap, kill him, and call the Gestapo. Nobody's seen you. I'll even let you play the hero. You can meet Hitler and Goering. Get a goddamn medal. You and the broad can go back home, and I'll sweeten the pot. I'll throw some business to your friend Weber. Black market dollars, he'd love it. How's that sound? I can make it happen, and everybody wins. Or you can die here. Paul asked, I've got one question. Was it Bull Gordon? Was he behind it? Him? Nah, he wasn't part of it. It was other interests. What the hell does that mean, interests? I want an answer. Sorry, Paulio, I didn't get to where I am now by having a loose tongue. You're as bad as the Nazis. Yeah? Taggart muttered. And who are you to talk, button man? He stood up, dusting his jacket off. So what do you say? Let's find ourselves some Slav hobo, cut his throat, and give the Huns their Bolshevik. Let's do it. Without giving any hint of what he was about to do, Paul drove his fist directly into the man's chest. Taggart's eyes snapped wide as his breath stopped. He never even glanced toward Paul's left fist as it shot forward and crushed his throat. By the time Taggart dropped to the floor, his extremities were shivering in death throes, and a rattle echoed from his wide-open mouth. Whether it was a ruptured heart or a broken neck that killed him, he was dead within 30 seconds. Paul stared down at the body for a long moment, hands shaking, not from the powerful blows, but from the fury within him at the betrayal, and at the man's words. Just a few Jews. Paul hurried into the bedroom, stripped off the sweat clothes, sponged off with water from the basin, and dressed. He heard a knocking on the door. Keta had returned. He realized suddenly that Taggart's body still lay visible in the living room. He hurried out to move the corpse into the bedroom. Just as he was bending down to drag it into the closet, though, the front door to the apartment opened. Paul looked up. It hadn't been Keta knocking. He found himself staring at two men. One was round, mustachioed. A Panama hat was in his hand. A slim, younger man in a dark suit stood beside him, gripping a black automatic pistol. No. It was the very same cops who'd been dogging him since yesterday. He sighed and slowly stood. "Ach, at last is Mr. Paul Schumann," said the older man in heavily accented English, blinking in surprise. "I am Detective Inspector Cole. You are under arrest, sir, for the murder of Reginald Morgan in Dresden Alley yesterday." He glanced down at Taggart's body and added, "And now, it seems, for the murder of someone else as well." "Keep your hands still. Yes, please, Mr. Schumann. Keep them raised." "Janssen, see if that man is indeed dead," Cole said, returning to German. He covered Schumann with his own pistol. The young detective leaned down and examined the figure, though there was little doubt in Cole's mind he was looking at a corpse. Janssen nodded and stood up. Willie Cole was as shocked as he was pleased to find Schumann here. He'd never expected this. Just 20 minutes before, in Reginald Morgan's room on Bremer Street, the inspector had found a letter of confirmation taking rooms in this boarding house on behalf of Paul Schumann. But Cole was sure that after he'd killed Morgan, Schumann would have been smarter than to remain in the residence his victim had arranged for him. "So, are you one of those Gestapo police?" Schumann asked in German. "No, we are with the criminal police." He displayed his identification card. "Janssen, search him." The young officer expertly patted him down, discovering his U.S. passport, money, matches, and a pack of cigarettes. Janssen handed everything over to Cole, who told his assistant to handcuff Schumann. He then flipped open the passport and examined it carefully. It appeared authentic. Paul John Schumann. "I didn't kill Reggie Morgan. He did." A nod toward the body. "His name is Taggart, Robert Taggart. He tried to kill me too. That's why we were fighting. I came over here with the Olympic team. I'm a sports writer, a freelance journalist. I was supposed to meet Reggie Morgan, and he'd introduced me to some people for the stories. I wanted what we call color, information about the livelier parts of the city, gamblers, hustlers, boxing clubs. And this Reggie Morgan did what? As a profession, I mean. He was just an American businessman I'd heard about. He'd lived here for a few years and knew the place pretty well. I was to meet with Morgan yesterday. That would have been when and where? Around noon, outside a beer hall on Spener Street. Right next to Dresden Alley, Cole reflected, and around the time of the shooting. Surely if he had something to hide, he would not place himself near the scene of the killing. But the real Reginald Morgan did not show up. It was this Taggart, claiming to be Morgan. He was agitated. He pulled me into this alley and said something had come up and I was supposed to meet him later, at a restaurant. The name? The Summer Garden. And you met Taggart again as planned at the Summer Garden? That's right. A friend of his joined us there. I don't recall his name. Ah, the laborer, Cole thought. And what, may I ask, was the purpose of this whole masquerade orchestrated by Mr. Taggart? He was trying to fix some of the Olympic events, to have a player lose intentionally. That's what he'd been doing here over the past several months, putting together gambling pools in Berlin. Taggart's colleagues were going to place bets against some of the American favorites. I have a press pass and can get close to the athletes. I was supposed to bribe them to lose on purpose. That's why he was so nervous for the past couple of days, I guess. He owed some of your gang rings, he called them, a lot of money. Morgan was killed because this Taggart wished to impersonate him? That's right. Quite an elaborate plot, Cole observed. Quite a lot of money was involved, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Cole glanced again at the limp body on the floor. How did this tragic fight, as you call it, transpire? He wouldn't take no for an answer. He was desperate for the money. He'd borrowed a lot to place the bets. He came here today to threaten me. He said they were going to make it look like I killed Morgan. To extort you into helping them. That's right. But I said I didn't care. I was going to turn him in anyway. He pulled that gun on me. We struggled and he fell. It seems he broke his neck. Cole's mind instinctively applied the information Schumann had provided against the facts and the inspector's awareness of human nature. Some details fit, some were jarring. You fought to save yourself, and he died in a fall. A woman's voice said, Yes, that is exactly what happened. Cole turned to the figure in the doorway. She was about 40, slim and attractive, though her face was tired, troubled. Please, your name? Kette Richter. She automatically handed her card to him. I manage this building in the owner's absence. Her papers confirmed her identity, and he returned the ID. And you were a witness to this event? I was here, in the hallway. I heard some disturbance from inside and opened the door part way. I saw the whole thing. And yet you were gone when we arrived. I was afraid. I saw your car pull up. I didn't want to get involved. And yet here you are. I debated for some moments. I took the chance that there are still some policemen in the city who are interested in the truth. She said this defiantly. Cole glanced again at the body, then tucked his thumb into his vest watch pocket. It's a curious business, being a detective, Mr. Schumann. We try to read the clues and follow where they lead, and in this case the clues put me on your trail. Indeed, they led me here, directly to you. And now it seems those very same clues suggest that it was actually this other man I have been seeking all along." Cole thought for a moment. "Well, Mr. Schumann, I have decided not to detain you, not at this moment. I will let you leave, though I will retain your passport while I look into these matters in more depth. Do not leave Berlin. Now, I'm afraid you will have to quit the boarding house. It's a crime scene. Do you have another place to stay where I can contact you?" "I'll get a room at the Hotel Metropole." Cole wrote this down in his notebook and pocketed the man's passport. "Very well, sir. Now, is there anything else you wish to tell me?" "Not a thing, Inspector. I'll cooperate however I can." "You may leave now. Take only your necessities. Uncuff him, Janssen." The inspector candidate did so. Schumann walked to his suitcase. As Cole watched carefully, he packed a shaving kit with a razor, shaving soap, toothbrush, and dental cream. The inspector handed him back his cigarettes, matches, and money. Schumann glanced at the woman. "Can you walk me to the tram stop?" "Yes, of course." Cole asked, "Miss Richter, you live here in the building?" "The back apartment on this floor, yes." "Very well. I'll be in touch with you as well." Together they walked out the door. After they had gone, Janssen frowned and said, "Sir, how can you let him go? Did you believe his story?" "Some of it. Enough to allow me to release him temporarily." Cole explained to the inspector candidate that if he now ordered the man held while he investigated further, the Gestapo would peremptorily declare the American to be the guilty foreigner Himmler wanted, and he'd be in Moabit prison or Oranienburg camp by nightfall. Not only would a man die for a crime he probably did not commit, but the case will be declared closed, and we'll never find the complete truth, which is, of course, the whole point of our job. Under different circumstances, Colonel Reinhard Ernst might have remained home for a day or two until the assassin was found, which he surely would be, now that the great mechanism of the Gestapo, SD, and SS was in motion. But Ernst had a vital matter to attend to today: conducting the tests at the college with Dr. Professor Keitel and preparing the memo about the Voltam study for the leader. After lunch, he retired to his den and began to pick out a draft of the memo in his typewriter. A half-hour later, he finished the page-and-a-half document and made a few penciled corrections. He would have Keitel read the document as well and make corrections. Then Ernst would retype the final version tonight and personally deliver it to the leader tomorrow. He wrote a note to Keitel asking for his comments and clipped it to the draft. He said goodbye to his wife and left the house. He would have preferred driving himself to Voltam College in his open Mercedes, but he acquiesced to the leader's demand that he now be driven everywhere in a closed auto by an armed SS bodyguard. They turned the corner and headed for Lützow Plaza, putting as much distance between them and the boarding house as possible before they found a taxi. "We aren't staying at the Metropole," Paul said. "I'll find someplace safe. My friend Otto can do that. I'm sorry, but you'll have to just leave everything back there. You can't go back again." On the busy street corner they stopped. Absently, his arm slipped around Keta's waist as he looked into traffic. But he felt her stiffen. Then she pulled away. "I am going back, Paul." "Keta, what's wrong?" "I was telling the truth to the Kripo inspector. I was outside the door looking in. You were the one who lied. You murdered that man in the room. There was no fight. He was standing there helpless and you hit him and killed him. It was horrible. I haven't seen anything so horrible since... The fourth square from the grass. "It's not as simple as you think," he whispered. "Simple?" "There's more to me, to why I'm here. Yes. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be involved with my old life. This trip will be the end of that." "Old life?" "I was a criminal in America. I came here to stop them." "Them?" "Your enemies. I was supposed to kill someone in the government here to stop him from starting another war. But afterwards, that part of my life will be over with. I'd have a clean record. And when were you going to tell me this little secret of yours, Paul? When we got to New York?" "Believe me, it's over with." "You used me. I never... Last night, that wonderful night you had me show you Wilhelm Street. You were using me as cover, weren't you? You wished to find a place where you could murder this man." He looked up at one of the stark flapping banners and said nothing. "And what if in America I did something that angered you? Would you hit me? Would you kill me?" "Keta, of course not." "Ach, you say that, but you've lied before." Keta pulled a handkerchief from her purse. "Tell me one thing, Paul. How are you different from them? Tell me, how?" No, you are different. You're crueler. Do you know why?" Choking on tears. "You gave me hope, and then you took it away. With them, with the beasts in the garden, there is never any hope. At least they're not deceitful like you. No, Paul, fly back to your perfect country. I'll stay here. I'll stay here until the knock on the door, and then I'll be gone, like my Michael." "Keta, I haven't been honest with you, no. But you have to leave with me. Please." He took her by the shoulders, gripping her hard. She pulled his hands off and stepped back. Her eyes fixed on his, and she whispered ruthlessly, "I'd rather share my country with 10,000 killers than my bed with one." And turning on her heels, she walked away quickly. "Hail Hitler," Paul said. "Forgive me if I'm disturbing you, sir." "Hail," the man replied lethargically. "You are?" "I'm Fleischmann. I'm measuring for carpets." "Ah, carpets." Another figure glanced into the room, a large black uniformed guard. He asked to see Paul's papers, read them carefully, and then returned to the ante-office, pulling up a chair just outside the door. Ernst asked Paul, "And how big a room do I have here?" 8 by 9.5 meters. Paul's heart was pounding. He'd nearly said yards. "I would have thought it bigger." "Oh, it is bigger, sir. I was referring to the size of the rug. Generally, with fine floors like this, our customers want a border of wood visible." Ernst glanced at the floor as if he'd never seen the oak. He took his jacket off and hung it on a suit form beside his desk. He sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and rubbed them. Then he sat forward, pulled on some wire-rimmed glasses and read some documents. "You're working on Sunday, sir?" Paul asked. "As you?" Ernst replied with a laugh, not looking up. "The leader's eager to finish the renovations to the building." "Yes, that is certainly true." As he bent to measure a small alcove, Paul glanced sideways at Ernst, noting the scarred hand, the creases around the mouth, the red eyes, the demeanor of someone with 1,000 thoughts percolating in his mind, someone carrying 1,000 burdens. A faint squeal as Ernst swiveled his chair to face the window, removing his glasses. He seemed to soak up the glare and heat of the sun hungrily, with pleasure, but with a hint of regret as well, as if he were a man of the outdoors, not happy that his duty kept him desk-bound. "How long have you done this work, Fleischmann?" he asked without turning. Paul stood, clutching the notebook at his side. "All my life, sir, since the war." Ernst continued to bask in the sun, leaning back slightly, eyes closed. Paul walked quietly to the mantel. The bayonet was a long one. It was dark and had not been sharpened recently, but it was still quite capable of death. "And you enjoy it?" Ernst asked. "It suits me." He could snatch the grisly weapon up and step to Ernst's back in 1 second, kill him quickly. He'd killed with a blade before. Using a knife is not like fencing in a Douglas Fairbanks movie. The blade is merely a deadly extension of the fist. A good boxer is a good knife man. Touching the ice. But what about the guard outside the door? That man would have to die too. Yet Paul never killed his touch-off's bodyguards. Never even put himself in a situation where he might have to. He might kill Ernst with the blade, then knock the guard out, but with all the other soldiers around, somebody might hear the ruckus and they'd arrest him. Besides, his orders were to make sure the death was public. "It suits you," Ernst repeated. "A simple life with no conflicts and no difficult choices." The phone buzzed. Ernst lifted it. "Yes?" "Yes, Ludwig. The meeting went to our advantage." Yes. "Now, have you found some volunteers?" "Ah, good." "But perhaps another 2 or 3? "Yes, I'll meet you there." "Good afternoon." Hanging up the phone, Ernst glanced at Paul, then toward the mantel. "Some of my mementos. I've known soldiers all my life, and we all seem to be pack rats of memorabilia like this. I have many more items at home. Isn't it odd how we keep souvenirs of such horrendous events? It sometimes seems mad to me. He looked at the clock on his desk. Are you finished, Fleischmann? Yes, sir, I am. I have some work to do now in private. Thank you for allowing the intrusion, sir. Hail Hitler. Fleischmann. Paul turned at the doorway. You are a lucky man to have your duty coincide with your circumstance and your nature. How rare that is. I suppose it is, sir. Good day to you. Yes, hail. Outside into the hallway. With Ernst's face and his voice burned into Paul's mind, he walked down the stairs, eyes forward, moving slowly, passing invisibly among the men here, in black or gray uniforms or suits, or the coveralls of laborers. And everywhere the stern, two-dimensional eyes staring down at him from the paintings on the walls. The trinity whose names were etched into brass plates, A. Hitler, H. Goering, and P.J. Goebbels. Cole had returned to the Alex and was nearly to his office when his boss caught up with him. Yes, sir? I've been looking for you, Jorge said. It's about that Gotthard case. I have good news for you. The case has been solved. Charlottenburg, too, the Polish workers. They were both the work of the same killer, a Czech Jew, deranged. The suspect was caught and confessed. He was handed over to the SS. Was there one accomplice or more? Cole asked. Accomplice? No, the Czech was alone. Alone? But the gendarme in Gotto concluded there had to be at least 2 or 3 perpetrators, probably more. The pictures support that theory, and logic as well, given the number of victims. As we know, Willy, the eye can be fooled. And a young gendarme from the suburbs? They are not used to crime scene investigation. Anyway, the Jew confessed. He acted alone, the case is solved, and the fellow is on his way to the camp. I would like to interview him. A hesitation. Then, smiling, Horker tugged at his blood-red armband. The case is done, Willy. There's really no reason to talk to him. Cole knew that the man was, of course, dead by now. Besides, you need all your time to concentrate on the Dresden Alley matter. How is that coming? We've had some breakthroughs, Cole told his boss, trying to keep anger and frustration out of his voice. A day or 2, and I think we'll have all our answers. Excellent. Cole walked to the doorway of his office and saw the blank spaces where his notes and the photographs of the Gatto killings had rested. Horker obviously had filed them away, meaning the deaths of the families and the workers had been erased. The inspector hung his hat on the rack and sat heavily in his creaking chair. A shadow appeared in the doorway. Sir, a telegram, said the floor runner. He offered the document to Cole. Yes, thank you. It was from the New York City Police Department. In response to your request, be advised that the file on P. Schumann has been expunged and our investigation reset individual suspended indefinitely. Stop. No more information is available. Stop. Cole read the telegram several times more, feeling his skin grow hot with each reading. So the criminal police had been investigating Schumann. For what? And why had the file been destroyed and the investigation stopped? What were the implications of this? Well, the most immediate was that while the man might not have been guilty of killing Reginald Morgan, he was possibly in town for some criminal venture. And the other was that Cole himself had let a potentially dangerous man loose in the city. He needed to find Schumann, or at least more information about him, and fast. Without waiting for Janssen, Willy Cole collected his hat and set out for the Hotel Metropole. Mr. John Dillinger. Otto gestured Paul to a chair in a dark corner of the Aryan Cafe. He gripped Paul's arm hard and whispered, I was worried about you. No word. Was my phone call to the stadium successful? I haven't heard anything on the radio. What's the matter, my friend? Your face is not pleased. But before Paul could say anything, the waitress Liesel moved in fast. Hello, my love, she said. What can I get you? Ashore. Yes, I'm pleased to. I've missed you. She brushed against him flirtatiously as she sashayed away. She just can't figure out I'm not interested, can she? He muttered, all the angrier because he couldn't get Keta out of his mind. He waited till Liesel brought him his beer and left again, then told Otto what had happened at the stadium, and afterward. Weber was horrified. Are the people behind this betrayal the ones who were to get you out of Berlin? I don't know yet. He glanced around the nearly empty club, but still leaned forward to whisper. I need your help again, Otto. Here I am, always ready to assist, but I have no money left." Weber gave a sneer. "Money. It's the root of all evil, after all. What do you need, my friend?" "A car, another uniform, and another gun, a rifle." Weber was quiet. "Your hunt continues." "That's right. When I was in Ernst's office, I saw that he had 2 appointments today. The first was at the stadium. The other is at a place called Waltham College. Where is that?" "Waltham?" Weber asked. "It's, 'Hello, my darling. Do you wish another beer? Or maybe you wish me?'" Paul jumped as hot breath blew against his ear, and arms snaked around him. "Stop it," he barked. "I'm not interested." "Well, then you shouldn't have flirted." Liesel snapped and turned away coldly, muttering and noisily cleaning adjacent tables. They resumed their conversation, and Paul repeated, "Waltham College. What do you know about it?" "A military school not far from here. It's on the way to Oranienburg, by the way, the home of our beautiful concentration camp." "A car and a uniform," Paul repeated. "I want to be an official, but not a soldier." "Ah, I know. You can be an RAD leader." "A what?" "National Labor Service, a soldier of the spade. Every young man in the country must do a stint as a laborer. You're too old to be in the service, but you could be an officer. They have trucks to shuttle workers to job sites and parade grounds, and they're common in the countryside. No one would notice you. I know where to find you one, a nice truck, and a uniform." Paul whispered, "And the rifle?" "That will be harder, but I have some thoughts. When do you wish to do this?" "I should be at Waltham College by 5:30, no later." Weber nodded. "Then we must move quickly." He heard only static at first. Then the scratchy sounds coalesced into, "Gordon?" "We don't use names," the commander reminded him. It was Paul Schumann calling via radio patched through London. The time was just before 10 on Sunday morning, but Gordon was at his desk at the Office of Naval Intelligence in Washington, D.C., where he'd been all night, anxiously waiting to hear whether the man had succeeded in killing Ernst. "Are you all right? What's going on? We've been checking all the press, monitoring the radio broadcast, and nothing's—" "Be quiet," Schumann snapped. "Just listen. Morgan's dead." "Oh, no. He was murdered by someone named Robert Taggart, an American. You know him?" "No, never heard of him." "He tried to kill me, too, before I could do what you sent me for. The guy you've been talking to for the past couple of days was Taggart, not Morgan. It was all a setup, from the beginning. Were you part of it?" "I don't know what you're talking about." After a pause, Schumann told the whole story. Gordon was genuinely shocked. "My God, no, I swear." "Well, you've got a traitor somewhere on your end, Commander. You need to find out who." Gordon sat back, shattered at this news. "Listen," Schumann said. "You handle that situation the way you want. Are you still going to get me that plane?" "Yes, sir, you have my absolute word on that. I'll contact my men in Amsterdam myself. We'll have it there in about 3.5 hours. "No, I'll need it later than that. Make it dawn tomorrow." "Why?" "I'm going to get him this time." No, you can't. It's too dangerous now. Come on home. Get that job you were talking about. You earned it. Commander, make sure that plane's at the field at dawn tomorrow." The noise on the line rose and swallowed most of Schumann's words, but it seemed to Bull Gordon that he heard what might have been laughter, and then the button man's voice again. Part of the phrase was something like, 6-5 against. Then he was listening to a silence that was far louder than the static had ever been. In a warehouse in eastern Berlin, which Otto Weber called his, despite the fact they had to break a window to get inside, they found racks of National Labor Service uniforms. Weber pulled a fancy blue-gray one off a hanger. "Ah, yes, this color becomes you." One of Weber's business associates had access to a motor pool of government trucks, and with the assurance that Weber would return the vehicle within 1 day, the key was handed over, in exchange for some Cuban cigars that had been made in Romania. Now all they needed was the rifle. Weber told him there were often rifles stored in a small warehouse on the Spree River, where he sometimes made deliveries of military supplies. The place appeared deserted, which they'd expected, today being Sunday. But unfortunately, the warehouse was set back behind a tall, barbed wire fence and had a spacious, now empty parking area in the front, which made it very visible from the well-traveled street. "How do we—" "Relax, Mr. John Dillinger. Weber said. "There's a waterside entrance for boats and barges. It's impossible to see from the street, so no one will think twice about our visit." They parked a half-block past the warehouse, and Weber led him through an alley, south, toward the water. Several rowboats were tied to a concrete wharf. Weber climbed into one of them. Paul joined him. They cast off, and in a few minutes had rowed their way to a similar dock beneath the back of the military warehouse. Weber tied the boat up and climbed out. Paul followed. They went to the back door. Weber extracted a key ring from his pocket and tried several skeleton keys until he found one that worked. They walked into the hot, musty room. Paul looked around and noticed hundreds of crates. Against the wall were racks of rifles, Mausers, similar to the one that Taggart had arranged for him. He walked to the rack, picked up one, looked it over, and tried the bolt. It worked smoothly, giving the satisfying click of finely machined metal. He aimed and dry-fired it a few times, getting a feel for the trigger. They located crates labeled 7.92 millimeter, the caliber of ammunition for the Mauser. Inside were gray cardboard boxes printed with swastikas and eagles. He opened one, took out 5 bullets, loaded the gun, then chambered and ejected a round to make absolutely certain the bullets were right. "Good. Let's get out of here," he said, putting 2 boxes of the shells into his pocket. "Can we—" His words were interrupted as the front door opened, casting a beam of fierce sunlight on them. They turned, squinting. Before Paul could lift the rifle, the young man in the doorway, wearing a black SS uniform, was pointing a pistol toward them. "You, put that down at once. Hands up." Paul crouched, set the Mauser on the floor, and slowly rose. Otto Weber said gruffly, "What are you doing? We are from the Krupp Munitions Works. We were sent to make certain that the correct ammunition—" "Quiet!" The young soldier spotted a telephone and a dusty workstation and moved toward it, keeping the pistol pointed toward them. When he was nearly to the table, Weber lowered his hands and started walking in his direction. "Ach, this is absurd. I have identification. You will stop right there." Weber kept walking. "I will show you the paperwork from my supervisor." The SS guard pulled the trigger. A short metallic bang shook the walls. Unsure if Weber was hit or not, Paul scooped the Mauser up from the floor and rolled behind a high stack of rifle crates, chambering around. The young trooper lunged for the phone and pulled the receiver off the cradle, then ducked for cover. "Please, listen," he cried into the handset. Paul rose fast. He had no view of the soldier, but he fired a bullet into the phone unit, which exploded into a dozen Bakelite shards. The trooper cried out. Paul slipped back behind the stack of rifle crates, but not before he caught a glimpse of Otto Weber lying on the floor, writhing slowly as he gripped his belly, which was stained with blood. "You Jew!" the young trooper raged. "You will throw down your gun at once. There will soon be 100 men here." Paul leapt to his feet, swinging the gun before him, finger on the trigger. A glimpse of the man's black uniform. Paul got off a shot. Blood sprayed from the SS soldier's mouth, and the Luger dropped to the floor. He fell heavily and lay still, blood turning his uniform ruddy. Paul rushed up to Weber. "Are you crazy? Why'd you go toward him like that? Didn't you think he'd shoot?" "No," the white-faced, sweating man said, laughing. "I didn't think he'd do that." Paul helped Weber to his feet, and they made their way out the back doorway and into the boat. The German lay back with his head against the bow as Paul rowed frantically to the dock near the truck. "Where can I take you? For a doctor?" "Doctor?" Weber laughed. "It's too late for that, Mr. John Dillinger. Leave me. Go on. I can tell. It's too late." "No, I'm taking you for help. Tell me where to find somebody who won't go running to the SS or Gestapo." He pulled the boat to the dock, tied it up, and climbed out. He set the Mauser in a patch of grass nearby and turned back to help Weber out of the boat. "No," Paul whispered. Weber had untied the rope and with his remaining strength pushed off from the dock. The dinghy was now 10 feet away, drifting into the current. "Otto, no!" "As I say, too late," Weber called, gasping. Then he gave a sour laugh. "Look at me, a Viking's funeral. Now go on, Mr. John Dillinger. Do what you have come here for." The last glimpse Paul Schumann had of his friend were the man's eyes closing as he slumped to the bottom of the boat, which gathered speed, drawn into the murky water of the Spree. At 5:30 p.m., the labor service truck eased over a smooth, immaculate highway that wove through tall stands of pine and hemlock. Paul Schumann struggled to think only of his target, Reinhard Ernst. Don't think about Otto Weber. This was, however, impossible. Paul was consumed with memories of the man he'd known only a day. He diverted down a side road. A kilometer along, he saw a carefully painted sign, Volta Military College. It was in Building 5 that Ernst would have his meeting in a half hour, Paul had read on his schedule. He drove 100 yards along the road and pulled onto a deserted, unpaved byway overgrown with grass. He nosed the truck into the woods so that it couldn't be seen from the main road. A deep breath. Paul rubbed his eyes and wiped the sweat from his face. Would Ernst actually show up? He wondered as he climbed out of the truck, wearing the bulky blue-gray uniform Otto had gotten him. Then, collecting the rifle and the ammunition, he plunged into the thickest part of the woods, moving as silently as he could. He slowly made his way through the quiet, fragrant forest. Cautious at first, expecting guards or troops, he was surprised to find none at all. As he moved closer to the buildings, he saw some people and vehicles near the front of one of the structures, which a sign reported was number 5, the one he sought. Parked up the drive about 100 feet from it was a black Mercedes sedan. A man wearing an SS uniform stood beside the car, looking around vigilantly, a machine gun over his shoulder. Was this Ernst's car? He couldn't see through the glare of the windows. Paul also noted a small panel van and a bus near which a dozen young men in civilian clothing and a soldier in a gray uniform were playing soccer. A second soldier leaned against the bus, watching the game and cheering the teams on. Why would someone as senior as Ernst meet with this small group of students? Maybe they were a hand-picked group of future officers. The boys looked like model National Socialists, fair, blonde, and in very good shape. Whoever they were, Paul assumed that Ernst would meet with them in the classroom, which would require him to walk the 50 feet or so from the Mercedes to Building 5. Paul would have plenty of time to touch him off. From where he now crouched, though, he had no good shooting angle. The trees and brush waved in the hot wind and not only impaired the sight of his prey, but could deflect the bullet. The door to the Mercedes opened, and a balding man in a brown jacket climbed out. Paul looked past him into the back seat. Yes, Ernst was inside. Then the door slammed and he lost sight of the colonel, who remained in the car. The man in brown carried a large folder to a second car, an Opel. He set the folder in the back seat and returned to the far side of the field. Paul's attention was drawn to the Opel. It was unoccupied. The car would give him a good shooting position, provide some cover from the soldiers, and offer Paul a head start back into the woods to the truck for his escape afterward. Yes, he decided, the car would be his hunting blind. Cradling the Mauser in the crook of his arm, Paul moved slowly forward. After he'd left Kripo headquarters, the inspector had walked toward the Hotel Metropole. He looked through the windows at the glittering chandeliers, the waiters in perfect black trousers and perfect white jackets balancing silver trays on their palms, and he'd continued past the hotel, not even pausing. The inspector had known all along, of course, that Paul Schumann was lying about coming here. Yet this place had been the first location Schumann had thought of in response to Cole's question about his new address, which suggested that the American might have seen it recently. And since Miss Richter's boarding house was far across town, it was logical that he had seen the hotel on his way to Berlin North, the tough neighborhood that began just a block past the hotel. It was a large district. Under most circumstances, a half-dozen investigators would be needed to canvass the locals and gather information on a suspect. But some evidence Cole had found might, he believed, help him narrow his search considerably. At the boarding house, he discovered in Schumann's pockets a limp box of cheap matches, tucked into the pack of cigarettes. Cole was familiar with these. He often found them in the possession of other suspects, who'd picked them up in establishments in bad areas of the city, like Berlin North. Armed with Paul Schumann's passport, Cole had made the rounds in the southern end of the neighborhood, noting first what kind of matches they gave away, and, if they were the same, then showing the American's picture to waiters and bartenders. "No, Inspector, I'm so sorry. Great God, Inspector, I have seen no one like that. I'll keep on the lookout for him. He tried a restaurant on Dragoner Street. Nothing. Then walked a few doors further on to a club on the same street. Yes, the matches were the same that Schumann had carried. Then he'd shown the picture to a waitress. Her eyes had flashed in anger. "Ach, I know him. Yes, yes." "You are?" "Liesel. He was here not an hour ago, with his toad of a companion, Otto Weber. Please, what do you know about him? Where he is staying, what his business is?" Liesel said that Schumann and Weber were talking about getting a labor service truck and meeting with someone later that afternoon. At some place called Waltham College. Closing in on the gray opal. Crawling. Pause. Then crawling again. Another few feet. Then pause. He had to move slowly. He was very exposed here. Anyone on the field around Building 5 might have glanced his way and noticed the grass swaying unnaturally, or caught the glint of low light reflecting off the rifle barrel. Pause. He looked over the field again. The man in brown was taking a stack of documents from the panel truck. Looking back toward the classroom building, Paul watched the balding man call the young men together. They reluctantly ended the soccer game and walked into the classroom. With their attention focused away from him, Paul continued more quickly now to the opal, opened the back door, and climbed into the baking vehicle. Looking out through the back left window, he had an excellent view of the area around Ernst's car, a clear killing field of 40 to 50 feet to bring the man down. Willie Cole parked the DKW not far from the labor service truck. As he walked quietly to the vehicle, his Panama hat low to keep the glaring sun out of his eyes, he removed his pistol and listened for footsteps, voices. But he heard nothing out of the ordinary, only birds, crickets, cicadas. He looked into the back and found the burlap bags, shovels, and hoes he'd expected, the weapons of the labor service. More important, though, was what he found wrapped in paper beneath the seat. A blue double-breasted suit and a white shirt. The shirt was an arrow, made in the United States. And the suit? Cole felt his heart thud as he looked at the label inside the jacket. Manny's Menswear, New York City. Cole replaced the clothes and looked around for any sign of the American, the toad Weber, or anyone else. No one. The footsteps in the dust outside the door of the truck suggested that Schumann had gone into the woods toward the campus. Willie Cole started forward in the same direction. "Please," Paul Schumann prayed. "Please step out of the car, Colonel Ernst, and into clear view." But Ernst remained inside the Mercedes. Paul wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat back in frustration. He felt something pressing uncomfortably into his thigh, and he glanced down. It was the folder of papers that the balding man had placed in the car 10 minutes before. He pushed it to the floor, but as he did, he glanced at the document on top. He lifted it, and alternating between glancing at Ernst's Mercedes and the letter, he read, "Ludwig, you will find annexed here too my draft letter to the leader about our study. Note that I've included a reference to the testing being done today at Waltham. We can add the results tonight. At this early stage of the study, I believe it is best that we refer to those killed by our subject soldiers as state criminals. Therefore, you will see in the letter that the 2 Jewish families we killed at Gottow will be described as Jew subversives, the Polish laborers killed at Charlottenburg as foreign infiltrators, and the young Aryans at Waltham today will be political dissidents. At a later point, we can, I feel, be more forthright about the innocence of those exterminated by our subject soldiers, but at the moment, I do not believe the climate is right for this. Nor do I refer to the questionnaires you administer to the soldiers as psychological testing. This, too, I feel, would be unfavorably received. Please review this and contact me about alterations. I intend to submit the letter as requested on Monday, the 27th of July. Reinhardt." Paul frowned. What was this all about? He flipped to the next sheet and continued reading. "Highest confidentiality. To Adolf Hitler, leader, state chancellor, and president of the German nation. My leader. You have asked for details of the Waltham study being conducted by myself and Dr. Professor Ludwig Keitel of Waltham Military College. I am pleased to describe the nature of the study and the results so far. This study arises out of my instructions from you to make ready the German armed forces and to help them achieve most expeditiously the goals of our great nation as you have set forth. In my years of commanding our courageous troops during the war, I learned much about men's behavior during combat. While any good soldier will follow orders, it became clear to me that men respond in different ways to the matter of killing, and this difference, I believe, is based on their nature. In brief, our study involves asking questions of soldiers before and after they execute condemned enemies of the state, and then analyzing their responses. These executions involve a number of different situations, various methods of execution, categories of prisoners, relationship of the soldier to the prisoners, the family background and personal history of the soldier, etc. The examples to date are as follows. On the 18th of July of this year, in the town of Gottow, a soldier, Subject A, questioned at length 2 groups convicted of Jewish subversive activities. He was then ordered to carry out the execution order by automatic weapon fire. On the 19th of July, a soldier in Charlottenburg, Subject B, similarly executed a number of Polish infiltrators. Although Subject B was the proximate cause of their deaths, he had had no communication with them prior to their extermination, unlike the Gottow executions. Paul Schumann gasped in shock. Why, these people killed were innocent, by Ernst's own admission. Jewish families, Polish workers. He looked across the dusty field at the black Mercedes, which still sheltered Ernst. He glanced down at the letter to Hitler and continued. On the 26th of July, a soldier, Subject C, executed a dozen political dissidents at the Voltum facility. The variation in this case was that these particular convicts were of Aryan extraction, and Subject C spent an hour or more conversing and playing sports with them immediately before he executed them, getting to know some of them by name. He was further instructed to observe them die. Oh, Christ. That's here, today. Paul leaned forward, squinting over the field. The gray-uniformed German soldier who'd been playing soccer with the boys gave a stiff-arm salute to the balding man in brown. Then he hooked a thick hose from the tailpipe of the bus into a fixture on the outside wall of the classroom. We are presently compiling the responses provided by all of these subject soldiers. Several dozen other executions are planned, each one a variation intended to provide us with as much helpful data as possible. The results of the first 3 tests are attached here too. Please be assured we reject out of hand the tainted Jew thinking of traitors like Dr. Freud, but feel that solid National Socialist philosophy and science will allow us to match the personality types of soldiers with the means of death, the nature of the victims and the relationship between them to more efficiently achieve the goals you have set forth for our great nation. We will be submitting the complete report to you within 2 months. With all humble respect, Colonel Reinhard Ernst, Plenipotentiary for Domestic Stability. Paul looked up across the field to see the soldier glance into the classroom at the young men, close the door, then walk calmly to the bus and turn on the engine. He saw the balding man walk up to the soldier who'd fitted the hose to the classroom building, speaking to him, then jotting on a sheet of paper. He saw an empty field where a dozen young men had just played a soccer game in their last minutes on Earth. And above all of these discrete images, he saw what linked them. The appalling specter of indifferent evil. Reinhard Ernst was not simply Hitler's architect of war. He was a murderer of the innocent. Paul swung the Mauser to the right, toward the bald man and the soldier. The second gray uniformed trooper leaned against the van, smoking a cigarette. The 2 soldiers were some distance apart, but Paul could probably touch them both off. The balding man, maybe the professor mentioned in the letter to Hitler, was probably not armed, and would most likely flee at the first shot. Paul could then sprint to the classroom, open the door, and give covering fire so the boys could get away to safety. Ernst and his guard would escape or hunker down behind the car until help arrived. But how could Paul let these young men die? The sights of the Mauser centered on the soldier's chest. Then he sighed angrily and swung the muzzle of the rifle back to the Mercedes. He had come here for one purpose, to kill Reinhard Ernst. The young people in the classroom were not his concern. They'd have to be sacrificed. Once he shot Ernst, the other soldiers would take cover and return fire, forcing Paul to escape back into the woods while the boys suffocated. Trying not to imagine the horror in the room, what those young men would be going through, Paul Schumann steadied his breathing. And, just at that moment, his prayer was finally answered. The back door to Ernst's car opened. Through the brush ahead of him, Willy Cole noticed a mowed field around a classroom building. Parked nearby were a black Mercedes, a bus, and a van. An Opel, too. Several men stood about, 2 soldiers among them, with an SS trooper beside the Mercedes. Was this some sort of furtive black market business deal Schumann was involved in with this Weber? If so, where were they? Then Cole noted something unusual. A hose ran from the tailpipe of the bus into the school. Why would that be? Perhaps they were killing vermin. His attention turned to the Mercedes, whose back door was open. A man was climbing out. Cole realized with a shock that it was Reinhard Ernst, the man in charge of what was dubbed domestic stability, though everyone knew that he was the military genius behind rearming the country. What was he doing here? Oh no, Willy Cole whispered aloud. Good God. He suddenly understood exactly what the security alerts were all about, what the relationship between Morgan and Taggart and Schumann were, and what the Americans' mission in this country was. Gripping his pistol, the inspector began jogging through the woods toward the clearing. Still, Paul Schumann had no target. Reinhard Ernst was pacing erratically beside the Mercedes as he spoke into the microphone attached by a wire to the dashboard in the front seat. The man's tall bodyguard also blocked Paul's view. He kept the gun steady, finger on the trigger, waiting for the man to stop. Controlling his breathing, ignoring the flies buzzing into his face, ignoring the heat, silently screaming to Reinhard Ernst, "Stop moving, for Christ's sake. Let me do this thing, and get away, back to my country." An image of Keta Richter came quickly into his head, and he saw her eyes, felt her tears, heard the echo of her voice. "I'd rather share my country with 10,000 killers than my bed with one." And just at that moment, Ernst stopped pacing, clipped the microphone back onto the dashboard of the Mercedes, and stepped away from the car. He stood with arms folded, chatting amiably to his bodyguard, who nodded slowly as they gazed at the classroom. Paul rested the sights on the colonel's chest. Approaching the clearing, Willy Cole heard a loud gunshot. It echoed off the buildings and the landscape and was swallowed in the tall grass around him. The inspector ducked instinctively. He saw, across the clearing, the tall form of Reinhard Ernst drop to the ground beside the Mercedes. The minister's SS bodyguard, crouching, looked for the assailant. Then another shot rang out. Easing to the protective trunk of a thick oak, Cole saw one of the regular army soldiers slump to the ground. Cole looked just beyond him and saw another soldier lying on the grass, blood on his chest. Nearby, a balding man in a brown jacket scrabbled to safety under the bus. The inspector then looked back to the Mercedes. What was this? He'd been wrong. The minister was unhurt. Ernst had dived to the ground for cover when he'd heard the first shot, but was now rising cautiously, a pistol in his hand. His guard had unslung a machine pistol, and he too was looking for a target. Schumann hadn't killed Ernst. Then a third shot rang through the clearing. It hit Ernst's Mercedes, shattering a window. A fourth, too, hitting the car's tire and inner tube. Then Cole saw motion on the grassy field. It was Schumann, yes. He was running from the Opel toward the school, firing occasionally toward the Mercedes with a long rifle, forcing Ernst and his guard to remain low. He reached the front door of the classroom as Ernst's SS man rose and fired several times. The bus, however, protected the American from the shots. But he was not protected from Willy Cole. The inspector wiped his hand on his slacks and aimed his revolver at Schumann. It was a long-range shot, but not impossible, and at least he could pin the man down until other troops arrived. But just as Cole began to squeeze the trigger, Schumann ripped the front door of the building open. He stepped inside and emerged a moment later, dragging out a young man. Several others followed, staggering, holding their chests, coughing, some vomiting. Another one, then 3 more. God in heaven, Cole was stunned. It was they who'd been gassed, not rats or mice. Schumann motioned the men toward the woods, and before Cole could recover from the shock of what he'd seen and aim once more, The American was firing toward the Mercedes again, giving the young men cover with the rifle as they made for the safety of the dense forest. The Mauser kicked hard against his shoulder as Paul fired again. He aimed low, hoping to hit Ernst's or his guard's legs. He glanced inside the classroom quickly. The last of the young men were leaving. They staggered out and ran for the woods. "Run!" Paul cried. "Run!" He fired twice more to keep Ernst and the guard down. He tried to get closer to the Mercedes, but both Ernst and his guard were armed and good shots, and the SS man had a submachine gun. They fired repeatedly, and Paul could make no headway toward them. As Paul worked the bolt to chamber around, the guard peppered the bus and the ground nearby. Ernst leapt into the front seat of the Mercedes and grabbed the microphone, then took cover again on the far side of the car. It was only a matter of time before they got help, Paul realized. Voltham was a good-sized town that would be home to a garrison of police, and the school itself might have its own security force. If he wanted to survive, he'd have to flee now. He fired twice more, using up the last of the Mauser ammunition. He tossed the rifle to the ground, then bent down and pulled a pistol from the belt of one of the dead soldiers. It was a Luger, like Reginald Morgan's. He worked the toggle to put a bullet in the chamber. He looked down and saw, crouching halfway under the bus, the balding, mustachioed man who'd led the students into the building. "What's your name?" Paul asked in German. "Please, sir." His voice shook. "Dr. Professor Keitel, sir," the man was crying. "Please!" Paul recalled that this was the name on the letter about the Voltham study. He lifted the pistol and shot him once in the center of the forehead. Then he took a final look toward Ernst's car and could see no target. Paul ran across the field, firing several shots into the Mercedes to keep Ernst and the guard down, and soon he plunged into the woods as bullets from the SS man's weapon chopped through the lush green foliage around him. Willi Kohl had turned away from the clearing, and now, drenched in sweat and sick from the heat and exertion, was heading back in the direction of the labor service truck. Schumann's means of escape, he assumed. He would flatten the tires to prevent him from leaving. 100 meters, 200, gasping, wondering, who were the young people? Were they criminals? Were they innocent? He paused to try to catch his breath. He scanned the forest. He saw nothing. Where was the truck? He was disoriented. This direction? No, it was the other way. But perhaps Schumann wasn't making for the truck. Maybe he did have another way out. He might have hidden, without a sound, without any warning. A piece of hot metal touched the back of his head. "Don't move." "I won't. Is you Schumann?" he asked in English. "Give me the pistol." Cole let the weapon go. Schumann took it from him. A huge hand gripped his shoulder and turned the inspector around. "You are going to kill me, yes?" Schumann said nothing, but patted the inspector's pockets for other weapons. He stood back and then examined the field and forest around them. Apparently satisfied that they were alone, the American reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew several pieces of paper, damp with sweat. He handed them to Cole, who asked, "What is this?" "Read it," Schumann said. Cole unfolded and read the documents, shocked by the words. He looked up, speechless, staring into Schumann's blue eyes. He looked down and read the top page again. "Ludwig, you will find annexed here too my draft letter to the leader about our study. Note that I've included a reference to the testing being done today at Voltham. We can add the results tonight. At this early stage of the study, I believe it is best that we refer to those killed by our subject soldiers as state criminals. Therefore, you will see in the letter that the 2 Jewish families we killed at Gatow will be described as Jew subversives, the Polish laborers killed at Charlottenburg as foreign infiltrators, and the young Aryans at Voltham today will be political dissidents." Oh, our dear God in heaven, he thought. The Gatow case, the Charlottenburg case, and those young men today, with more planned. They were killed simply as fodder for this barbarous study, one sanctioned at the highest levels of government. Schumann took the sheets back. "On your knees. Close your eyes." Cole looked once more at the American. Ah, yes, these are the eyes of a killer, he realized. How had he missed the look earlier at the boarding house? Willi Kohl had acted humanely, letting Schumann go while he continued to investigate, rather than send the man to sure death in an SS or Gestapo cell. He'd saved the life of a wolf that had now turned on him. Oh, he could tell Schumann that he knew nothing about this horror. Yet why should the man believe him? Besides, Kohl thought with shame, despite his ignorance about this particular monstrosity, the inspector was undeniably linked to the people who had perpetrated it. "Now," Schumann whispered fiercely. The inspector kneeled, closed his eyes, and said a prayer, thinking that at least the National Socialists hadn't found a way to make your spiritual communications a crime. And then he realized that some moments had passed. Eyes still closed, he listened carefully. He heard only the wind through the trees, the buzzing of insects. Finally, he opened his eyes. Then he slowly looked behind him, expecting to hear the crack of a pistol shot at any moment. No sign of Schumann. Not far away, he heard an internal combustion engine start, then the mesh of gears. He rose and, as fast as his solid frame and difficult feet could manage, trotted toward the sound. He came to the grass service road and followed it toward the highway. There was no sign of the labor service truck. Kohl veered in the direction of his DKW, but he stopped quickly. The hood was up, and wires dangled. Schumann had disabled it. He turned and hurried back down the road toward the academic building. He arrived at the same time that 2 SS staff cars skidded to a stop nearby. Uniformed troops leapt out and immediately surrounded the Mercedes in which Ernst sat. They drew their pistols and gazed out into the woods, looking for threats. Kohl hurried across the clearing toward them. The SS officers frowned at Kohl's approach and turned their weapons on him. "I'm Kripo," he called breathlessly and waved his identification card. The SS commander gestured him over. "Hail Hitler!" "Hail!" Kohl gasped. "A Kripo inspector from Berlin? What are you doing here? You heard the wireless report of the assault on Colonel Ernst?" "No, I followed the suspect here, Captain. I didn't know his designs on the colonel, though. I wanted him in connection with a different matter." "The colonel and his guard didn't get a look at the assailant," the SS man said to the inspector. "Do you know what he looks like?" Kohl hesitated. A single word burned into the inspector's mind. That word was duty. Finally, Kohl said, Yes, I do know, sir." The SS commander said, "Good. I've ordered roadblocks throughout the area. I'll send them his description. He's Russian, is he not? That's what we heard." "No, he's American," Kohl said, "and I can do better than merely describe him. I know what vehicle he's driving, and I have his photograph." "You have?" the commander asked, frowning. "How?" "He surrendered this to me earlier today." Willi Kohl knew he had no choice. Still, his heart cried in agony as he dug into his pocket and handed the passport to the commander. An SS staff Mercedes skidded to a stop outside Building 5, where Willi Kohl was watching dozens of troops prowl through the forest in search of the young men who'd escaped from the classroom. The door of the car opened, and no less than Heinrich Himmler himself climbed out and strode up to the SS commander, Kohl, and Reinhard Ernst, who was out of the car now and surrounded by a dozen guards. "You are Kripo?" "Yes, Police Chief Himmler. Detective Inspector Kohl." The mousy man turned away and asked Ernst, "You are unharmed?" "Yes, but he killed several officers and my colleague, Dr. Professor Keitel." "Where is the assassin?" The SS commander said sourly, "He escaped." "And who is he?" "Inspector Kohl has learned his identity. Look at the passport picture, Heinrich. He was the same man who was at the Olympic Stadium. He was standing 1 meter from the leader, from all the ministers. He was that close to us all." "Gardner?" Himmler asked uneasily, gazing at the booklet the SS commandant held up. "He was using a fake name at the stadium. Or this one is fake." The small man looked up and frowned. "But why did he save your life at the stadium?" "Well, obviously he didn't save my life," Ernst snapped. "I wasn't in danger then. He must have rigged the gun in the shed himself to make it appear he was our ally, to get under our defenses, of course. Who knows whom else he was going to target after he killed me? Perhaps the leader himself." The report you told us about said he was Russian, he added sharply. But this is an American passport. Himmler fell silent for a moment, eyes sweeping the dry leaves at their feet. The Americans would have no incentive to harm you, of course. I would guess that the Russians hired him. He looked at Cole. How do you happen to know of this assassin? Purely a coincidence, State Police Chief. I followed him as a suspect in another case. Only after I arrived here to conduct surveillance did I realize that Colonel Ernst was present at the college and that the suspect had designs to kill him. There were some political prisoners here, too, Reinhard Ernst said evasively. A dozen or so young men. They have escaped into the woods. I've sent troops to find them. His eyes strayed to the deadly classroom. Cole, too, looked at the building. He noticed that Ernst had had the soldiers remove the hose from the exhaust and drive the bus away. The clipboard and some documents that had been scattered on the ground, probably part of the abhorrent Voltum study, were likewise gone. Cole said to Himmler, With your permission, sir, I would like to prepare a report as soon as possible and assist in finding the killer. Yes, do so immediately, Inspector. Cole turned and started towards some SS troopers beside a van to arrange for a ride back to Berlin. He decided that he could finesse the incident in such a way as to reduce the risk to himself. True, the picture in the passport matched the face of a man killed in a boarding house in southwest Berlin before the attempt on Ernst's life. But only Janssen, Paul Schumann, and Kether Richter knew that. The latter two would not be volunteering any information to the Gestapo, and as for the inspector candidate, Cole would dispatch Janssen to Potsdam immediately for several days on one of the homicides that awaited their attention there and take control of all the files on Taggart and the Dresden Alley murder. Tonight, Cole would produce the body of the assassin, who died while trying to escape. The coroner would not, of course, have performed the autopsy yet, if the corpse had even been picked up, and Cole could make sure through favors or bribery that the time of death would be noted as occurring after the assassination attempt here at the school. He doubted there would be any further inquiry. The whole matter was now a dangerous embarrassment, to Himmler for being slack in state security, and to Ernst because of the incendiary Voltum study. The car wove like a dancer along the road to his home in Charlottenburg. Reinhard Ernst sat in the back, bracing himself against the turns, his head resting on the luxurious leather. Keitel dead, along with a soldier taking part in the study. Subject C was how Ernst thought of him. He'd never even known the man's name. What a disaster this day had been. Yet the one thing that stood out most prominently in Ernst's thoughts was the choice that the killer had made outside Building 5. If he'd wanted to kill me, the colonel reflected, which was clearly his mission, he could have, easily. Yet he had decided not to. He'd rescued the young men instead. Reflecting on this act, the horror of what Ernst had been doing became clear. Yes, he realized, the Voltum study was abominable. The young men had been accused of being members of an anti-national socialist club of young people, who met clandestinely for discussions about politics and art, and to sample some of the pleasures of life that the party, publicly at least, condemned: drinking, smoking, and unmarried sex. He had looked those young men in the face and told them, "Serve in the army for a year, and your sins will be absolved," all the while knowing that this was a lie. He'd spun the fiction solely to keep the victims relaxed and unsuspecting, so that the soldier could get to know them before he killed them. Yes, he'd lied to them, just as he'd lied to the Polish workers when he said they would receive double pay to transplant some trees near Charlottenburg for the Olympics. And he'd lied to the Jewish families in Gatow, telling them to assemble by the riverside because there were some renegade stormtroopers nearby, and Ernst and his men would protect them. Abominable, yes. And yet, he was once again convinced he was doing the right thing. Let Hitler have his fling with madness. Some innocents would die, yes, until the storm blew over, but eventually the leader would be gone, while the army Ernst was creating would outlast him and be the backbone of a new German glory, and ultimately, a new European peace. Sacrifices had to be made. Tomorrow, Ernst would begin searching for another psychologist or doctor professor who might help him continue the work. Close to 3 p.m., Bull Gordon walked up the steps to the room in Manhattan. The front door opened before he even took his key out. "Afternoon, sir." the uniformed naval officer said in a soft voice. "The senator's in the parlor, sir." Gordon walked inside. He felt the weapon in his pocket. He wouldn't need it, probably, but he was glad it was there. He drew a deep breath and walked into the small room. The senator was sitting in an armchair. Gordon walked to the bar and poured himself a scotch. He offered a querying glance to the senator. "Sure, only double that." The commander poured smoky liquid into another glass and handed it to the older man. He sat down heavily. The senator said gruffly, "So you may as well tell me what you know. Get it over with." The commander took a deep sip of whiskey and did just what the old man asked. The door opened and another man entered the room, where Bull Gordon and the senator sat. In his trademark white suit, looking every inch a plantation owner from 100 years ago, Cyrus Claiborne walked inside and nodded to the two men with a casual smile on his ruddy face. He set his walking stick against the wall and said, "You only ask me here when you need money, and I suspect you're not after arms today." He sat heavily. "It's the other thing, huh?" "It's the other thing," Gordon echoed. "So, how'd you tip to it?" Claiborne asked. "Fellow named Albert Heinzler," Gordon replied. "Who?" "You ought to know," grumbled the senator. "He was on the Manhattan because of you." Gordon continued. "The Nazis are smart, sure, but we thought, why would they have a spy on the ship? That seemed bum to me. We knew Heinzler was with the Jersey division of the German-American Bund, so we had Hoover put some pressure on them. We found out you're a big contributor to the Bund." "A man's got to put his money to work somehow," Claiborne said glibly, making Gordon detest him all the more. "How did you know Taggart?" "Served with me in the war. Promised him some diplomatic postings if he helped me out here." The senator shook his head. "We couldn't figure out how you got the passcodes. At first, the commander here thought I was the one sold Schumann out, but then Bull remembered your companies. You control every telephone and telegraph line on the East Coast. You had somebody listen in when I called the commander and we decided on the codes." Claiborne shrugged, more amused than troubled, which really rubbed Gordon the wrong way. The commander snapped, "We've got it all, Claiborne." He explained how the original idea to kill Reinhard Ernst had come from the magnate, who suggested it to the senator. Patriotic duty, he'd said. He'd help fund assassination. Hell, he'd fund the whole thing. The senator had gone to certain people high in the administration, and they'd approved the operation on the sly. But Claiborne had secretly called Robert Taggart and ordered him to kill Morgan, meet Schumann, and help him plot to kill Ernst, then save the German colonel at the last minute. "Why is it so important to you to keep Hitler happy?" Gordon asked. Claiborne scoffed. "You're a fool if you're ignoring the Jew threat. They're plotting all over the world, not to mention the communists. And for God's sake, the coloreds? We can't let our guard down for a minute." Disgusted, Gordon snapped, "So that's what this is all about, Jews and Negroes?" Before the old man could answer, though, the senator said, "Oh, I'll bet you there's something else, Bull. Money, right, Cyrus?" "Bingo," the white-haired man whispered. "The Germans owe us billions. All the loans we've floated to keep them going over the past 15 years. We have to keep Hitler and the money boys over there happy so our notes keep getting paid." "They're rearming to start another war," Gordon growled. Claiborne said matter-of-factly, "All the better to be on their side then, don't you think? Bigger market for our arms." Then he frowned. "So what do the Huns think about the Ernst situation?" "Oh, well, it's a goddamn mess," the senator raged. "Taggart tells them about an assassination, but the killer escapes and tries again. Then Taggart disappears. Publicly, they're talking about the Russians hiring an American assassin, but in private, they're wondering if we weren't behind the whole thing." Claiborne grimaced in disgust. "And Taggart?" Then he nodded. "Dead, sure. And Schumann did it. Well, that's the way it goes. So, gentlemen, I suppose this is the end of our fine working relationship. Reggie Morgan's dead because of you. You're guilty of some pretty bad crimes here, Cyrus." The man brushed a white eyebrow. "How about you funding this little outing with private money? Oh, that'd make a nice topic for a congressional hearing, don't you think? We have ourselves a standoff here, looks like. So I'm thinking it's best we both go our separate ways and keep mum." Claiborne stood slowly. He picked up his cane and headed for the door. Gordon decided that whatever the consequences, whatever happened to his own career, he'd make sure Claiborne didn't get away with this, not after the man had murdered Reginald Morgan and nearly killed Schumann. But larger justice would have to wait. There was only one matter that needed attention at the moment. "I want Schumann's money," the commander said. "What money?" "The 10,000 you promised him." "Oh, he didn't produce. The Huns suspect us and my man's dead. Schumann's out of luck, no dough." "You're not going to chisel him." "Sorry," the businessman said, not looking the least contrite. "Well, in that case, Cyrus," the senator called, "good luck." "We'll keep our fingers crossed for you," Gordon added. The businessman stopped, looked back. "I'm just thinking what might happen if Schumann finds out you not only tried to kill him, but you stiffed him too." "Knowing his line of work and all," Gordon chimed in again. "You wouldn't dare. He'll be back here in a week, 10 days. The industrialist sighed. All right. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a booklet of bank drafts. He tore one out and started to write. Gordon shook his head. "Nope, you're going to dig up some good old-fashioned scratch right now." "Sunday night? 10,000? Now," the senator echoed. "If Paul Schumann wants greenbacks, greenbacks are what we're going to give him." At 10 a.m. Monday morning, the twin-engine plane, streamlined as a gull, touched down on the grass field outside of Amsterdam. It eased up to a parking strip, and the pilot cut the engines. Lieutenants Avery and Manielli walked up to the door. They tried to think of something to get Schumann, a present, but couldn't figure out what. So they bought him a carton of Packs of Pleasure, Chesterfields, which had taken them some effort and expense to find in Holland. Manielli now held it under his arm. One of the ground crew walked to the door of the plane and pulled it down. It became stairs. The lieutenant stepped forward, grinning, but stopped fast as 6 men emerged, all in their 20s or late teens, in good shape but exhausted and bleary-eyed, unshaven, their clothes tattered and stained with sweat. "Lieutenant Avery," an accented voice called from the doorway. A man a few years older than the others climbed out. "That's me. Who are you?" "I speak English better as the others. I will answer. I am Kurt Fischer. You are not expecting us. Yes, but Paul Schumann saved us." He told a story about how Schumann had rescued a dozen young men from being gassed to death by the Nazis. The American had managed to round up some of them as they fled into the forest and offered them the chance to escape from the country. Some wanted to stay and take their chances, but 7 had agreed to leave. Schumann had loaded them into the back of a labor service truck, where they'd grabbed shovels and burlap bags and masqueraded as workers. He'd driven them through a roadblock to safety in Berlin, where they hid out for the night. "At dawn, he drove us to an old aerodrome outside of the city, where we got on this airplane, and here we are." Avery was about to pepper the man with questions, but at that moment a woman appeared in the doorway of the airplane. She was around 40, quite thin, as tired as the others. Her brown eyes quickly snapped up everything around her. She climbed down the stairs, carrying a small suitcase. "Ma'am, you are Lieutenant Avery, or perhaps you are Lieutenant Manielli." Yes, I'm Avery," the woman said. "My name is Ketta Richter. This is for you." She handed him a letter. He opened it and nudged Manielli. They both read. "Gordon, Avery, and Manielli. Get these people into England or America or wherever they want to go. Find homes for them. Get them set up. I don't care how you do it, but make sure it happens. And if you're thinking about sending them back to Germany, just remember that Damon Runyon or one of my buddies at the Sun or the Post would be pretty interested in what you sent me to Berlin for. Now that'd be one hell of a news story, especially in an election year. It's been swell, boys. Paul." "There is this as well," she said, and gave Avery several tattered pages typed in German. "It's about something called the Voltem study. Paul said the commander should see it." Avery took the document and put it in his pocket. "I'll make sure he gets it." Manielli walked to the airplane. Avery joined him, and they looked into the empty cabin. He didn't trust us. He thought we were going to hand him over to Dewey after all, and had the pilot land somewhere else before they got here. "France, you think?" Manielli suggested. Maybe he got to know it during the war. No, I know. I'll bet it was Switzerland. Stung that Schumann had thought they'd renege on their deal, Avery called toward the cockpit. Hey, where did you drop him off? What? Where did you land? To drop Schumann off? The pilot frowned as he glanced at the co-pilot. Then he looked back at Avery. His voice echoed through the tinny fuselage. You mean he didn't tell you? Epilogue. Saturday, 21st of November, 1936. A cold night in the Black Forest. Two men trudged through the shallow snow. They were chilled, certainly, but they were men who seemed to have a destination in mind and an important task to perform once they arrived. How is your belly? Paul Schumann asked his companion in German, noticing a particularly pronounced wince on the man's mustachioed face. The man gave a grunt. It hurts, of course. It will always hurt, Mr. John Dillinger. After his return to Berlin, Paul had made a few subtle inquiries to learn where Otto Weber had lived. Otto had talked of his gang-ring girls, and Paul had wanted to see if he could help any of them out. He'd gone to see one, Bertha, and learned to his shock and joy that Weber was still alive. The bullet that had punctured the man's gut in the warehouse by the Spree had caused serious but not lethal damage during its brief transit through his substantial flesh. He had floated halfway down the river in his Viking funeral boat before some fishermen pulled him out. They got him into a bed and stanched the bleeding. Soon he was in the care of an old gang-ring doctor who, for a price of course, stitched him up, no questions asked. The later infection was worse than the wound. But Bertha was an infinitely dedicated nurse, and she spent some months with Paul's help getting the German gangster back to health. Paul moved into another boarding house in a forgotten portion of the city, far from Magdeburger Alley and Alexander Plaza, and lay low for a time. After the games concluded, and August moved toward September, Paul's holiday came to an end. Determined to make up for his lapse in judgment at the Volta Military College, he resumed his quest to kill Germany's plenipotentiary for domestic stability. But Weber's weather-vane system of civil servants reported some interesting information. Reinhard Ernst had disappeared. All they could learn was that his office at the Chancellery had been vacated. It seemed that he'd moved out of Berlin with his family and was spending a great deal of time on the road. He was given a new title. Ernst was now the State Overleader for Special Industrial Liaison. No other details about him could be learned. Did this mean that he'd been put out to pasture? Or were these merely security measures to protect the rearmament czar? Paul Schumann had no idea. But one thing was clear. Germany's military buildup was proceeding at a breakneck pace. That fall, the new fighter plane, the Me-109, manned by German pilots, made its combat debut in Spain, helping Franco and his nationalist troops. The plane was stunningly successful, decimating Republican positions. The German army was conscripting more and more young men, and navy yards were working at full capacity to produce warships and submarines. By October, even the out-of-the-way neighborhoods of Berlin were growing more and more dangerous, and as soon as Otto Weber was well enough to travel, he and Paul took to the road. "How far to Neustadt?" the American now asked. "Not far. 10 kilometers or so." 10, Paul grumbled. God in heaven. In fact, though, he was glad that their next destination wasn't nearby. Best to put some distance between them and St. Margen, their most recent stop, where Schupo officers were perhaps just now finding the body of a local National Socialist Party boss. He'd been a brutal man who would order his thugs to round up and beat merchants, then Aryanize their businesses. He had many enemies who wished to do him harm, but the Kripo or Gestapo investigation would reveal that the circumstances of his death were hardly questionable. It was obvious that he had stopped his car by the roadside to relieve himself in the river and lost his footing on the icy shore. He'd fallen 20 feet and crushed his head on the rocks, then drowned in the fast-flowing river. A half-empty bottle of schnapps was found beside him. A sorrowful accident. No need to look further. Paul now considered their next destination. Neustadt, they had learned, would be the site of a speech by one of Hermann Goering's frontmen, the headliner at a miniature Nuremberg rally that was currently underway. Paul had heard the man speak, inciting citizens to destroy the houses of Jews in the vicinity. He called himself doctor, but he was nothing but a bigoted criminal, a petty man, a dangerous man, and one who would prove to be just as accident-prone as the party leader in St. Margen if Paul and Weber were successful. Headlights flared behind them, and the two men took to the woods quickly and remained there until the truck passed. When the taillights vanished around a bend in the road, the men continued on their way. "Ah, Mr. John Dillinger, look there. You see that river? It feeds the Danube. And the rivers on the other side of the road feed the Rhine. This is the heart of my country. Isn't it a beautiful place in the moonlight?" The man is right, Paul thought. It is a beautiful place. And he felt within him a contentment as crisp as the day-old snow beneath his boots. The most improbable turn of events had made him a resident of this alien land, but he'd come to decide that it was far less alien to him than the country where a new printing plant awaited, a world to which he knew he'd never return. No, he'd left that life behind years ago, left behind any circumstance involving modest commerce, a neatly shingled house, a bright, loving wife, playful children. But this was perfectly fine with him. Paul Schumann wanted nothing more than what he had at this moment: to be walking under the coy eye of a half-moon with a like-minded companion at his side, on a journey to fulfill the purpose God had given him, even if that role was the difficult and presumptuous task of correcting his mistakes.
Garden of Beasts was written by Jeffrey Deaver and read by Jefferson Mays. It was abridged for audio by Harold Schmidt. The recording engineer was Michael Jones, with editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, technical director. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. The associate producer was Sarah Ginsberg. Garden of Beasts, a novel of Berlin, 1936, was produced and directed by Kelly Gilday. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Garden of Beasts is available in hardcover from Simon & Schuster. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Jeffrey Deaver's Nocturne, Twisted, and The Vanished Man.